I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
When they click through, try to send this about to be a so big fun. When they click through, try to send this about to be a so big fun. been coming up hot for a minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Samsung Odyssey Cup Dota 2 Championship. I'm Len, also known as Yodeling, and joining me today is the one and only Train B, also known as Rojo. Rojo, we have a phenomenal game towards this weekend and towards the playoffs as well here to decide who's going to be moving on towards it as well. How are you feeling, buddy?
I am feeling great. How are you, Leo?
Well, still not as good looking as you, Rojo, sadly for that one. But still, we have great talents here today. And interestingly enough, I thought the last time when I last cast Samsung Odyssey Cup earlier this year, I thought it's just going to be an annual event. But guess what? Samsung just decided like, hey, we have so many great talents, so many great chances to give them even more esport opportunity. Let's do it a second time this year, but with a little bit of a twist this time. Instead of just university combat level teams, we're also incorporating some pro teams into the mix as well. So in other words, all this now this new young talent will get this full experience in this competitive tournament.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see it. And yeah, I mean, it's...
Oh, speaking of which as well, we're also giving you guys a little bit of a nice thing, especially for the viewers as well. Just something a little bit for you guys, and that's going to be the discount code, which you guys can actually utilize down here, right below here on this graphic. So do take a moment to quickly pause, take a screenshot, do whatever you take to save this discount code when you actually try to get some of that new gaming monitors for yourself here. The Samsung Odyssey OLED monitors G and the G6 is one of the new 2024 releases as well. So this discount code just might be something that could be allow you to assist you here at least.
Yeah, I think it's a whopping 25%, and all you have to do is type in Odyssey Cup with your country code in front of it. If you're in Malaysia, that'd be MY, or Singapore for SG, any of those. So take advantage of that while you can.
But then again, 25%, that is a whopping amount as well. And
it's a lot.
It's a lot, yeah. But Rojo, you know, as a player yourself, and of course an immortal player in Dota 2 as well, I believe you also can emphasize the fact the importance of a very strong monitor for your gameplay, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay, anyways,
even just moving up...
yeah, moving up there.
Tournament format, I believe.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's go give it. Honestly, I'm really excited to see how it goes on because the last Odyssey Cup we had a little bit of a different game format here. So let's just see if there's any much change here. Okay, interestingly, there is here. So as just at the last format, Rojo, just going to bring up the speed. We also had 6 regions from the last time, them being Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. But with the addition of 2 new regions, both New Zealand and Oceania. So I believe all of them has already undergo their, although it was off stream, each of these 6 or 8 regions here undergo their open qualifier matches here. I heard there was a very significant amount of registration here. So I guess it was really like a slugfest, the really open qualifiers, before we actually got to today's broadcast, which is going to be mostly focused around the Southeast Asia finals. The open qualifier was for the 2 teams that were decided for Oceania and New Zealand has already been finalized, and they're comfortably settling down in the grand finals, awaiting the 6 crowned Southeast Asia team to meet them head on next week. Sorry, 2 weeks later, yeah.
Yeah. And I believe we got a pretty decent prize pool for this one. It's a grand total of 20,000, 8,000 to the champions, followed by 4,000 and 3,000 respectively for second and third. I mean, that's got to feel pretty good, just even the opportunity at that for a lot of these teams here.
No, yeah, I totally agree with you because like this is if we were to like go back in time, maybe not even like just like 10 years, I don't think for a university tournament, like university level teams to get this kind of prize pool, it was like something like out of a dream. It was something that one could never imagine. So really, thank you to Samsung for giving and Red Bull as well for giving such an opportunity for all these young teams. And also, we also got pro teams into the mix as well. So, like I said before, an actual full experiences here. But then again, also at the same time, with the introduction of the new teams into this tournament format, it also means that the competition is just a lot more higher.
Of course, and here are the 8 teams that we're looking at right now. I believe we have
Right,
Castaway versus Valor, our first ones that we'll be casting here.
Mm-hmm. Like very interesting names and also really interesting icons. Like I'm a little bit disappointed. I'm sorry, like for Valkyrie, Shadow Guardian, and Hon Hung and friends. Like, come on, guys, get an icon. You know, I know you guys love Dota. You want to keep the Dota. You want to keep the dream alive, man. But still, look at the other teams. We have some really cool icons. Castaway, that is.
Especially, yeah, Castaway. That's what I was looking at. Even just to, going and paint and making your own icon, I think that's worth it.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Okay, I CSC icon is also just as cool. Essence, I feel that icon seems relatively familiar, but I'm not gonna say where is it from, but it looks relatively familiar to another icon that I recognize. But still, all relatively cool icons. Very creative for some of them. Castaway being one of them, and CSC, that's pretty cool. Myth is of course still keeping the name in the logo. That's also pretty fun. And then of course, that's with the team introduction. Let's quickly check out the Southeast Asia finals brackets here. By the way, we have 2 group stages here. Today's going to be Group A. Tomorrow will be Group B. So basically today we're going to be somewhat solidifying which of the 3 teams will be moving forward here, Rojo here. But let's just quickly go through like what are the teams that we have in this bracket.
Yeah, I mean, so we're gonna have Myth Avenue Gaming versus Shadow Garden up there, and then it's gonna be all these teams facing off to each other into the semifinals, of course, advance to the playoffs, and then I believe there is a losers kind of semifinals there. So we'll get 3 teams from each group going into the final day. So 6 of these Southeast Asian teams. I'm excited to see what they have for us.
And of course, viewers as well. All these games will be happening concurrently, so we're not going to be able to broadcast all of the games here. However, don't be disheartened. Still show some love and support, even though you're not able to see the team that you're trying to support on live. But still give the love and support to the other teams, because everyone is in it to win it. Everyone is really giving their all here, and the stakes couldn't be even more higher here. It's no longer a time and place where you're just gonna be like, okay, it's another casual university guy that I'm going up against. It's totally fine. There is some pro players, also pro teams into the mix as well. So if you have done your research, you could possibly try to prepare yourself here. Is there any much preparation that can be done here, Rojo?
I mean, definitely never enough preparation, I would say. I mean, $8,000 on the line for that first place, thanks to Samsung Odyssey. And I mean, you gotta give it your all, pretty much, especially if you're a university player. You'd like to take a bite at that. And so the first round we've got, as we said, casting Castaway versus Valkyrie, which I'm excited for. And then, of course, it is to be determined for the next 2 games we'll see, depending on who wins that.
Dude, this is gonna be fun. It's like I'm really excited, because I think it's like right after, I think it's been like 12 days after the internationals and concluded as well. So there's a lot of adrenaline running after you've seen such a high heated game today, like especially Gaming Gladiators versus Liquid as well. A lot of things that was learned along a lot during the tournament as well. Especially, as usual, Valve loves to drop the patch before the tournament. So, all the pro teams, all the players, especially who's playing casual or competitive, I usually drop this massive bomb and just try to figure out, like, what's new, what's not, what's been changed. Is my favorite hero been banned? Has been nerfed to hell, or has it been buffed to hell? Who knows? So I guess we
haven't gotten the patch. So at least if you're one of these teams, you're probably looking at Liquid, GG, and anybody else in TI and thinking, replicate this. What do we value versus what they value? Obviously, GG Liquid is Western Europe, so they're going to have a different style already from that. So I'm really excited to see what these teams kind of value in terms of hero picks, in terms of play style, because I think we're probably going to get something pretty unique.
You know, you're definitely right, Rojo, because like even from the last Odyssey Cup, I mean, the one thing I can say with full confidence when it comes to Southeast Asia teams is more the fact that we are very open to learn. We're like sponges, you know. It's like we see something, we just absorb it and see whether it just whether it makes or breaks for us, right? That kind of thing. Sure, there will be some like something we have possibly seen before, like either those fast-paced competition, tower pushes, or really long, drawn-out games. But Dota has been evolving ever since from the beginning of TI1, right? Like it has been changing a lot. I believe there was also an interview that or at least a comment that Dandy mentioned as well. Like he said like Dota looks a lot more different from what he remembered. As he said, like last time you could, which I agree, last time Dota was, yes, it wasn't still a team-based game, but it's also at a point where like if your mid laner is dominating heavily, it somewhat impacts the game really heavily as well. It's like pretty much like a one-man army kind of situation. But now we're in a state where one person can't just do it alone anymore. It really depends, and it also requires the whole team to really deliver, or at least try to assist in some way to bring in the victory here.
Yeah, it's definitely Dota is a lot less focused on these kind of main hyper carries. I think it's gotten that way for quite a while now. I mean, role in a given game can be the most impactful, so you really need everybody on your team to be performing at their best. And I think this is a great patch for it. I think we're going to see a lot of the same strong heroes, but how teams want to deal with them. We've seen a lot of Luna. I think, especially if you played any pubs, that hero is incredibly strong. Just have this interesting approach where they're like, oh, we think we can just beat it, and so I'm hoping that we're able to that. They're strong and people really love. There's some really unique, crazy things you can do to kind of edge out victories versus these heroes, and sometimes that's what you have to do. And if you're going to be, a university team facing a pro team, or just trying to get the upper hand in game one or whatever it is.
Rojo, especially since with by the way, ladies and gentlemen, just want to let you know, Rojo is, he just corrected me as well. I thought he was 9,500 in ranking as an Immortal player, but no, he corrected me. He's a 9,900, plan to hit 10K tonight. So you can't get a more better lesson for an Immortal player right here. It's expensive, guys, to get boosted helpers here. So he's here, taking notes, prepare what you need. It's going to give you all the juicy info you guys require to really up the rank here. But, Ro, from your experiences and also from your years of practice as well, is there something do we really need to look out for, particularly, especially in this current Dota patch here?
I would say, I think especially kind of the name of the game, everyone, what they've been thinking about is auras. I think, especially going to GG versus Liquid. What defensive items are we getting on what heroes? How are we going to enable, the heroes that we have? So, GG, they defaulted to Underlord a lot because that was just something they're super comfortable with. Not everyone, adds into it. But just getting these pipes, these Crimson Guards, certain heroes are incredible at utilizing them. Sand Kings that are, being put off lane and mid, and there's a lot of ways to mitigate damage. And so if you're able to properly do that and build for it and keep your net worth high on all your heroes, then it can be become very hard to kill heroes in this meta. So definitely look to abuse that for any team that you are.
Right? Like I think, especially like particularly a particular item, the Pipe of Insight. I think that item has been it's been hit so hard in every patches, but it's just still so good. I think like the most recent one was they reduced the amount of damage block that it does. It's like from 10 to 8%, but it's still just as good. It's still expensive as hell, but I don't think it's like enough. It's not enough to kill the item, right? Like people are still like, hey, 2% drop, that sucks, but it's still pretty damn good. Can't let it go.
Yeah, and Pipe is one of those ones too. So Pipe is undispellable compared to a lot of auras. So there's not really any countering it. And you can't build any kind of nullifier or Yules to get rid of it. You just pop it in a team fight, and either you got to run away or have enough damage to get through it, and that is not easy. So you definitely got to watch out for those. And I hope sometimes I've seen teams. Occasionally they do have a Sand King or a Doom or something that actually goes for the blink first and plays a little aggressive. I could definitely see teams trying to switch up things, because as you said, the pipe is very expensive. So sometimes you don't get to that power spike early enough. You kind of get the map taken away from you, and then building that pipe as a second item is actually a better, way to go about the game. So curious to see what these teams value.
Which is pretty much where we fall into the prospect of like team compositions, right? Like you sometimes like sure tanking is great, but at times you do not want to have too many greedy heroes in the same composition, because like everyone wants the ancients farm, everyone wants the lane farm. If too many heroes are too dependent on item and too dependent on the farm, then the game just pretty much goes real south real quick, that kind of thing. But since we're on the subject of teams as well, and since we have also some amateur teams and pro teams in our tournament as well, what, in your personal opinion, what is the most important aspect when it comes to whether is it drafting or having or creating a team, at least, I guess?
I mean, I would say, to be pretty generic, obviously drafting is super important, but just being coordinated, I think, more than anything, because, I feel a lot of times, I've been on amateur teams myself. I'm sure a lot of people even just playing for fun in, leagues and whatever. A lot of times it's better to do the wrong thing altogether than to kind of be like super disconnected and everybody wants to do this different thing. So hopefully these teams, they are all from the same country. A lot of them are probably friends, I would imagine. And, just make sure that you're, being friendly with your team, but just on the same page. If this person wants to go to mid for this, then let's go for mid, even if you disagree in the moment. So especially for these amateur teams, I think, of course, you want to come out with a decent draft, but I think that if you have this kind of coherent play style together, you guys know what you want to accomplish in the game, then I think you can make mostly anything work. And so, that's why, as I've said, I'm just excited to see what these teams value. Yeah, sometimes the pipe is a little bit too strong, but so if you get something really cooking, then you can beat it, and that's sometimes what you have to look for.
All right, but then what do you think what do you think Valve needs to do to truly kill the pipe here? Like what is the ultimatum here? Because like we've seen so much nerfs on that item over this many patches, not just this year, last year's and those past few years actually.
I would say, you want to do one like simple thing to reduce the effectiveness of pipe is probably to remove it from the game. I mean, if they wanted to go that route, I could definitely see it considering how problematic this item has been. But I mean, my first step, if I wanted to kill a little bit, is maybe lower the barrier slightly, or I think particularly making it undispellable would be a nice kind of change. That way, you can buy Yules against it, you can have Shadow Demons and whatnot. Because, you buy the Glimmer Cape, and of course it is a, cheaper item and it gives invis, but you can dispel that, right? So it's an easy way to counter that. You can buy Dust against it, but Pipe just feels like it's kind of this end-all, be-all. My particular gripe as a player against Pipe is that it just feels like certain become very nullified. Obviously, we don't see many things like the Zeus these days. That hero just struggles so much into Pipe. I still think it has some value, but definitely gets nullified, and so I prefer that they make definitely some changes to it at least.
Valve, I hope Valve is not listening onto this, man. I'm an offlaner. I love my pipe. Okay, it's expensive, but I love my pipe. Leave it alone. Don't listen to Rojo. That part, just like censor it out.
That's a mid player. Mid player at me. I want to do as much damage as I can. Let me play Ags Lina again.
Dude. I mean, is the safe lane Lina still the thing? That's the real question. Like, I know the magic Lina, the new King Lina has been on and off, but I know the white King Lina is still around.
I think it's still okay. I don't think people have been valuing it as much. I think it go a little bit in lane. I think it has kind of awkward item timings early on before it gets that Gleipnir. Which they did nerf a few times. Still, of course, is an extremely strong item, but I personally would usually, from a drafting standpoint, if I'm in one of these games, I'd prefer to have like a Nature's Prophet, which of course is a really strong hero at the moment. The Lina it has a lot of ways to kind of fall behind, but if you can get past 25 minutes and have this really farmed Lina, then I think it's still very viable. I think it's still a very, very kind of end game hero that you can't can't really beat if they itemize correctly. But of course, getting to that point is, I think, what the biggest struggle is.
Man, like, so much. Like I think so much has changed, and like there's also the new introduction of the Ringmaster. We didn't get to see it, of course, since it's now available in Captain's mode. I think that's another support that's going to be able to break the way how we interacted with the game as well. It's like a mini black hole, but of course it still has this. It still has these, perks. Of course, like you need to position it well to get everyone in. It doesn't work on the back side of it. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. It's still not here. It won't be available for us in this tournament as well. So no Ringmaster. So hopefully no one's going to be spamming the comment section saying like, why is there no Ringmaster? So why is no one picking it?
Of course, I would expect too that by the time that we do see Ringmaster, I think he'll probably be touched a little bit, just in the sense of that hero has very high win rate. I believe in immortal pubs on like Dota 2 and whatnot, and I'm sure, if any of you are playing, I'm sure you've faced it and gone, oh my god, what is this? So very strong. They'll touch it a little bit. A little sad we don't get to see it, but maybe in its current state, that's best.
Yeah, I agree. I don't like to be whipped, especially in the lane. The whip thing just feels a little bit weird for me.
Yeah, and you get stabbed from across the map.
Yeah.
Not very fun.
It's like it's not even that it's not even that instant or fast as well. The projectile speed is like a really like a little mini missile that's just slowly going that one direction before it connects in.
Which makes it feel worse when you get hit by it too. Just inevitable.
You could just hear your teammate at the back of your head, right? Just like, it's so slow. How are you still getting hit by it?
Yeah, they have their finger on the alt key. They're ready to pin you for that one.
Oh man, but still, Ro, great to have you here today, and I'm actually really happy that you're here. So because there's a lot of new changes, besides the we have pro players into this tournament this time. We also have a new partner. Which is actually Red Bull, the new exclusive and an amazing energy drink. It is also the #1 energy drink in the nation here in Malaysia, or Red Bull Malaysia, actually, in Malaysia in particular here as well. And interesting enough, we have 2 new flavors, which I never thought that we actually had 2 new flavors here. Really, not at all here. And them being is actually apple and muscat grape flavor and pomelo. So that's actually pretty interesting because when people drink an energy drink, people will just think like, oh, it's gonna be standard flavor. Not gonna be anything much, no difference, no spice, nothing interesting. So Red Bull came up with 2 new flavors. Hopefully that will be very interesting for someone to play, because I know some really hardcore Red Bull drinker fans here, and I'm pretty sure they still drink a lot of it. But,
yeah, I might have to get Red Bulls myself if this goes too long. It's currently 10 p.m. in the U.S. where I am, so
dude, I'm surprised you haven't I'm surprised you haven't got like a jog ready, like for the long night that we have here for us. But besides Red Bull, besides Red Bull introducing like their 2 new flavors, same goes for the Samsung as well, because like for this year they actually released a new set of panels, which is actually the Samsung Odyssey OLED G8 and G6. Both of them gaming monitors, of course. There is the slight difference in terms of size for the G8. I believe the G8 is the 32-inch. It does not have as much power compared to the G6, because I believe the G8 was the 240 Hz. The G6 is a whopping 360 Hz. It's a big power, massive power. And then, but of course, the monitor size difference is of course significant as well. One is the 27-inch, I believe that's the G6. The G8 is the 32-inch one. So basically, we have sizes for all of you amazing viewers. If you want to try to get your hands into those monitors, the discount code has been rotating a couple of times. We got a few of them here. So like I said again, get a quick pause, take a gander, screenshot, picture, write it down. I don't know what you guys got to do. Get the discount codes. Because it's like what Rojo said just now, 25%. I didn't know it was 25%. I knew there was discounts. I didn't know there was a lot. How do you know this?
There's definitely a lot to get your hands on one of these. It's just that's a steal of a deal. If I had the money, I definitely would. And you just gotta use the Odyssey Cup code with your country code in front of it. So if you're in Malaysia, that'd be MY, for example. So definitely take advantage of it while you can. No reason to miss out on that.
I mean, if you have friends overseas, whether it's in Indonesia, Malaysia, I think they can also help you out, Ship it through.
Yeah, of course.
Man, but
probably would be worth it. So, I mean, thank you to those wonderful sponsors because, I mean, I'm excited to watch these games. Really want to see what these teams are cooking up.
Yeah, especially since TI actually we saw a lot of. I'm not sure. Okay, I know some people say it's innovative. Some people say it's new, but I feel the right word to use is more like returning composition because I remember like years back we had like this tower pushing composition. Although maybe the lineup might be slightly differing, but we still see some a little bit of the similarities like the Nature's Prophet, the Visage coming back here, the Chen, the Enchantress. I mean, the Chen and the Enchantress, even before the Nature Prophet and the Visage coming back, the Enchantress, the Chen has always been like the best few support picks in the competitive for these past few months now as well. Like you can't disregard it. You always have. I remember Chen was like he priority banned every single time here. It's like Chen's in the pool. You gotta ban it. You gotta get rid of it. No way. You can't be there.
Yeah, I mean, kind of zoo heroes, even though they're not as much about the summons these days. We always see the Enchantress, out healing and out damaging their carries, but just in lane, it's always so strong. I think, that's why so many people want to just get rid of the Chen, get rid of the Enchantress, because, if you have to play, make one mistake, suddenly their carry's got a 2,000 gold net worth lead, and that is never fun. So I would definitely expect, if you know that they plays one of them, if they have one pub on it in the last, month, I'd get rid of it personally.
I mean, they're also so self-efficient, right? Self-sufficient, right? It's like they can farm the jungle by themselves, they can farm by themselves as well. Chen and Enchantress in particular, if you don't necessarily have to be in another lane, you can just, especially particularly for post 5, you can just send your Centaur to the mid lane to assist your mid lane as well. I think that's what we saw back.
I believe we saw that
grand finals.
It was was it the grand final? I believe Whitemon did it a game as well.
Whitemon with the Enchantress. He was assisting his teammate against the Viper. I was like the Sand King versus the Viper lane. Yeah.
I would have definitely been tilted if I was the Viper in that situation. Just died a random Centaur in your lane.
Dude, and it is so painful as well, right? Like especially when you pick like a dumpster mid hero, especially particularly against a melee hero as well, you would somewhat expect like, okay, this lane is gonna be pretty straightforward. I'm gonna be able to dominate here. I'm ranged as well, so I'm gonna be able to harass him out of the lane, that kind of thing. I mean, Thompson did a phenomenal job with the Sand King as well, but you did see him had to play a particular rotation, right? Like he always had them go to the jungle at one point and come back. But Whitemon, that with the Centaur, that one was like, yeah, that is dirty. I think I remember I saw another Enchantress one as well at the bottom lane, right? I think they were going up against the support post 4 Tuska and was it Centaur? I remember he just went with the jungle creeps and just bullied them out of the lane. The pine cone.
Yeah. That thing's scary. Sometimes that thing's scary.
Oh man. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we all our amazing viewers as well and all the fans of the teams, we would like to apologize for this slight delay. We're going to be taking a quick short break to at least allow this player to pretty much set themselves up, and we'll be back here pretty quick and shortly as well. So don't go in for too long. The first Dota action coming to you guys right after this.
What you gonna do? 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 What you gonna do?
Hey, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Thank you so much for waiting out for us as well. I'm Len, also known as Yuloli, and join me once again. It's going to be the one and only Shane B, also known as Rojo. Rojo, buddy, we're finally getting to it. For some reason, we have the ability to to fast forward in time from 11 minutes to 1 minute.
That's a pretty good power to have.
Yeah, man, we
Sure,
just
everyone's
couldn't
thankful
wait.
for that one.
Yeah, we couldn't
course
wait.
not.
We didn't want you to wait any more longer. We're about to get right into it. But of course, Rojo,
Yeah,
we're about to go into our first series. It's the Castaway versus Valkyrie. Yeah, I was about to say Valkyrie, wrong person.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could give more concrete details on this roster, but we're gonna have to, learn as we go with a lot of these teams, and of course, I'm sure a lot of them will be learning as they go, as well. Just rejoin lobby really quick here. And are any of do you know if any of these rosters are the same from the last Odyssey Cup you had, or are these all new players that we're seeing here?
Okay, so from Group A alone, I'm not able to. Okay, I mean my memory. I okay, not to say that I have a memory of a goldfish here, but like it's just the fact that maybe it's been a while, so I don't recognize like any of the names so far. Maybe I might recognize the player's name, but like I said, the last time we had was it was basically the Samsung Odyssey Cup Campus League, so it was all university teams. So now this is a little bit different. Now we have amateur teams alongside with pro teams, and I don't think they're going to be. I don't see any of the casual pro team names here. So I am trying to see if I could base it on players here. If I recognize the player, I'll be like, hey, I think that's someone I've seen before, or maybe online or offline. So hopefully, however we see. But I think this is the same case for the other teams as well, right? Where you come into the tournament, there's not a lot of vaults or things you can actually try to have references or research on your opponent team for as well. So everyone's pretty much coming in. I won't say blind. Okay, I guess that could be the right term. Most of the team are going in blind in who they are about to face or what's the strength and weaknesses of their opponents as well. This is pretty much going to be winging it through this entire Southeast Asia finals. But then again, at the same time, I think that's the beauty of having it as a best of 3, right? Like usually the first game is given an opportunity for both teams to, usually test the water, try to get a good feel on what's the play style of your opponent. Then that second game is truly going to be the one that someone see, you will be able to see the adjustments, right? Like you could be saying like, okay, this team is this is how this team plays, this is how we're going to ban, this is how we're going to pick, this is how we're going to play around that.
Yeah, I mean, definitely I think a lot of these people are probably Dota buffs open for their scouting. Maybe, some of these players play on some other, amateur tournaments or whatnot, but it's going to be a kind of hard read of what you think is good in the meta, and then, maybe a player that you see, maybe he likes Huskar, and, maybe didn't months, so definitely some mind games in the draft right away, but like you said, by that second game, you're going to try your best to have figured out what the enemy team's going on, hopefully. Potentially bring it to 3 games if you lost the first one, and if you're lucky, after winning the first.
All right.
We do have a draft on our hands. Ooh.
5 seconds remaining.
All right. This is it. This is where it's all. This is where the party is at, I guess, in this case here. So I think usually seeing some of these bands, I think this is definitely something which we commonly it's not surprising to us, right? Like we watched throughout the entire TI. This is pretty much the most standard band. Maybe I didn't expect to see the Tasca being the first band. I always feel like he's more of a even if you had to ban the Tasca, I felt like it was more like a secondary kind of thing compared to banning Shadow Demon, who was a little bit more of a priority here. But it does sense a little bit of like a clear message, right, when you ban the Shadow Demon first. Like an idea of what kind of draft you're going for.
I mean, the Tusk is definitely, but when you ban the Tusk and these other heroes, you do leave the Sand King open, so this is a hero, of course, that I think most teams are, kind of frothing at the mouth to get realistically, because, it can go mid, it can go off lane. Monkey King is I think it's a cool response to it. Obviously has a pretty decent, it can flex equally to the Sand King. It can go even position 4 if you think that you have a better solution. But, sometimes as teams like this, you kind of have to value, is this hero a little bit too strong in the meta? King is one of those, so Valkyrie let them have it. I'm sure that they knew that this was a possibility. But that's a scary possibility on that first pick there.
Radiant team pick.
Okay, interesting. Centaur being one of the final offlane bands here. Rubik. So, like, even back in TI, I think, like, okay, maybe not TI. I think, like, maybe, like, competitive games before the TI, right? I think we still saw a couple of, before the patch at least, we still saw a couple of the post-4 Rubik that has been one of the few, like, ideally go-to as well. The Arcane Supremacy allows you to have better cast range, also more damage as well. I think that's pretty fantastic. But in the TI itself, the only time we ever see most of the time we see Rubik's only when in a particular game, right? Like especially when it goes up against the Underlord in particular.
Yeah, definitely the best against Underlord, but has generally for most of its lifetime been quite good against Sand King. Just having that instant stun and a lot of damage on his spells makes it pretty decent. We have seen a few cases, maybe only once or twice at TI, but a couple Rubik mids, if you have the kind of player who likes to do that. Looks a little bit difficult this game because Castaway have picked up the Dark Willow and the Treant, so they're decent heroes like Monkey King. You have the armor and the root, so it definitely feels fine in terms of that. But just two really strong, solid support heroes. You don't see much from Valkyrie, so just get these nice heroes and have really strong lanes. That's mostly what these are going to be for. And Valkyrie, the Omni Knight going this late is a little bit surprising to me, considering how good this hero has looked in, at least especially pubs that I've watched, and getting to the second phase, especially after the Treant and the Dark Willow, pretty good for Valkyrie.
But this is something that we're somewhat going back to our previous discussion, right? It's just a matter of sure, like a particular hero is great, it's probably the best against this particular composition, but it always comes down to the question of whether the team members is comfortable or well equipped with the knowledge to actually utilize that hero in this kind of composition as well. So late or early, it's great to see him back here. But the Dark Willow on the Treons, I think there's a lot of pretty nice spells for Rubik to steal here. Massive ones, but of course it can be quite useless for like some of the members of Valkyrie potential lineup where you got to be walking into a lot of slows, right? Like the brambles an issue, the slow coming from the tree unprotected as well. He also has a BKB piercing ability with the overgrowth too. So there's like a lot of things that can be quite annoying to deal with, especially in the heat of the fight when you don't have a BKB or your BKB is currently on cooldown.
Yeah, thankfully you have the Omni Knight to kind of give you that artificial BKB. So I think Valkyrie feel okay with their lineup so far, and the Slardar is more than likely going to be their off lane. So still just deciding to keep this monkey open to see what it wants to go to. And Castaway, they don't have a ton of reserve time, so be quick on this 18 pick. Usually one of the most influential ones in the draft. What do they want to go for? So a Troll Warlord. So they go straight away into laning into the Slardar. They don't want to. They probably know that some heroes do really well into the Slardar and some of them struggle a lot. But the Troll Tree, it's a pretty scary lane, Leo.
I mean, you can think of it this way, right? Because like Slardar is like one of the best, like is the best hero to go against like other melee heroes as well. This, especially when they head-on matchup. Ursa still a little bit of a discussion here, but I think so far Slardar was able to take that top ranking among all the people here. But I do recall a time where we saw Slardar going mid. I mean, I'm not talking about during TI. I think before TI, Slardar going mid, but that was only particularly to go up against like the Ember Spirit in particular here. Yeah, the Ember Spirit never had a good lane
it's
against a
particular in the mid lane. You could consider it. I guess it would probably do okay into Sand King, but wouldn't be able to particularly shut it down. And
Dire team pick.
the Troll Warlord is definitely a good hero into kind of Slardar who wants to hit a bunch of times, and they go straight away, no fear. They pick the Queen of Pain, banning out the Puck and Viper. I think both these heroes are really strong in the mid lane. I've been playing a lot of Quap myself with the build. Very fun, but it can, similar to I was talking about the Lina earlier, they can struggle on its earth timings. Quap has to have a pretty decent lane and then get into these items really comfortably, or can definitely fall behind in damage. And now Valkyrie, are not likely, I would say, to put the Monkey King into the Quap. It's not as bad of a matchup as it used to be, because Queen of Pains these days don't really skill their daggers. Doesn't help them farm, so why would they? Valkyrie, looking at a mid lane, obviously we don't have the luxury of knowing what their mid laner is kind of favoring in this patch. Myself looking at it, I would say this is a pretty good game to bring out something like the Invoker. Has a lot of control, has a good lane into the Quap. Maybe something like the Storm Spirit, but of course, if you go for some of these kind of mobile spirit heroes, then you always run that risk of getting Blink Sand Kinged. It's not very fun. A lot of chain stun from Castaway.
Yep.
Dawnbreaker. That's exciting.
Okay. All right. So okay, cool. So, are we looking at the Rubik mid?
I would suspect, unless it's Slardar carry, but I would suspect probably actually putting the Slardar or the Monkey King mid. I imagine the Dawnbreaker wanted it in the off lane because I think it'll be good into the Troll with the Tree Protector. So a very interesting pick. We see very often, which is exciting.
Yeah, it definitely is. But I guess with the Dawnbreaker, you somewhat have this global presence, right? Because you got to be able to with the ultimate, you got to be able to assist anyone in the lane. The lane fight could just be quickly like swung into a 3v2 or worse at any point of the time. But the final pickup for the Queen of Pain for the side here is, I think it's actually a really nice one coming from Castaway, because like if you saw from their lineup, Troll will not be in that fight that early. Sure, you got some damage from the epicenter, but you won't. But there are ways for them to slow it down, especially if the Rubik's not being caught by the Burrow Strike. You can always lift and toss the Sand King back. so you're not going to be able to get that 100% epicenter damage at the time, depending, of course, like I said, depending on the situation. So the co-op Sonic Waves at least will come in, at least try to at least amplify some of those damage. At least I believe that is what they're trying to look for, right? You got a lot of control, you got a lot of CC, just need some damage to put on top of it. So I guess that's where the co-op comes in. He has also decent mid rotation times as well, so I think that will be nice in the lanes.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it. I love, I say whenever I cast a game with it, I love Queen of Pain and just watching it. I think she's a fun hero to play and to watch. And do a lot of interesting things that other mid laners can't. So we are here with Castawake versus Valkyrie, game 1 here for our first series of the day. And drafts are already pretty fun. Seeing a Dawnbreaker, which might have even gone unpicked at TI, so not everybody is gonna, kind of know what this hero wants to do. I think, if you're on the Stoic and you see this Dawnbreaker, maybe put some fear in you that this person knows you don't. It looks like it is actually mid Dawnbreaker even, so spicing it up, double.
Usually I'll try to keep an open mind when it comes to this, right? Because like there's just the same situation for us as the casters and the talents. We don't really have a lot of VODs, right? We don't have a lot of VODs or any intel on any of these teams or what's their play style and how they like to utilize the game there. So I usually keep an open mind, and doing this is actually just makes me feel more excited, right? Like you see something different, something you haven't seen for a long time. Might bring some nostalgia in, right? It's just like, oh wait, I haven't seen him for a long time. Where has he been? Kind of situation. But games currently been underway. The Dark Willow, okay, yeah. So the Dark Willow is gonna be the post 4 here. The Train is gonna be the post 5. I guess okay. It's a decent matchup. Melee with range to the bottom side. You got some decent setups for the burst right into the Sandstorm if necessary. And honestly, with the new passive coming, or at least a new active ability for Sandcave, the third skill, right? You can actually get like pretty decent farm. I remember I remember so many people when it was first introduced. There was like a lot of there was massive games of mid Sand Kings, and at level 3 or level 4, you can actually take jungle stacks like relatively well, insanely well actually.
Yeah, and that's still how it is. They actually took a really nice trade in lane in Night, so doing pretty well in terms of that lane at the moment. Trying to abuse Omni Knight before he starts getting all those levels and all those heals. I mean, I would say top lane probably won't be the easiest for the Slardar. Because, I mean, looking at it, of course, just the mischance from Troll Alert is usually enough to be a nuisance. In the bottom lane,
beautiful setup with the Brambles as well. Not sure they're going to be able to get the pickup on Spiritual Warfare, but he is going to, once again, force out more regions out of the Omni Knight, and that's not going to be pretty good for him.
I like this by JG going the Burrow Strike first, just to set up for the Brambles. Makes that early lane a lot stronger.
Some decent poke, especially since you're going up against the Monkey King. It's never the best idea to have 2 melee heroes against him as well. The proc that Jingle Mastery. So pretty nice. You got some pretty decent balanced lane. Decent setup, decent pokes as well. But I think we'll start seeing the little bit more pressure later on as more levels comes in, right? Especially for the Omni Knight. Yeah,
definitely Monkey King. They've changed him quite a few times, so now the Jingu isn't nearly as scary in the first few levels as it used to be. So once you start getting to level 3, level 4, this hero definitely gets a little bit scarier. So I like this by JG. Just take the Burrow Strike, take a bunch of regen from them to combo with the Burrow Strike, and feel good about your lane state from now. The top lane going pretty well for Chidori at the moment, and Wonder Boy, just from me clicking on him here, he is actually deciding to go for the Shadow Strike build, which, you face against a weird kind of mid hero in this Dawnbreaker, so go for a different build than you typically would. I don't hate this. Jarum in the top lane. Not going down, but incredibly low. Kishka in the bot lane as well, so both supports kind of dropping. That 200 HP threshold. Lotus Pool coming out.
He's going to be able to. It's going to have the first. I think topside should be able to get the Lotus pretty easily since they were able to I won't say I won't say bully them out of the lane. Just more like they just push in the lane, so they should be able to secure that Lotus without much resistance. Bottom side, I think, gonna be the one that could be a little bit more trickier, right? Jarim?
Yeah. Are there heroes in this game, Leo, that you particularly like watching? Because you know, I
Wait,
love the
sorry.
Squap and the Monkey King. I always think they're fun. Are there any heroes in this game that you're particularly partial to?
I'm actually interested to see where the. I'm actually I'm more interested to see what's happening to the top side, right? Like, I think mid is gonna be still gonna be the standard back and forth. Bottom is gonna be pretty much just spell pretty much be spell dependent to try to bully the Monkey King out of the lane. But I think top one is gonna be the one that'll be a little bit more contentious, right? Slada has been always fantastic against melee heroes. Troll but Troll also has his range.
I mean, it's trying to
good save with the Shadow Realm. Almost got him, no?
just barely.
Dire's courier has been
Yeah, it was closer than they wanted it to be. In the top lane, there's actually some fighting as well. Going on to Chidori.
Going back and forth. Yorisuke managed to get a one crushing Slithering Crush, but still not going to be enough. But with the Fade Bolt, though, level 2 is pretty much enough to nuke him out of the lane. Core for core, but I think Troll still had the benefit for that one since he was able to get the EXP off the Slaughter first.
Yeah, and the first blood there was pretty big because in the bot side, they actually were able to bring down the Omni Knight as well on JG. So decent start for both the side lanes on Castaway here.
Yeah, really, it was unfortunate as well, right? Because he did somewhat cap with the chase. He was a little bit out of sight from his safe lane partner. So, but I still the top side again. Decent, nice timing with the slow. Chidori has no worries when it's not in melee race. He still has the range. Not gonna be able to get the pick off on Yoroshika, but still get some decent harass. It's gonna be forcing. There's actually not much. There's absolutely no regen on Yoroshika as well. So, gotta be a little bit more aware. There's still the living armor and also leech. Sorry, not living armor. Leech seed on the side here for Castaway. So it's gonna be able to always keep Chidori up and well. Actually, pretty.
Yeah, and
Actually, correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, Rojo. Right? Is that Castaway from Neon? Like our Neon?
yeah, I mean, it
esports
looks.
Castaway?
I mean, his tag says Neon, so I believe it is him. I think they have another player who on Neon on the JG. If his tag isn't lying to us, so pretty experienced players in that case. Castaway definitely showing it in this top lane, doing quite well on the Stream Protector. So this lane is really only going to get harder for Yoroshika. I think especially, this is nice by Chidori. He kind of gets, dies in the lane, gets to go to base for free, in quotations, but ends up getting these phase boots, which is obviously incredible for Chidori against the Slardar. They're trying to punish Castaway here. Actually, rotation from Monza, so nice timer. If they can get Chidori too, this is massive.
This is trying to buy the time for Wonderboy. Wonderboy comes in with the Sonic Wave. Was able to push all the way back. jar him. Still get the Fade Bolt in here. That's a lot of damage and instantly reinforcement. This is no longer a 2v2. It's a classic 4v3 here. The Co-op has no choice. The Wonderboy has no choice to fall back. Can't make any miracles here in this round. Not in this kind of fight or situation. But Castaway did manage to spot out Spiritual Warfare. Get a couple of hits in here. Should be able to TP out since there's there's no stun on the tree unprotected, unfortunately.
Yeah, but Wonderboy actually stuck around. Yorishka is fast in the first few seconds of that Guardian sprint, so actually might get to safety. They are going to give up the chase. So yeah, I mean, 7 I'm already seeing a lot of action. V3 in the top lane.
is under attack.
Nice by Monza, I think, to recognize, we've seen a decent amount of Monkey King. It's a pretty high prio hero. They picked it second in the draft overall. And partially just because it is simple. You can take that so early in the game. Try to punish Chidori, who was having a nice lane. That Troll Warlord is win against 4 heroes, even with the likes of Wonderboy. So nice recognition by Valkyrie. Hitman runes coming up. Neither team actually prioritizing the runes too much. It's like one support each. To the jungle from Kishka. The Sand King, as we said, just a few points is enough to actually take those stacks.
I think they were just pretty much content with that big fight, right? Like they still open up the map. I think they wanted to keep things nice and dynamic and not static with the rotation coming in from Monza here as well. And I think it's also allowed to, right? It's Monkey King, right? With the tree jump, your cast like your repositioning range is just absolutely insane with the tree jump as well. But I think we see some a little bit of action to the top side here. Probably a couple of skirmishes. Yeah, just a small skirmishes. Just try to see if they can try to pull back the lane back to their control. Zanky so far not much contention to the bottom side, but we did see a little bit of rotation coming in from Monza once again. He's back to the top of the tier 1 tower. He's on the tree jump. No one spotted him just yet though.
Yeah, this could be nice if they can catch Chidori before he gets that 6. Monza's gonna overstay a little bit, see if he can get something. There's a suspicious tree moving around. Castaway is a little bit wiser than that. Anyway, and the Dawnbreaker actually goes down in the mid lane. Meanwhile, catch that one myself, but a kill onto this Dawnbreaker is going to be a pretty big deal. Struggling a lot in CS 10 minutes.
Yeah, the unintended, I guess the unintended lane pull actually did somewhat play in the favor for Castaway as well, right? Like there was just no creeps being pushed onto the tower when Monza came in as well. Wasted a good chunk of time where Monster probably could have been farming, and it's unfortunate that they lost Dawnbreaker as well. That probably also implicated things. But Kishka tried to pop in with the Brambles as well, gets instantly slowed and stunned down. But the Burst Strike could be able to trade the support for a core. That's the kind of trade you would like any time of the day. Probably not just one core. They might get 2 out of this at the same time here. Get a spiritual warfare. Here's some spiritual guidance here about your friend from Anata. I don't think so. And a double burst, right? Well positioned coming in from JG here. That's going to be a 3 heads for the price of 1 support. That's the best kind of market deal you want for sure, Robo.
Yeah, Dawnbreaker as well. So it is nice to have Dawnbreaker because you can turn these kind of 3v3s into 4v3. Comes in just a little bit too late, and that's basically just extra gold in the pocket of Wonder Boy, who's having a great mid lane so far. You take pressure off of Chidori in the top lane, who does have, might have to pop it, but actually the telekinesis timing was perfect. Not able to get the battle trance off as they're kind of walking up to try and save him in this top lane. So Chidori suffers a little bit. JG though, 5,000 net worth on the Sand King with some stacks left to his name. Stealing Brambles on Jarum is quite nice, but there's an invis quap here.
And beautiful Sonic Waves, and push him all the way back to one of the Brambles, but still not needed. Still will go down. Massive nukes here. And like, yeah, speaking of like, just continuing from what you were talking about regarding the Chidori popping into battle trance, right? I feel like that's a weakness that's also similar to the slot as well, right? Like you wouldn't want to try to pop it as early as much as possible. Like you just want to try to get as low as possible, then only try to maximize that kind of thing. If I'm not mistaken, I think this is just one of the few similar weaknesses this both hero has.
Yeah, and especially too with Troll, you know, it's sometimes if you pop it at the wrong time, you just end up falling and then dying anyway, just buying yourself a few seconds. So not an easy ability to use. Most Troll players will understand that themselves fully. But Chidori, he's not struggling too bad. Thankfully, Valkyrie was able to stabilize the top lane a little bit. Kills onto this Troll, stop him from snowballing too hard, but that does leave JG on the bot side, who just cleared Ancients, just cleared a hard camp, is now stacking another pair of Ancients on the right side. I mean, you gave away this hero on the first pick, understanding kind of what it can do, and at the moment it's looking pretty 11 on the Sand King Leo.
Yeah, it's pretty tough for them to try to challenge the Sand King either, right? With just the Omni Knight alone, like you don't really have a lot of disables. Maybe if you had the Rubik or the Slaughter, it could be a little bit of a different story. But I think as it is, like there's just no real way for them to just stop the Sand King from just farming the side camps or the ancient stacks. I mean, like and most of the monsters should be like,
He went for this kind of early Vanguard, which we don't see a lot. Obviously, the Crimson Guard is strong, but you know, it's not easy to walk into this hero. He does such damage, especially Earth striking onto Monster.
Oh no, he got cancelled. Still, massive auto missiles are coming in as well. Now it's going to be a 4v2. They are somewhat able to walk out of it, but they're just trying to buy the next amount of time. Beautiful two-man overgroup as well. Now the rest of the team is here. Wonder Boy jumped in the mix as well. They are trying to wait out the Wukong command here, and they will find some form of success. They did manage to pick up the support at least, but it will be a support for the support. Trying to find another opportunity to try to re-engage, but I don't think they just want to, right? They still know there is still the Sonic Wave. They got the hit count. They already got everything checked out. There's no epicenter. There is no more overgrowth. It's just a Sonic Waves here. So I think they just want to play a little bit more safe and just fall back.
Yeah, he does actually still have the epicenter, but it is a bit hard to use in these fights. Obviously, the channel time doesn't have the blink yet, but it's coming out on Courier. JG, I mean, he has pretty much no fear in this game at the moment. Walking into 3 heroes, going to clear the wave in front of their face. Well, insulting Monza. So we're seeing kind of a little difference in style in the carries here. Monza going for this Battle Fury to be the ultimate kind of farming hero, and Chidori actually just going into an early Maelstrom. So, you know, kind of valuing this early damage, going into an early Ags on Chidori obviously is quite good since it has the disc for himself. And actually in the bot side, Monza is going to fall to Kishka plus JG. That is the blink reveal. And feeling pretty dominant on the map Castaway at the moment.
Yeah. Especially since now the map seems to be a lot more smaller for the Radiant side, especially for the safe laner, losing that bottom tier 1 tower. Not a lot of players want to really try to go for, especially with the lack of vision control. Currently the Dire side has total control to the bottom side here. They have actually have all eyes, most of the areas here. Pretty much getting ready to cover them off. But that smoke has been set up for themselves here. See when they're going to be able to get much out of
both
this.
offlaners valuing early blink daggers here. Yorishka just got his off the Courier. So if they could find JG and punish him, that would be the best case scenario. But he's a little bit wiser than that. Dancing as well. Look away. A little bit too hard to catch. They're going to keep trying with Yorishka. He's quite fast himself, but... Oof.
Yeah, he's gone. A little bit of a long chase here, but they still managed to cut him down. It's about almost 1,000. He's worth almost about 1,000 plus gold here. Sadly, goes into the hand of Spiritual Warrior.
Definitely worth it, but just barely. Used so many resources. In the mid lane, Dawnbreaker is actually falling to Kishka and Wonder Boy. The Sonic Wave dropped there at the last minute. So, ooh. You know, you get that Sand King kill, which feels great, but...
Yeah, Castaway is not wasting any time or any opportunity at all, right? It's just very objective driven. You break the tier 1, you're pretty big confident that JG can actually try to get out of the situation with the blink and the burst, right? A lot of commitment, but speaking of commitment, top side. Dear friend Castaway pops the Yoga, try to lock in his slot as much as well, try to keep his hell nice and alive. Although the troll comes all the way to the back line, instantly melts away the Omni now, completely in the full disarray, and each member were trying to take on their own individual fight.
There as well with Wonder Boy, just in that last moment there. So, I mean, this team is fast. This Castaway team.
Oh,
this,
no. Here's the dagger.
I mean, Kishka on the Dark Willow is almost at the same net worth as the mid lane Dawnbreaker, which you hate to see.
Yeah. It's been tough, right? When you're trying
last
to find
engagement. Yeah, I mean, just a little bit slower on Valkyrie, and I like this to tell Castaway he's a master level buff, and mid lane really quick. Out from the Dawnbreaker. Spiritual Warfare his life. Looks like it will.
Oh. But Monza doesn't really have the Wukong command here. Still pretty much still on cooldown, but at least they want to try to get some pickoffs in their mixes. They cannot let some of this action go unpunished here. Unfortunately, they did lose the Omni now, but hey, you know, at this point of the game, especially when you're behind, any kill is still is a nice addition for them as well. Slowly bring this back.
Yeah, I think you can get. It's gonna be a slow game for Valkyrie here, or at least you're gonna try to slow down the game. Maybe pickoffs with the Dawnbreaker ulti if you can find them. Not very easy at the moment. You look at these supports on the side of Castaway. They have a Pavise and a Solar Crest. ready, so a lot of damage mitigation into that kind of heavy physical damage you want with that Slardar.
I'm just concerned once they start sieging high ground, right? Because they don't really have decent wave clear abilities, maybe except for the Fate Bolt and Boundless Strike. But most of the time, you don't see Monza in the lane. Oh no, smoke spray! They spotted him. They're trying to find him. Not gonna find him at all.
He was in the
Wrong
left
spot.
side there. Ooh,
Wrong
Kishka.
spot. Kishka did find him though.
Not quite.
Dire's top
So
tower is
close,
under
and yet
attack.
so far.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Still totally fine. They're still asserting their dominance, I guess, just trying to force him out of the jungle. This is actually going to further delay the case here for Monza here, which leaves the bottom tier 2 tower out for the sieging here. And even mid, well, they're really just juggling between the two here.
Dire's top tower is under
Yeah, and they have that luxury since they are so far ahead. And just meanwhile, in the top lane, they're just trying to get this first tower of the game. Well, I guess second tower, but bot lane 1 wasn't as useful for them, and tier 2 falls. So
scanning.
getting this top tier 1 at 19 minutes is usually not a very good sign. But getting anything is what you'll take at the moment. Monza is still, they're still trying to catch the slippery Monkey King,
Dire's
just
top
barely
tower
dodging
is
them.
under
Oh, you spoke a little bit too soon, my friend. He did pop the Wukong command a little bit defensively here. Hope for the fact that it keeps him alive a little bit longer here. They spot the ult. The ult gets cancelled out. Now they have a little bit more confidence to say the fact that, hey, you know, if you want to choose the siege, we can still try to go ahead with it. We're still pretty strong. We're still pretty solid as well. Roland is someone in a decent spot here. But they do have the vision control though. Coming from the Rainier side, they are seeing all of them right now. Ready for the engagement. JG just waiting for the opportunity to dive right in. The cast range for, you know, it's been a while since I saw the Dark Willow, so just seeing it back again just somewhat reminds me of just like the insane cast range coming in from the Brambles here. And this is like this is before he actually got the Ada as well. Oh, Boundless
Nice
Strike on
dodge
top of
from JG.
Monza.
Monza is
Down,
pretty much a
poison dagger.
goner because spiritual work. Oh yeah. And over you. Oh, this is not a good fight for them.
It is not at all. You lose your safe laner, everyone is just slowly falling down like flies, like dominoes in this case. Yeah, 3 people out of the picture as well, and the Glyph is also committed as well. So this tier 2s for the top, sorry, not top, for the bot, for the mid tier 2 towers at least in this case. Yeah, they can actually try to siege for it if they choose to go for it.
Yeah, and there's actually a Tormentor as well with the 21-minute Wisdom Rune. So this is probably the biggest thing you can lose on the map at the moment. No catch-up levels with that Wisdom Rune, and they're feeling confident, so they're going to hit this Tormentor. Won't take too much damage since there's 4 of them. They're a little bit lucky on Castaway that that kill they go for Monza. They know the Omni Knight didn't have a TP, so Spiritual Warfare not able to get a repel off on Monza and save him.
Radiant's top
There's a
tower
full
is
Lotus
under
Orb
attack.
on JG. Boy has a Yule Scepter. Just looking around at whatever he's going for. Eureka does have an Orchid actually on the Slardar, so that's something you can play towards, but not if you're on the receiving end of a gank.
Spotted. I mean, that's the beauty of nature guys in the hands of the Treant Protector, right? You're just going to be able to just be an actual walking vision. Just scout things out. Hopefully you don't get caught up by the sentry alone. I mean, that's pretty much what happened to us on mid-side, but thank God for groups of trees here. Good initiation on top of Spiritual Warfare. There's no way you're going to be able to walk out of that. Not in such a compact area around with brambles and slows, but that is no way you're going to get out of that. No way. It's impossible. Well, I mean, if you have BKB, it's a different story.
JG, Phoenix took on that. He thinks the Solar Crest are the only bit of damage mitigation he needs. Dawnbreaker just barely gets TP there, so you're a little bit exposed in the mid lane. As Chidori, are they able to punish it? Does not feel like it would. You know, you don't have the auras on JG on the Sand King, but you do have 2 Solar Crest on your supports, plus the living armor. It's not easy to get any of these kills. I think Valkyrie, again, you know, you take a smoke right now. They have Harpoon on the Dawnbreaker. Can you get something? It's a little bit awkward.
Good catch though. He did manage to pop. No, actually no, correction. He was not able to pop the battle trance just in time, so he will die. That's a very nice pickup as well. And most of the team is not really in currently position to try to re-engage this fight. So big kill, I guess in a way. slowly moving their way to try to get the
Yeah,
tier
I mean,
one.
any kill is a big kill for sure. And Mom's actually the beak though. That's at least a nice pickup for him. No Chidori
The
means
BKB
that probably won't be able to fight this.
Yeah, they're not gonna be out in time, but you know it's fine, right? You open up the map slightly a bit as well. The BKB is currently in the hands of Monza, so you're not gonna fall prey to things like the brambles or the burrow strike coming in, or the nature's grass. Do need to look out for. He does need to look out for the overgrowth coming from the Tree Protector. Though, see, it is BKB piercing as well. So we'll just see how well he's actually able to utilize those abilities.
Hopefully your second BKB will be insurance enough from that Omni Knight. Spiritual Warfare, it's I think something that Castaway has done a really nice job of is just recognizing how strong the supports are. Actually, he utilizes the shard on the Dawnbreaker here to is rooted up, so can't get to the high ground and will fall on the Dawnbreaker.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Not really much he can do with the saves as well. Maybe if the Rubik had a shard, could be some form of saving if he had it with the lift. Nah, he doesn't have it. Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been nice. And actually, Pavis goes that your Pavis as a support. It's already 25 minutes. You just want to get to your first item. Spiritual Warfare. Wonder Boy says no. Kills off 2 couriers, I believe.
Yeah, it gets pretty difficult, right? When one side gets a little bit too dominant as well. You got the whole map patrol, and don't even get me started in terms of mobility coming in from both the cop as well with the blink. Pretty much able to get to the really tight and close spaces as well. But we do see a smoke being set up though. But what is the intention?
Yeah, I think they want to clear this top side here. There was a ward, but
dewarding, yeah.
a little bit smarter than that is. Well, I mean, I say that this Roche just falls, or it dies on this. Is a little bit funny. Good timing by Castaway, so they're gonna pretty much dodge this whole smoke and get the Aegis. Valkyrie, they want to catch somebody maybe heading through the gate or something, but Castaway just, I mean, when you're ahead, Leo, you know, you can just kind of play as mostly 5 heroes.
Dire's top
Wonder
tower
Boy maybe
is
will go
under
push out a
attack.
mid-wave or so, but now that Monza's
Dire's
top,
structures are fortified.
pretty much in no danger. Push out these waves and start poking the high ground. As you said, Valkyrie, they don't have the best wave clear, so they're going to force out a really early glyph.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, I guess Fate Bolt somewhat helps balance strike if you're there, but I guess you want to see Monza, at least for this defense, unless they really plan to get down the facility, because if not, he just want to quickly try to get some farm back, right? Trying not to waste any more time. Don't think they can really do much in this situation. Castaway is pretty confident they have the Aegis as well, so they just try to siege as much as possible.
Yeah, doesn't have to worry about a lot. You're just hitting away at this melee barracks.
I am concerned because Yurishika doesn't really have the BKB yet as well, so he is going to fall prey to a lot of these slows, all the brambles as well. Gonna be a little bit annoying to deal with. No shard on
Yeah,
Kishka
second
yet.
glyph and
Are scanning.
yeah, just actually went for the Vlad, so just kind of all-inning this early push that they have. You're 13,000 gold up. Might just work.
Radiant's bottom barracks is falling.
Oh, do we see a catch? Oh no,
Trying
attempted
to catch Monza.
Yeah.
A little bit of a Venn
That's fine,
diagram to sandstorms. around.
The brambles, right? We just need a third one, another third AoE. Maybe the Wukong command can try to play a part in this.
Yeah,
No,
you even have the
with the bottom.
epicenter and the overgrowth throw on top, but
Oh man, that's
just push out lanes is what
that-
a Castaway says.
And let's just see how many circles do we have here? We have the Wukong command, we have the Guardian we have the ultimate coming from the Dawnbreakers, the Brambles, the
Dire
Epicenters,
are
and
scanning.
Sandstorms. No, Sandstorm and Epicenter is pretty much the same thing. So. 5? Oh, wait, hold that thought for a second there. So, a couple of contestants here, a couple of, skirmishes, not real any big pickup, but a beautiful collision coming in from the ultimate, coming in from the Dawnbreaker as well. But then again, he gets caught off into a 2-man Sonic Wave, completely melted out the competition. There goes the damage, Delicious. All that's left is just all the supports. Off lane is also gone. Rubik is the last one standing, but he gets used up for the setup here. It's slow, but the poison daggers here. And instantly the GG is the call. The damage is significant and it has been done. Castaway takes the first game of our best of 3 series in such a dominant manner. And I guess you could say Rojo is they are completely awake for this tournament.
Yeah, no sleeping in that game. I mean, it was. I feel like it was past 5 minutes. It was TP after kill after. Few nice attempts. I think Monza in the early game with that nice rotation, but ended up just too long, unfortunately. And then, I mean, just so much net worth on this co-op. Unfortunately, we did not see the Dawnbreaker have the game that we wish it would have. So, have an incredible game. Never slow down the pace. Whew.
I mean, I guess it's mainly because we just didn't see as much aggression from those lanes itself. I think they tried to do it, but the aggression kept piping up from Castaway was a little bit more significant, right? Like there were times where we see their post 5 Omni Knight, right? Try to attempt with the third ability to try to poke out the Dark Willow, but it's also like what you pointed out as well. The early pickup of the Burrow Strike to join in the fray to help set up with the Bramble to try to get more right-click damage and to try to force them back. I think their aggression just somewhat overwhelmed them a little bit, and I think they started having it was somewhat like their turn to have their backs against the walls here, so the Dawnbreaker just couldn't find an opportunity to try to fly in because none of them wasn't really confident enough to actually try to get the pick off, or there's also might be just a lacking of disable as well. Like in the other lanes, like sure there's slows. Dawnbreaker has to be there to land the hammers, but those can be easily cancelled out by stuns, so the Sand King is going to be tough. The top lane, too much sustain, lead seed, and living armor. That's a lot to deal with. Yeah, not a lot of options.
Yeah, I mean, Castaway are definitely. Looks like just from that game that they're going to be a pretty big contender heading into these games. But hopefully Valkyrie can get as we said, get a feel in that game too of kind of what Castaway want to do. I would definitely. Myself opt to get rid of the Sand King. I think JG just had an incredible game throughout. Nice early Burrow Strike pickup, as we kind of talked about, and throughout the whole game, it's just Blink Burrow Strike after Blink Burrow Strike. Itemization was nice, and when you kind of have that consistent tempo, you can end these games before 30 minutes. Yeah,
I mean, this is just one of those moments where like something like what Liquid said during the grand finals. Like thanks for letting me have the Sand King. Those kind of comments are goes, But
yeah, it's a scary hero.
Yeah, it is a scary hero. Rojo, but then again, also at the same time, I guess this is also one of the few problems that not just like teams from like tournaments like this face. It's also happening in pro teams as well, where there's just not enough bans, right? Like there's just so many heroes you would have liked to remove or ban, but you just can't because you just don't have enough.
Yeah, I think Valkyrie's bans were good. I can't argue them, but man, you let JG have this Sand King and he just kind of runs away with it. Due to that, Quap ended up quite well in their game. He didn't even die once on this Queen of Pain mid. So I mean, you've got a lot to watch out for on this Castaway team.
I'm not sure about you, but I mean, don't get me wrong. As cool and as nice as it sounds to see the Omni Knight again, right? But I wasn't too on board with the Omni Knight or the Dawnbreaker last pick as well. I felt like there were like really other better hero option that you can actually try to utilize. There was somewhat still in the pool that wasn't banned here for themselves to utilize. But like I said, I guess it just comes to those situations where the players will pick in what they're more comfortable with or what they're more confident in when you come to this kind of tournament. Especially when you have no idea like what's your opponent's ability is like, right? Like you just go with what you're comfortable, what you're strongest. At least that way you don't have to be too worried about it. But at least now they know. Game 2 is of course the nail biter here. It's the one that makes or breaks it here. If they don't succeed, that's just pretty much for their run here.
Yeah, of course.
And Castle will be moving forward up to the semifinals.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, so I mean, Castaway. I mean, there is a lot to ban, as you said, and unfortunately, I would have to agree that the Dawnbreaker is not. We would have loved to see But you know, this is how this patch can go. You just have a little bit of a tough early game, miss one or two moves, have a tough lane, and suddenly everything spirals out of control, and JG's blinks or blue strike everywhere, all over the map. So I'm sure Valkyrie can. Yeah, I'm sure that in the second game they have some idea of what went wrong. I'm sure they're talking about it at this moment.
You know, maybe this could be just one of those scenarios, right? Because there was one game I was casting during the Samsung Odyssey Cup for the Campus League, right, Roho? Where this one team, I was it Indonesia? I forgot which region was it from. But what they did was it felt like they were underperforming in the first game, but at the second and third game, my God, the reverse sweep was insane. Like you would like somewhat doubt like who like where was the team from game one? Who are you? You know, what have you done to that team? You know, but like I said, you know, at that game, in that tournament I was casting with the tournament, it was just more like a one-time thing. But I am still, you know, giving the benefit of the doubt here because, you know, it's just one game. It is a best of 3 series here. So anything can really go down. But of course, our MVP for our game 1 is going to be JG with the Sand King here. And man, let's be honest, man, it's you get to that point where you just really can't kill the Sand King anymore. Like, I'm not just talking about like its escape abilities or escape potential, just more the fact that like he gets certain items. Like yeah, he hasn't got the Shiva's guard yet, but just like even mid Sand Kings, right? You get the Bloodstone, Shiva, Scepter. You pretty much are just unkillable. Just can't really die that easily, at least on normal circumstances.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like he's very solid. But we do have to thank our sponsor. I think specifically the Odyssey Samsung OLED G8, don't we?
Yeah, man. Like I mentioned before, so the Samsung Odyssey OLED G8 was one of the few newly released models for Samsung side for their gaming monitors line here. The G8 in particular, like I said, is a 32-inch with a whopping 240 Hz. Its response time is 0.03 ms. Milliseconds, if you guys are not sure what MS stands for. It's milliseconds. It's very fast, that response time. And like what Roho also mentioned as well, the importance for a gamer like himself to have such a powerful monitor at your fingertips too. And you know, let's be honest, when you got a powerful engine like a desktop, right, you definitely want at least something to output the same kind of specs here. So the Samsung Odyssey OLED G8, if you guys want a beautiful 32-inch with that kind of firepower, that's probably just the one for you here. And I think we had a lot of discount popped out in this past few times as well. Hopefully you guys can use that in your respective region to get yourself the G8 here.
Yeah, it will definitely fit with any gamer style. I mean, a lot of monitor, but it is still slim. I mean,
oh, yeah,
definitely don't miss out on it.
You know, slim, anti-glare. It's basically the ultimate screen for any gamers here, provided by Samsung. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you guys an opportunity to try to look it up because we're going to be throwing this to a quick short break. But don't go away for too long. The conclusion for our first series of today between Valkyries and Castaway will be coming to you guys right after this.
What you gonna do? 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 What you gonna do?
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Samsung Odyssey Cup for the Dota 2 Championship. I'll let us know you only join me once again is the most informative, the immortal king, Shane B here, also known as Rojo here. Rojo, you have been giving us so much great insights on that last game here. So we need a little bit more here because that's just game one here. What is there to come for game number 2 between both Castaway and Valkyries?
I mean, Castaway, I feel like you feel pretty comfortable with that first game, so Valkyrie's going to kind of be on the back foot here and, kind of evaluate your first phase bans. Do you want to let them have the Sand King again, which JG looked so good on? Do you still think that the Monkey King is a great response? Did you just do something else wrong in the game? Do you want to stick to your guns with this Dawnbreaker? So a lot of things I'm sure they're discussing. Well, Castaway are probably, sipping away on some tropical drink, feeling pretty good about game one.
Tropical drink, I believe that drink they're going to be sipping on is that new Red Bull drink. Whether is it going to be the pomelo or the apple and muscat grape flavor here? But speaking of, before we talk about those flavors, do check out this opportunity of this discount code currently below. Wait, hold on, I need to do it. Yeah, you guys got to check these guys out here. And in on their specific region as well, because you notice in the first part of the code is actually symbolizing each of those regions here. So you're from that region, you can actually utilize that code and try to get some discount. 25% according to Rojo. I would trust this man's word and my wife and kids with my life here. So totally fine with it. So do take that chance, man. The Samsung, like I said, Samsung's released beautiful new models this year. They're both the Odyssey OLED G and G6. We talked about the G8 before we went to the break here. The G6 we can stress it on later on, but I can tell you this as a teaser. It's a 27-inch. But it's a whopping 360 horsepower. That's a lot. And that's something you can actually try to
Yeah.
think about before we actually get into this second game here. And speaking of second games here, I'm not talking about our series second game. I'm talking about like our next game of discussion, which is which drink flavor is better, the pomelo or the apple and muscat grape flavor for the Red Bull side? Because let's be honest, it's new, it's definitely different, it's definitely fresh. I've always liked apple juice, I always like apple flavor. So seeing apple paired with muscat grape flavor, that could be my next best thing, you know, my best favorite combo this year. I won't know until I tried it out, but it's still something definitely very nice here.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I mean, anything apple flavored, I'm usually a big fan of, and especially this is
Be
the
down for it, yeah.
this is their sparkling with 0 sugar. So, I mean, even relatively healthier than you might get in a regular Red Bull with a flavor like that. Seems like a win-win to me.
0 sugar. I don't have to worry about being diabetic. I can still taste sweet drinks. Yeah, it's a terrible thing. Like imagine your doctor telling you like, hey man, like diabetes is gonna get you in 2 years. That's most likely news.
Yeah, always something to be careful about. Hopefully not. If there's to be another Samsung Odyssey Cup, then hopefully not. This is you said this is the second one this year, correct?
Yeah, second one this year. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, second one that I'm casting this year. Could have been another one. I could have been mistaken, but still, plenty of
2
opportunities.
in a year is still quite a bit. So thank you to Samsung Odyssey and their, of course, new line of monitors. And thanks for having me here, Leo. I'm excited to see what these two teams in the second game, what they've changed up from this first game.
Yeah, I am honored. We are all honored to have you here on board, Rojo, this time. But then again, like you mentioned, game number 2 here. You did talk about whether they let the Sand King go. I'm actually more interested to see is what they're going to replace the Sand King with if they actually ban the Sand King. Because like I said, there's not a lot of bans. And usually you can only ban so much heroes in the first set of bans here. At least the priority bans here. So usually for me, okay, let's just say I'm talking on the basis if we haven't seen game 1, right? Usually when I see a team locked in like macro heroes like the Lone Druid, the Chen, or the Enchantress, I'm pretty confident to say that the fact that you don't normally locked in like priority macro heroes like those or like the Visage unless you know what you're really doing, right? Or at least confident in doing it. So usually when I see those kind of picks first, I'm just like, yeah, this game is gonna be a very tough one. Especially since now I got to notice that there's also pro teams or at least pro players in this tournament. I'm already gonna call it out. I'm like, yeah, that is definitely a pro team. Like, no normal player, like it's very rare, but no normal player or amateur player would usually pick such a high macro based hero. It's not that easy to play. It really isn't. I know the pro, I know in TI, I know in every competitive or any majors that you guys watch, they make it look so easy. And I thought like, okay, maybe I can do it. Maybe I could play people. Maybe I could play Chen. But no, I don't like it. I suffered, Rojo.
It's definitely not. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people suffer. Even even a lot of really high immortal players struggle sometimes against these or with these. But I mean, when you've got scrims a day practicing the Enchantress over and over again, like we saw White Mon with, you're gonna seem very comfortable, but it is an easy strategy to pull off in these kind of games. So, we didn't actually even see. I feel like I think we saw the Enchantress gone, but other than that, I don't remember Nature's Prophet being banned, Visage, Chen, any of these. I'm not even the Lord, so. Some very strong heroes still left in the pool that have yet to be explored by both sides.
Yeah, which is why I think it's also pretty, like, especially for when you go up for a pro team going up against the... Oh. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, so of course we had this tiny pause. It's not a planned one, but we had a tiny pause because we were very shocked to hear the news from our communication side. So the fact that Valkyries has conceded the second game. So in other words, Castaway will be our first team going to the semifinals. I'm not sure whether the other series that's happening behind the scenes or concurrently has ended, but from our broadcast, at least from our knowledge as well, from Rojo and my own, I believe Castaway is our first semi-finalist for the Southeast Asia Finals.
Yeah, I mean, in the one game, it felt pretty deserved. So, congrats to Castaway. Unfortunate for Valkyrie that they will be conceding here. So it you know, a 2-0 in spirit. First game was tough enough. Hopefully Valkyries is okay, and unfortunate to see them go, but Castaway, I mean, I think we're going to have fun watching them in any of these future games that they have.
Yeah, and also at the same time, it's great to see them trying to showcase their skills as well. Their opponents is definitely one of the few giants in the scene as well. But viewers, please give a round of applause to both the same Castaway for making it to the semifinals, and of course Valkyries who participated in this tournament. And the open qualifier was probably a very grueling one as well. So the fact that they managed to get to these C finals, I think is also something that need to be applauded for here. And don't get me wrong, sometimes it's unfortunate to see a team concede, but I feel at times where it sometimes takes really braveness to admit that, or at least consider the fact that we just can't win this round. So still, Valkyries, I hope to see you guys in the next Odyssey Cup if we have another one towards the end here. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, while we're on this subject, let's quickly go through, since we talked about the G8, now let's quickly talk about the G6 here. Roho, what do we know about the G6 here?
I was saying it earlier, I mean, it's got all the same wonderful stuff that the G8 has in terms of bright highlights and stunning colors, but this one actually has a 360 hertz refresh rate, so 120 faster than we were looking at with the G8. It is a little bit smaller at 27 inches, but that makes it fit for a lot of people's style even more. So, I mean, if you want to get a hold of one of these, which you definitely would if you want to level up your gaming experience, then we've been showing codes throughout with the Odyssey Cup and your regional code. And I mean, Leo and I, we wish we could take advantage of those, the 25% off. I mean, on either of these monitors, but the G6 especially, I think, is what I would personally go for.
I totally agree. I would also opt for the G6, not because of the firepower that outputs with the refresh rate here, but it's just more for the size here, because I don't have a lot of space, if you notice, right? So the 27 inches just the right size for me compared to the 32 from the G8 here. But at the same time, while it does not make up for size, it's like you said, it make up for a massive power refresh rate of 360 hertz. That's almost like 140 hertz difference from the G8 here, which was a 240 hertz here. So still pretty great stuff. Still the same response time, 0.03 ms. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, we're going to be taking a quick short one here, but don't go away for too long, because we still have a lot more great games coming to you guys, and we still need to crown our top 3 teams going to the playoffs. Until then, see you all later.
feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. To me, I'm feeling high when I'm low, 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 low. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me.
What you gonna do? 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 What you gonna do?
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so yo. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. Try to send this box to be a so big fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so yo. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. Try to send this box to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so yo. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. Try to send this box to be a so big fun. coming up hot for a minute.
All right. Well, hello, everybody. I am joined here by the wonderful Yellow. Leo, how are you feeling after our unfortunate first series?
I mean, yeah, it's like, is everything I could have possibly asked for, or maybe something I someone just kept an open mind about it as well. So it would have gone either way for me. But probably what I didn't expect is the fact that Valkyrie is actually considered for the second game, you know. But hey, you know, Valkyries, can't wait to see you in the back of Odyssey Cup as well. Your opponents were giants in the scene as well. It definitely was not a simple game to go through here. However, with that being said, let's quickly move on and prepare for our second series. But before that, I want everyone to take an opportunity to quickly pause, screenshot, do whatever you guys gotta do for the discount codes. This doesn't happen often, like it won't pop up often, you know, so this is the one time. You probably get another moment later on, but at this current time, if you can do it, take the screenshot, take the picture, write it all down, because you guys gotta need this discount code. If you guys are thinking of buying some of Samsung's latest models released for 2024, them being the Samsung Odyssey OLED G8 and G6 here. We talked about, Rojo and I, we talked about it. Probably we'll talk about it a little bit more as the game goes for those who just joined in. And especially for those who just joined into the stream, we welcome you guys to the Samsung Odyssey Cup here, Dota 2 Championships here. We're currently in our second series here before we go to our last series of the day. But first things first, let's check things out, what's happening on the agenda here. And speaking of which, the next thing on the board here is going to be the Steam wallet code. It's 5436 here. Not sure what you get out of this, but it must be something great. It has to be.
I believe it's, yeah, you just got to go to odyssey.gg and it'll be, I believe that was 15 USD in the Steam wallet if you entered that giveaway. So a chance at that.
Woo!
So keep note of these codes as they come. You know, we've got the discount, and then these are lots of things for the viewers to get here if you're paying attention.
There's so much stuff, man. Like, and this is totally different from the last Odyssey Cup as well when I was casting it. So we're getting better. Samsung is doing much more for not just for the talents, and be giving them the opportunity, and hopefully maybe some of the pro teams that's currently playing, some of the managers that's managing them, may actually take a keen eye and look at some of these young talents of these teams and probably recruit them for their boards and rosters as well. That'd be pretty great. But also at the same time, Samsung also want to give something a little bit for the viewers as well, with this discounts, the Steam wallet codes. I never got that in the last one. So there's something great. So thank you so much to Samsung, and of course the new partnership with Red Bull here. But of course, let's quickly get down to business, Rojo. This is going to be our updated schedule for today. We had our first series, which is Castaway versus Valkyries here, and they took the game 2-0. The next one moving forward is going to be the Hung Hung and Friends versus Karsten's Esports here. Now that's going to be something that's going to be fun. Another team with an icon with a logo versus a team with no logos.
Yeah, and I mean, I have to imagine Hung Hung and Friends. I believe that they must be the Vietnamese team, correct? If their flag on there is anything to say about it. So they actually do have a logo, I believe, in game, at least from what I'm seeing. So maybe that'll give them better chances than Valkyrie, just having a nice logo. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see this. Of course, about this game one is always about figuring things out, and heading into the draft here, we're gonna see what each team values. It's the last game that we're watching, and we already have the first two picks on the board.
This is very nice for sure. You bring it in. So we've been suddenly seeing the rise of the Tusker supports, right? And I like to usually, this is what I usually have to say to some of my other casters. I say that Tusker is actually very well equipped for most scenarios. You have two types of save. You have initiating ability. You also have a BKB piercing ability. So pretty much he covers a lot of different kind of scenarios.
5 seconds remaining.
And the lane is called acting, always great for the
Yeah, I mean, Tusk kind of fits any scenario. You can, I mean, I'm sure some people are even out there to play him in different roles like the mid and the on, you know, but most teams just take the support. I think the Drinking Buddies spell, we've seen it a lot at TI and a lot in these recent tournaments, so definitely a hero to be feared, even a save against the X mark from the Kunkka. But you know, two picks, they're just, there's these strength heroes with stuns, you know, can't go wrong.
Yep.
It always feels nice to kind of have that rock in the team and just.
Yeah, but the Kunkka side, right? Like, I think he's also pretty like annoying to deal with in the lane, right? Like he has with the Tidebringer, you got a decent amount of harass, you got good setups. The Axe mark is always fantastic for catching, especially once you're sure level 1 Axe is not really that amazing. It's really, the caster is really quite small. But once you get to that level 4, it starts being a real menace for you, for the opponent's size. And you can also help your team to resets, right? You ask my team, he TPs back to base just to reset, you can call him back. But the bolt is the one, I think that's what everyone really likes to go for, right? Like, just a very massive team fire ability, helps you sustain a lot of fire. The damage reduction is actually insane here, coming from the bolt.
Dire team pick.
Yeah, the damage reduction is what feels probably the nicest about Kunkka at the moment. We're talking about how important auras are, and I mean, as we said, this is different teams, so they're going to pitch up the priority of heroes that they ban and that they pick. Mirana was gone in the first phase of this last game, so was the Tusk. So,
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, I'm a big fan of this Mirana here. I think paired with the Marcy, you've got a lot of decent flex potential here. It's hard to tell where any of the lanes are going, so very solid start for Hung Hung. I do like Karsten if this is to be the off-lane Kunkka. If you suspect that that's where they're going to play, which most people typically do. This Dragon Knight just has a ton of armor, so not typically as worried about it in the save from Tusk. And now you pick up a nice 5 to pair with presumably the Dragon Knight carry, where we see it most often. Some people like to take it mid. Has a decent game here. The armor is very relevant. Jakiro, we kind of started to see him fall off a little bit in priority,
10 seconds remaining.
but still just super high damage, good in lane.
5
lots of
seconds
HP.
remaining.
Yeah, the liquid fire is also pretty great for harass and also great against the towers as well, right? Like the Marcy and Mirana. I mean, we have seen safe lane Miranas as well, but at the same time, most of the time we see teams who are more like reverting the Mirana back to the more of the casual post 4. It's been pretty flex. I think that's pretty much how the state of Dota 2 is currently like, right? We have a lot here that's been pretty flex. They can go to most lanes. Some a little bit more definite than others, like Jakiro, for example. That's clearly a post 5, unless otherwise. The mask coming in is actually a pretty interesting pick, but we are slowly going towards the last picks here, so not really much options for them to high. Mars has been traditionally really great at catching. The Arena of Blood is of course really fantastic for isolating any particular heroes. Mirana will still be able to leap out of it, but I don't think the same can be said for the Marcy or the rest of the squad that might potentially come into the side here for Hong Hong and friends. But this will be the final pick for the first set of pick phase for the Hong Hong and friends, at least.
Yeah, and you gotta wonder what they're looking for. I mean, maybe you try and keep this flex alive with the Kunkka potentially shifting to mid. It doesn't seem like it'll have the best time top lane, but
Yeah.
personally, if I was Hung Hung and friends here, I'm looking for a kind of good mid hero, and Storm Spirit was one of the ones that was on my mind.
Radiant team
You don't have a lot of instant disables on Karsten. You have to be pretty coordinated to launch Spirit. The magic damage will be really nice. So definitely a fan of this. The Solar Flare, of course, so good catch. I like this from Hung Hung and friends.
No, I agree with you, because like there's really not a lot of mid hero that can somewhat answer with their kind of requirements for the side of a Hong Kong and friends, and you pretty much have already like an 80% view on what's your potential heroes you're going to be going up against as well with the lacking of disables. Sure, you got that stun from Dragon Tail, but it's not really like a okay, sure, if you're in melee form, it's somewhat of an instant stun, but if you're ranged, there's still that little bit of a projectile speed. Snowball, there's still traveling time. Ice Path as well. Take over Spear, so not very easy to catch the Storm. And most likely, they also somewhat predicted the fact that the Storm was going to be banned out in the last few matches as well.
Dire team
Also, good ban on the Husker. Husker has been pretty great against the Spirit Hero so far.
Ooh, they were fast on that on Hung Hung and friends. I was wondering almost if they were going to go for something like an Io to pair with the Marcy. We've seen that pairing be quite strong before, but they actually go for Tinker, so very seeing Marcy or Mirana safe lane here.
10 seconds
The Tinker
remaining.
support. I do like it because when I was, from my perspective, when I was looking at the Karsten draft right now, it feels like they do, if they don't come out of lanes really well, they're going to lack damage. And Tinker is one of the best heroes to abuse that because you got so much healing from the bots and then the shield. So Karsten are probably looking themselves for a big ticket mid lane here that does a lot of damage. You ban the Huskar and the Ember, even the Invoker in this earlier phase from Hung Hung, so it's up to your preference. It also has to lane into the Spirit, so it's not a ton of heroes that fit that bill. I would personally be looking at, I mean, I like playing Earth Spirit mid, and eventually it has a lot of damage, but in the early game it can struggle a bit.
Yeah. I mean, there's also a little bit too much physical damage already coming out for the side of Karsten, and against the Tinker, once he gets that scepter out, the laser is going to be a little bit of a nuisance for a lot of these physical hitters. So maybe that mid you would want a little bit of that nice magic nukes or burst damage, at least in this case here.
Visage, very interesting. I mean, this can do a lot of damage. I'm curious to see what lane they want to throw it in. Could be the mid Mars, mid Visage, probably more than likely a mid Mars from what we've seen. Visage likes having a second hero in the lane just to absorb that damage.
Okay, so this is how
wow,
I'm
this
looking at it,
Hong
right?
Kong and Friend, this is a pretty endowed stack here for
It is.
what we're looking at. It looks
I
like they
think-
have I think that's Jackie.
Yeah,
on
I think
Rana.
they have their own. They have their own like composition plan, right? Like it's, and like it seems to me like Hong Kong and Friends really are ready to take any of the fights at any point of the game. But it feels also the same like Karsten Esports. Like if things doesn't go as well as they hope for in the lane, it always just goes back to the more objective gaming. Because you have pretty decent like tower hitters or at least tower damage dealers, like from the Dragon, the Liquefier, and including the Visage as well. You hit towers pretty well. You got decent saves from the Tusker. Ice Path, of course, the long range is of course always fantastic in any of the fight or any time. I still think it's like one of the best few long distance stun cast skills that we have in the game.
Mhm. Yeah, it's I'm excited to hop into this first Skin Friends versus Karsten Esports. Brought to you by, of course, Samsung Odyssey, their kind of monitors, and Red Bull, which we, of course, appreciate for sponsoring the second tournament that you've been to, Lily. So I'm sure you're excited to be back. I'm excited to join you. And
I am honored
I like,
to have you.
I like this Karsten. But again, I'm still kind of worried about. I think you've got to get your Dragonite and your Visage off to a very strong start, or you're going to run out of damage really quickly into Zephyr's Tinker here, and that's probably the biggest worry, especially too with that rum buff that we were talking about when we saw that first pick. And I believe this is it's a safe lane Mirana, is what they're going for.
Yep.
So no safe lane Marcy. Nothing crazy. Raven, a bit of a precarious spot.
Sadly, not everyone was well positioned for that ice shard. It was a good ice shard though, but sadly not in range of the spear, nor was it there for anyone else to go to set up for the slows on the Kunkka. Well, it's fine. It's not about the
30
gang. Remember that.
seconds
It's
to
not
go.
about the gang. It's about sending the message.
Always sending a message. You gotta strike the fear early.
Yeah.
But Raven,
But then
not
again-
too scared. Didn't even break a tango or anything. Just walks off casually.
Yeah. Well, okay. So that means from your earlier statement, then, Rojo, is it safe for me to assume that you feel this is a Karsten's game?
I'm a little bit siding on Hung Hung and Friends just because I think Karsten have to play very precise to have enough damage to get through this Tinker Kunkka. But
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm Karsten, the way that I'm looking to take this one is, I was talking earlier. We were talking about how strong we think Lena's safe lane is, how it can struggle kind of early. Well, Mirana's in very much the same boat. Obviously, it's an extremely contested hero, very, very strong in general, but struggles a little bit in that early laning phase and kind of getting to its first few items. So if you can abuse that, maybe you can get some kind of advantage. Of course, Tusk, one of the best heroes to do it, taking almost 500 HP off of Lloyd, actually going to get a kill if they can get vision here. So, wow. I mean, an extra little 105, I believe, gold from the Visage Facet, plus the First Blood. So if you can't abuse the Mirana, I guess abuse the Marcy. Unfortunate death there for Lloyd to start the game off.
Definitely First Blood is definitely a little bit of a nice opening for Karsten, but other than that, besides the other lanes, I feel like the mid is, it's still pretty early. It's a level 1 Mars, and Mars damage is not really the kind of heavy burst kind of thing. He's more of those kind of heroes where he just eventually will you down and makes you runs out of regen here to really try to pick up for the next set of combos abilities. Not a lot of walls for him to really stun to, no trees either way, so especially since with the Storm Spirit he's ranged, so he's gonna be able to poke out Leon from the competitions here. But he is eventually gonna be running out of mana.
Yeah, but gonna do a lot of damage in the process. And Baby feeling a little bit under pressure trying to get these last hits, but sitting at 70 HP with no regen left. Storm Spirit is, of course, if you can get, especially past that first wave, but usually even in the first wave, just a very solid mid laner. Most people, Hung Hung is Grandmaster tier on it, so obviously very comfortable with it. It's very first few levels. So expecting it to do quite well into the Mars. Gonna have to pick up this water rune even before he gets the bottle on the Mars, so losing a little bit of value there compared to Hung Hung. Nice and easy start for the mid lane here. Of course, this Visage is taking off a little bit. 13 and 3 CS in the top lane with that first kill.
I mean, I guess it's somewhat to be expected, right? You got a decent way to nuke out to at least to safely secure last hits as well. A decent amount of pokes. I mean, until you get your familiars, then it's definitely gonna be a lot more easier as well. Pairing wise, lane pairing wise is also really well paired up with the Tasca as well. So you really got this nice synergy between range and melee. And the Tasca is really good at allows to help set up for the Visage. A tag team is always fantastic. Sure, the Marcy combo with the Mirana with the sidekick, the sidekick with the bonus damage and lifesteal is always fantastic. It allows some form of sustain. It's not gonna be really easy to pick up the Mirana, right? Once she gets the leap too.
Yeah, but I mean, dealing just enough here is sometimes pretty good. Yeah, I mean, here with Visage has kind of been the classic pairing for quite a while now. Just soak up that damage to get more soul assumption. I actually think so far what Carsons are probably the most upset about is this bottom lane is not, I think, going as well as it could. He's sitting about half HP, and they let Zephyr get a few nice pulls on this hard camp. So the lane for Raven as well, Hung Hung and friends having I think a very consistent, nice and easy slow start. Lloyd doing some nice maneuvers in the top lane.
Actually, yeah, it is gonna be pretty slow, right? Like, yeah, it's gonna be a pretty slow lane, isn't it? Like for most of the time, I think mid is so far the only one that's gonna be having a bit more action compared to the other one, except for the first blood. I think first blood we weren't having the view on the first blood just now from the campsite, but I think it was maybe a little bit of overextension there, could be, for them to get picked off, because like we're talking about two durable strike heroes, right?
Yeah, Lloyd sharded and then hit a few times with the soul assumption, which is unfortunate. But that's how Visage lanes go. Even texting to use that early net worth on Visage to get a null talisman, a bracer, building into early drums for this Visage. So both lanes, both off lanes having a pretty good time. Go ahead.
But I am slightly concerned because eventually, right, like if Carson's esports team members are still able to sustain long enough into the fight, I think you can actually get some really big damage from soul assumption. Oh, good, beautiful X marks into the ring, but pops the TP, but I don't think it's enough. He will fall. It's gonna be a core as well, so that's gonna be pretty nice to have.
I mean, especially using the TP there feels really tough, because now you don't have it to get back to lane. This Dragon Knight not having the time of his life. That's rather unfortunate. So MYN is just going to go ahead and soak up the here. Hopefully not die, but this also means, meanwhile, Zephyr, he's been hard into this triangle. He's already sacked the hard camp 3 times, going to do it a 4th as he walks onto the rune. Level 7 on for this 6. Not on the bottom side. It's like the young baby. It's just gonna go down.
Yeah. Good rotation coming from the Tinker. But I think he's pretty safe for the bottom side, right? Because this is still Raven or rivalry here with the level 5 Kunkka. Should still be able to walk off the damage. Speaking of which,
not too worried about
rotation
anything. And no, he's looking, but she was a ward that spotted him. So he's just going to go ahead and hit these camps. I actually went for a very farm-heavy build on Hung Hung. He has the arcane boots, as opposed to most farms, of course, end up going for the treads. It's just more mana, more remnants, more creeps dying. It's process right now with such a commanding lead in the mid lane. Level 6 is now on to this Mars. So could look for something with the arena, but it's, it's pretty hard to walk to side lanes this patch in mid, and especially when the likes of Hung Hung and friends are just kind of comfortably sitting near their towers on both lanes. Just A pull
I
up
mean, yeah,
top.
if you were to compare like the amount of mobility or rotation potential between both Mars and Storm Spirit, then sure, I can say for a fact that Storm definitely has it a lot more better with the ultimate for sure. But especially since Mars also did get harassed pretty heavily, and that one pickup didn't make it easier as well. So now the Storm has a little bit more freedom to be able to try to pick up the top lane a little bit better, try to open things up. It was a little bit quite tough for the Mirana for Jack was the top side. Hopefully things even out the odds, and that arrow, perfect connection. And the Toxic was just trying to drift it a little bit to the right side, but just barely got in time, gets arrowed, and that's going to be a beautiful double kill for Jack boys. Bottom side, on the other hand, this time the TP does pull through. The Dragonite is going to be able to TP out to safety here, but that just means he is once again going to be slowed down in terms of the EXP, and Rivalry finally hitting that level 6. And the Dragonite is going to be a little bit more careful here, because right now there is more burst damage going to be coming out from Rivalry with the boat online.
Yeah, and losing so much in the spot side as well to this tower right now, so not feeling great on this Dragonite. I even think, I mean, giving that double kill to the Mirana earlier, I was saying he's hero down before it, you know, kind of gets out of lane. And now it's feeling like laning phase is coming slowly towards an end. You have a lot of HP on Jackie with these 2 bracers, the arcane boots. Of course, level 6 is really massive for Visage. This feels quite nice for the Mirana to get off to a start like this. Definitely getting in 6 galvanized stacks on Hung on the Storm. Early game going,
and it's just
as good as it could.
Yeah, and he's just rotating around as well. Bottom side on the other hand, they are diving for the tier 1 tower as well. Defensive TP is coming along. I said the beautiful arena of blood. There's managed to lock in some of the members as much as possible. But the Storm Spirit is here, well and ready. They're all fighting on top of the Markiplier here, so the damage is pretty significant. But the boat damage reduction is keeping them alive and well here. Trying to get a nice pickup, and the Torrent comes in, but it's only a level 1 Torrent, so not a lot of damage. He dies right in. He secures the offlaner here. Should be able to get away scot-free here. Does he have the snowball online though? Not gonna overcommit this. Not gonna be overzealous. They will have to divert away, and no one actually fell in that entire fight except for Karstens here. Okay, maybe I might speak a little bit too full. Zephyr here for the side here on Daya.
I think Zephyr could go down.
He's trying to run away. He's trying to think out of this kind of situation, but he too will fall. But of course, all the benefits will be on the side here for Hong Kong and friends, as they just only lost the post 4 for a core and a post 5. And a lot of abilities are also expanded in this fight. Massive ultimates as well. And they were only able to just get 1 out of it, and that was just them just chasing him down.
Yeah, I mean, it was, you know, just barely enough, and then unfortunately the Mars goes down, Hung gets out. Not the best outcome for Karsten. At least they do manage to get to the level 6 on Storm, but Arcane is now onto Storm and jumping onto the Visage. Gonna kill him off with the Solar Flare. Of course, there's so much damage in this early game. Even to kill off the birds, that is animal cruelty. I go clean up this bot tower.
You know the worst part about it as well, Rojo, is that the fact that Rivalry still have the X-Mark in hand. So if any case, if the Visage was still able to get out of it, the X-Mark could have still been committed for that fight. So still pretty, like, I don't think there was no way for the dear Visage to actually walk out of that situation alive. It's pretty much a dead bird for sure. I mean, he's already an undead being. So.
This is also getting such an early level. I mean, not a super early, but getting, you know, this level 6 on Tinker is always so obnoxious, because you can just look at Zephyr on this top side. TP's up there alone, where they're hoping to take this tower as early as they can with this Visage, with the drums. You know, open up the map just a little bit, but the March of the Machines is a little bit too much damage. Clears out the way of getting pretty close to that Holy Locket as well for the healing. And game state, it's not getting too much better for Karsten. At least they have this level 6 onto the Jakiro and the Tusk. So if they want to make a move happen, they might be able to clean up one overextended hero. But Hung and friends not really overextending.
Yeah. Maybe they can try to find some waves here. Probably Marcy may not be the target they're trying to look for, but they are having their eyes on the bottom side. At least that's a core. That's a conquer. Something they can work with. And Ashura is also within range to try to follow up with the necessary amount of stun. But then Rivalry, his sixth sense is kicking in. He didn't like the fact that he saw the Dragon a little bit too
Nicely
confident
done.
walking into back to the lane. But then again, the defensive TP got to be happening on their side. Leone, the Morons will be able to find a kill secure on Jack Boys. That's a big one. That's a safe lane as well. Can they try to seek to get a couple of more? But the rest of the reinforcement is finally here. And Rivalry alongside with the Storm's Rain. Hung finds Dayan, locks him in place with the Ice Shard. No way for him to run. All is pretty much inevitable. His fall will happen here. So he too.
Well, TP mid from Hung to catch this Mars. Pretty much infinite mana when you get this regen in.
Not much mana left on the side of Hung. He is popping in the ball, but that's a triple kill on his hands here. The best kind of market deal. It's force 5 for 2 supports at the core. That's fine by
Radiant's
him.
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best thing that they could look for was Jack's Mirana, which feels nice to get that kill, but then you slowly watch the heroes trickle in, and there's a regen on Hung on the Storm. So he's just able to look after here. He's sitting at 50 stacks, Leo. That's currently 4.5 mana regeneration just from those, and even more permanent from his mate.
That's insane, man. That is insane. And the best part about it as well, because of how
the dream start for a Storm.
Dire's top tower is
right?
under
But especially since how the game is going as well, and he's having such a lead, he doesn't really need to worry too much about like defensive items. He can just go full flat out, like just damage items for himself for the Storm.
Radiant's bottom
Tinker,
tower
Zephyr
is
doing a
under
phenomenal
attack.
job,
Yeah.
not just farming at the same time, but also pushing out the waves. This should be benefit the team. Defense also helps defensive power. Beautiful smoke gang was successful.
Yeah, they
Did
haven't
manage
even
to get their
taken
hands on
a
the
single
hero.
tower. 16 galvanized stack now, and they're placing a ward, but this is going to be a hard fight for
It is a
Karsten.
hit. Moonlight Shadow comes in. They have no detection or does. The bow connection was absolutely fantastic. Cash on 3 man. The snowball save was also fantastic by the next amount of time. But is the time enough? Arena does manage to get the drop down. He get the speed on top of the Cook and on top of the Storm. Regenerating some couple of mana back. Finds the toss and melts him away. Pulls him all the way back in with the static shift here. And Ashura. Yeah, sure, he's a DK. He's a beefy boy, but he eventually will fall. And Hong Kong is currently godlike here with the triple kill. Could have been the Ultra though. Couldn't get the 4th one. Unfortunately not. As Raven, as the scavenger crow he is, will snatch in for the final kill. And all 5
And
of Carson
it was the
Esports
win.
will fall.
Radiant's
as
top
well,
tower
so-
is under attack.
I mean, they take that fight, perfect smoke timing from them. Not only all these kills, but they also catch a stack in the Wisdom Room, taking, like, I mean, really just bleeding Karsten dry.
Radiant's
This point,
top tower is
13
under
with
attack.
almost 1,000 per minute. Hong Kong sitting at almost a kill per occupation per minute, 10, 0, and 5. Ooh, this one is looking rough, especially, you know, looks like
Radiant's
Leone
top tower has
Baby
fallen.
is going to commit probably to this Blink Dagger at this point, but it's not a pretty inventory. And there's, you know, Raven working towards this pipe. Not actually too far off. It's tougher and tougher for Karsten. I mean, I want to say that you need to look for a smoke, but at this point, you might just want to hope that Hung throw on some crazy team fight on the high ground or make some big overextension, because I mean, smoking into them has got a pretty low success chance, the way that I see it in this game, and especially when they're so aggressive on you and Hung Hung and friends.
Oh no, so we had a Hong Kong with an envy really a nice snowball though. He's gonna be dashing to the rest of the squad here. He does the Visage does fall also with DP here. And then finally 2 men and most likely even the bottom tier 2 tower at the same time. And if you think like, okay, you see a majority of members at the bottom of the diet at the boss side, no worry, they can TP back to the top.
Nice blink.
Or even Tinker with the re-armor. So nice one with the blink though coming from weirdest one here. Finally with the blink reveal, but he should be able to get out of this fight scot-free here. Not gonna be able to
Yeah,
secure
not the
bottom
best
tier
blink
2.
reveal to be blinking away. Even a bird dying on the bot side. They want a fight so bad on Karsten.
Oh, beautiful Spirit Arena Blood gets 2 of them at the same time. They also got intel that they actually spotted the Storm towards the mid side. So they felt like, okay, not the whole team's currently here at the moment. But look at the shield matrix as well, resetting, trying to keep rivalry as live along as much as possible. Hong Kong finally is in the fight and in the fray, prioritizing the main damage dealer, which is actually going to be farming Arc here. He gets control down, not a lot of mana left. Pops in the arcade here, trying to see if he can keep the fight going. Beautiful Spirit coming in from from Light Baby here to try to keep farming Ark alive. But Hung Hung is so adamant on getting that kill and will secure it. The triple kill. He flies away to safety here, and Azura finally loses out. The Dragon Form is timed out here.
Yeah, Hung Hung kind of feeling like Superman one. Just absolutely untouchable. Gets super low, but of Tinker is a nice insurance policy, if anything. So, I mean, you get 2 kills, nice from Karsten, but 4 kills over to Hung Hung. He's basically a pinata at this point in terms of Earth. I want to kill him so bad, but Hung Hung and friends, I don't think we'll let that happen, given their namesake. Almost a pipe on Raven. I mean, if getting a single or kills onto just the Marcy and the Kunkka completely isolated was the goal, it's not going to get easier when this pipe rolls out.
like you would think like him keeping the Arcane Ring tier 1 is like, why is he keeping a tier 1 ring? Hey, you know, it works totally well for him. He needs all the money he can get. With the kind of fight he's going on, to really try to chase them, hunt them down. Hey man, I'm fine with the Arcane Ring, but of course he swapped it out for another tier 2 item. He's still content with it. He felt like, you know what, you did your job. Pupil's Guild is going to be the next best thing now.
Yeah, just more HP, more agility, and now he has an Aegis.
More armor, yeah.
If you couldn't kill him once, good luck doing it twice. I think if you're Karsten, you really gotta try and shift your attention to this Tinker if you can find him. I think killing off that Marcy really was spearing in that last fight. Again, that's pretty much all the damage they had as soon as the Storm and that roll in. It's not easy, especially Zephyr too. He's got a Holy Locket, a mechanism. He's level 12. Every level is huge for Tinker because it reduces the channel time.
Radiant's top tower is under
So
attack.
he can be everywhere on the map, pushing out waves constantly, getting a lot of gold income as a support, almost topping the Dragonite carry
Radiant's courier has been
game.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, there's not really much else they can do, right? Team fights, team fights pretty hard, especially since they lost like 4 to 5 massive team fights in a row as well. There's a lot of EXP to get and gold that was gained for the side of Hung Hung and friends. Such a significant lead, control. You can't even split push either because of the Tinker as well. So it's like, and if you do someone reveal yourself on the other side of the map, you're pretty much gonna be chased down by the Kunkka as well. So I guess you could just summon all in on the high ground here. You do have the macro pyre, but of course, gonna be dive instantly as well. They're confident they have enough damage and the durability to sustain under the tower, under the tier 3 tower. That goes into it as well, popping the Moonlight Shadow, if it really even matter as well. Dives in, the buyback also coming as well, throwing into the defensive Macapie here. The Tasker will fall, commits a second buyback. The Mars does have a buyback of his own here, but he just feels the fact that there's really not much he can do without the Arena of Blood here. Probably could be successful with the Spear too, but I think that's just pretty much it. That's all he can do and all she wrote. Farming out gets caught on again. The main damage healer into the turret as well. Does fall, has the buybacks here, but not going to be able to commit it as well. More fights, more skirmish. It's a one-sided slaughter, Rojo, and they're still not stopping. They're still keeping it going. The buyback becomes the dieback. The DK finally falls. GG is the call. And Carson Esport will fall here.
I believe that's the right call.
We'll be moving on to the second game of our series.
I mean, it's even a bit early to say too, but I'm sure everyone is on this that Hung Hung, and there was a single game that he wasn't a part of, 15-0-13, so I have to say he should be our MVP for this game. Everybody, of course, playing wonderfully on Hung Hung and friends. The damage just not there for Karsten. So, I mean, tough first game, but it's 20 minutes. You've seen enough. Just go ahead, call GG and...
I totally agree. It definitely wasn't the most easiest of games as well, especially when there's just no real way for you to really control the Storm as well when he has that such of a significant lead. Maybe it could have been a little bit of a different story. Maybe that game wouldn't be so smooth for the Storm if there was maybe there was a more ideal hero to go toe-to-toe with him in the lane itself. The Mars, don't get me wrong, the Mars with all the utility, the plan, the composition, probably it's going to be picture perfect. But with the composition they had, Euroho, I believe they had a lot of requirements. Like a lot of condition needs to be met. A lot of conditions must be met to bring such form of success here. And everything just started going downhill when we had a Storm Spirit that's already like what, a level or 2 levels ahead. And we also had the problem with the bottom lane as well, where the Dragon Knight had no TP to come back twice, I believe. One TP was not successful, while the other one was. But so much time was already somewhat wasted there. And the Gonga was like level 6 when he comes back. He ends up becoming a very defensive Dragon Knight. And so yeah, the early game wasn't faring as well as what Carson Esports was somewhat hoping for, at least.
Yeah, I like these teams coming into this tournament. Hung and friends. These are some pretty well-known players, some high MMR players on the ladder. But they go into it and they pick mid bars, and it doesn't turn out the best. But I like the confidence. I think, coming into the second game, you call GG at 20 minutes. You say, okay, game was a little bit hard from draft, was a little bit hard from the early laning phase that we had. Let's just reset. Do something a little bit different in the second game and hopefully get off on a better foot. And, hopefully we can see Carson Esports. But in the meantime, just salute dominant performance from Hung and friends, and specifically the man in the title, Hung himself. Man, what a storm of moments there.
Yeah, really showcasing why his name is in the team name, right? Like, he literally was just outperforming the whole competition as well. Like, don't get me wrong, his teammates was also doing phenomenal in the other lane of what they're supposed to be doing as well. Everyone was answering their roles and their responsibility, but Hung was just given a little bit too much freedom in that round. Like, I think it's been a while since I saw a Storm Spirit having that much freedom in that early game for his rotation. You usually see like 1 or 2 rotations, particularly especially if the runes you receive is ideal for you. But this one was just like back-to-back rotation. He was at the bottom, he was at the top, he was everywhere he wants to be.
Yeah, and I mean, we used to see a few patches ago, but there was this really big patch of, it was Pugna and Storm. And Pugna was, people would call him the kind of battery for the Storm. You just sit there and give him a re-up on his mana, he's good to go. It's like he has 2 to 3 lives, but Tinker is a good substitute for that in this kind of meta. I mean, the Tinker support obviously still is a lot, but he goes for this first item, Holy Locket, which gives a lot of mana, basically a second wand, and then or the Arcane Boots into the Greaves. So I feel like this was just the Hung and Friends draft was definitely up for him to have this kind of Storm game, and then he just took it away with excellent mechanics, excellent map movements. And we're gonna see a few of them here as we go to the highlights, and it's gonna be all Hung and Friends pretty much. Even this first kill. Nice, this first fight, but this is kind of where it all starts to go downhill.
Yeah. Especially I believe this was
and he just lives.
Especially since this is I won't say first major team fight, but it's definitely one of the first few fights with as many members as much as possible for both sides. Yeah. This one was a really decent, it was a decent smoke gang, but the only problem was that the positioning for the rest of the members of Hung and Friends was relatively nearby. So yeah, sure, they did lose their safe laner Mirana, but it didn't really matter because they were able to escalate it, or at least transition into picking up 4 more members for Carson Esports.
Yeah,
but this is one of the
I was just gonna say that. I mean, as a mid player, I think at night I go to sleep. I would and in my dreams I can see playing Storm Spirit mid. He got the first rune his support rotated on, and he got I think on 8 minutes he got an Arcane, and at 10 minutes he got a regen, which enabled that first major team fight we saw that went horribly. So perfect kind of rune luck into also utilizing the runes he got. The Solar Flare, of course, buffing him as well. So with a game like that, of course, you're going to take off. So congratulations to Hung and friends.
Yeah. If anyone's curious specifically when he had that Witchblade around that 11 minutes and 30 seconds, that was just how fast he actually got the Witchblade. And this is with the Arcane boost.
Extremely early.
And he was 5-0 by then, at that time at least. I think he had a net worth of 5,700. That's a lot at that time.
Yeah, but it's not, even though the highlights are just kind of Hung and friends over and over until a GG call, I still think Karsten, I think they have very strong mechanics. I think getting that first blood was really, even though the Mars, he had some really cool spears into the arena. I don't think you go away super sad It doesn't feel great, but of course, Hung Hung, our MVP. But Carson Esports, I hope they can back into the second game and kind of laugh off this last game, because this just happens sometimes. You know, sometimes Hung Hung goes 15-0-13. Guy looked incredible on the Storm.
I mean, this is like what we were. I think it's like a long going on debate, right? Like which kind of composition, which kind of play style is always better? Like, do we, like, is the early game composition always better, or is it that long drawn out game kind of better, that kind of thing? Because I think that game was a very clear example, because like it definitely, like you mentioned as well, Carson definitely has had some form of plan going on with the kind of composition that they can go on. And let's be honest, if they somewhat succeeds, you're talking about a lot of walls and a lot of sustains coming out of them, where you have this massive DPS coming in from Flaming Out with the Visage, right, that eventually will just out sustain and out tank the amount of damage or durability coming out from the opposing squad. Whereas like Hung and friends, they're just like, you know what, if we're already succeeding, we're already having some form of advantage, let's just keep going on with this advantage that we have. Because I think we have seen teams in the past where they will have a lead, and then they don't stomp the lead. Yeah. They just went back to like casual farming. It's like, hey, you know, let's just give the opposing team like an opportunity to slowly bounce back. Yeah, that didn't happen in this one. Hung and friends just kept going on the offensive here. So, you know, we're not going to give them time to bounce back. We're not going to give them any breathing room as well. But maybe the plan that Carson had could have probably been better if they had maybe a different type of hero. Like maybe you, like it's always that situation where like you want to play a certain early game, you want to play a certain long drawn out games. It's always ideal if you have more options. I felt like in that game in particular, there wasn't much options for Carson to really fall back to here, even if they were on the back end here.
Yeah, it was definitely tough from draft and the early map movements that were made. But speaking of, I do have two options from our wonderful sponsor, Samsung Odyssey, in terms of their monitors, the G8 and the G6. But specifically, the G8 is what we're going to focus on here. What do you think about it, Leo?
Well, let's be honest here, my friends. The Samsung Odyssey OLED G8 is definitely a more bigger frame, right? It doesn't have a lot as much power as when it comes to refresh rate compared to the G6. It's still a 240 Hz refresh rate. It is literally a 32-inch monitor, massive, slick, anti-glare. Is thin, is a very thin design, so you don't have to really worry about whether is it too bulky for your background or at least your gaming setup as well. It also has a response time of 0.03 ms here, so you're pretty much getting everything you can have a hope for, and of course it's able to meet the same rivalry with a powerful desktop rig which you have for your gaming experience here. So definitely something to look out for the G8 here. But if you think it's a little bit too big, there's always that G6, which is 27 inch. But we'll get right on about that later on. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a quick short one here, but don't go away for too long. The conclusion for our second series of today is going to be coming to you guys right after this.
You know when they click through, try to send the spots to be a so big vibe. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when they click through. Try to send the spots to be a
Fellow Dota 2 enthusiasts, welcome back again to the Samsung Odyssey Cup Dota 2 Championship. I'm Len, also known as Yolo Lee, and joining me once again is the one and only Shane B, also known as Rojo, as we bring you guys all the Dota 2 action and shenanigans. So, Rojo, my friend, we have just concluded our first game here. It was a very well methodically thought out plan coming in from the side here, and now Carson Esports having their back against the wall here. One game has been lost. They still have one more to try to turn things around.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see kind of adjustments they make into the second game. But we're going to have showing up on screen here right below us is going to be a discount code for the monitors we've been talking about, the Odyssey OLED G8 and G6. You just got Odyssey Cup as your code, and then the area code that you have. So if it was Malaysia, it'd be MY from there. It's, I believe, 25% is what we've been saying. So I corrected us by now, which is a crazy amount, Leo.
Yeah, man, it's insane. If I'm not mistaken, you told me it was like, what, 25% discount? That's an insane amount for anyone who's trying to get themselves some of Samsung's latest monitors release, which is both the Samsung Odyssey OLED G8 and G6 here. So not just that, we also have two new flavors coming from our partners with our partner sponsor Red Bull here, them being the apple and muscat grape flavor and pomelo. Don't get me wrong, I think pomelo's a great fruit, but I'm still gonna opt for the apple one. Not sure about the muscat grape. I never heard of that before, but hearing maybe apple paired with the muscat grape, I think that could be my next best thing. I'll try it out later. Maybe you guys can try it out first, or any viewers, because let's be honest, especially you, Rojo, we have a long day. We still have another, like, including this one, we still have another series. I believe it's like, what, 12 in the morning on your end as well? You gotta need all the energy you get.
Yes, I'm here, yeah. Could definitely see myself needing some Red Bulls. So excited to have them as our partner sponsor as well for this second Odyssey Cup.
Yeah, and as from my heart as well, it's also zero sugar as well. So it's like health, man. Thank you, Red Bull. You know, looking out for us
there. You know? Guys appreciate that.
Yeah, but of course, speaking of which, I just got the call from our amazing broadcast team here. So we're jumping into the draft here. This is going to be the second game of our second series of the day between Hong Hong and Friends and Carsten Esports. And if any of you who just joined the series, we welcome you and thank you for being here to support your favorite team. But just to bring you up to speed, this is right now Hong Hong and Friends is currently in the lead by 1 point and looking to secure the final point before moving forward to the semifinals.
Yeah, and we already will switch up. So, Hong Kong and Friends valuing the Marcy that they had this game, but Carson Esports, this nature's prophet, first pick. Nice for them. Of course, we've seen, I believe, Liquid had this all 3 games in their finals, I believe. So, GG wasn't scared enough to win it, but they did lose to the Euro, of course, being one of the best nature's prophets. But, you know, I think this terrifying on its own. It's got the global map presence. Of course, we were talking about kind of zoo heroes earlier. Nature's had as much of one, but that Treant feels like it in lane. So
but you know, typically
a strong
when
pick up here for Karsten.
Radiant team back.
Oh yeah. But you know, typically when we see like even back in TI, when Nature's Power gets picked, right? What is it like the second pick or the first pick? It usually ends up leading towards either a Chen or an Enchantress pick, right? Mainly because of the fact that I won't say it's a direct counter. It's just more the fact that if you were to, if the Nature's Power were to go with the field, the Enchantress and the Chen can actually make it their own, you know, that kind of thing. That's usually
Yeah,
how
we actually haven't seen any
that's
of
the
that
common from.
banned out, and Hung Hung's actually avoiding those heroes for the Primal Beast, which isn't as high prior of a hero as we've seen, but it feels great into the Nature's Prophet. You jump through the sprouts, you just have a ton of damage. Not as scared of the treant with your high base armor if it's going to be an offlane, can be flexed mid. Parsons Esports, they go immediately for the Clockwork, which is a great pairing with the Natures, but specifically they're not just for Primal Beast getting stuck in those cogs is annoying, the battery constantly interrupting you, and then just the pairing to go with it. So Dark Willow, I like this draft so far. Karsten. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah, and more importantly, there's definitely a lot more options, right? Like you have an initiator, you have a somewhat of a lineup that allows you to have really great catch or really fantastic long prolonged fights and control, decent amount of CC. You got global presence at the same time, and also I like the fact that you actually brought up like why Hung and Friend wasn't really looking towards the Chen and Enchantress. This is coming back to what I was telling you earlier, where some of the players in the pool wouldn't have to worry about banning certain heroes because they're more confident in the fact that, or at least taking the bet that they would not have the knowledge or the ability to actually utilize those heroes, like Chen and Enchantress in particular. Because like I said, these are macro heroes. It's not like your regular heroes here. They're macro heroes. So it definitely requires a more higher skill based player to actually fully utilize them here. So I think them not being, like even for Carson Esport, them not banning them out just shows the fact that, yeah, I don't think they know how to play these heroes. And but if they do release it like now, if they do release it like now, then it's just more like, okay, great, someone does know how to play it. Or maybe not for Enchantress. I think for Enchantress, even if it's not like TI level or Immortal level, right? I still think it's somewhat annoying to deal with, especially if you keep stealing away the greater trions. I think that's still somewhat of a win here, at least.
Yeah, it's just such a strong hero, and I was wondering if they would go back to the Storm Spirit because it's a decent game for it, but I think they're saving that kind of last pick for Hung or just to keep that Primal Beast flex. And if there's some kind of weird role, Primal Beast can do a lot of fun things. But now we are in a position where we're at the 18 pick, so this is going to be probably the most pivotal part of the draft. Usually Nature is going to be the safe lane hero, so they're kind of obviously, I would suspect, looking for a kind of off laner or a mid laner. I don't know exactly what they want. I mean, you could always go kind of typical like the Centaur, which is too much into the edge, has good initiation, but it doesn't feel great. They've still potentially got a last pick for the carry if they want to keep this Primal Beast open. So any offlane you pick, you're facing the last pick, but the same goes for mid. So they actually go for a Doom, which I like. Can struggle on lane. The biggest fear for Karsten at this point in the draft is if Hung and friends can keep up tempo like they did last game. This Karsten's esports draft levels, it kind of needs time. Yeah, I mean, it's just.
But I'm totally fine with this, right? Like, especially since, like, sure, Doom needs. I mean, Doom definitely needs a little bit more time before he can really come online. But if the lane does goes well for him as well, he actually can actually be greedy and go for the minus first. That surely helps him to escalate his item by a lot more higher than usual. But I think in this case, like Doom, I believe Doom's role here is just mostly to be that kind of hero where you press one skills and someone most likely dies most of the time here. So I think that's got to be part of his role, I guess, in this game.
Yeah,
I was thinking along. Oh yeah. Oh no, sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, go ahead. No worries.
No, I was just saying, like, I was, besides the Doom, before we got to the Doom, I was actually happy they actually brought up the idea of Centaur because it helps them. It's an aura buy, aura item user. It's a great initiator. You got decent escapes or initiator with Stampede, and also comes with stun. He's pretty durable. Or Sand King, because you do want like a little bit more magic news to play around the Enchantress, since physical attackers on her is just never fun to deal with, at least the first time at least.
Yeah, the Sand King is and so the Doom feels the soul. I just always get
Oh, yeah,
scared of
thank you,
Doom
man, yeah.
lanes. Doom, I mean, kind of early on, but as soon as Enchantress gets some levels, the lane can be quite difficult. So you got to be really careful with this Doom. But having the hero is always incredible because you can just hit that one button and hope to eliminate a hero from a team fight. Actually ban out the Dusa, which is a pretty classically good hero into Doom. In the last pick, they go straight into it, and they take Spirit from Hung Hung and friends. And they ban away the anti-mage of Jackie, and they go straight into Lina. So not wasting a moment in draft here, not letting any analysis get out from us. They are just going to Lina. I'm actually kind of Lina pick, but hopefully with kind of the Enchantress in lane against the... It's actually... Swan Carson, one of the heroes that they locked in. But, we were talking about Lina earlier, how it can counter the game, but when you have a hero like the Enchantress, which wasn't banned out, that can fix ums. It's so strong in the lane.
Yeah, and we're talking about a lot of range damage coming out from them. So a decent amount of CCs, a lot of stuns, decent amount of control. So most likely it's the... Hold on, let me check the roles. Yeah, so it's Hung Hung going to the mid with the Primal Beast. We have Jack White as the safe laner. Zephyr is the post 5 and Lloyd is the post 4. Okay, cool. Bonsai, as obvious as it can be, farming out is going to be the safe laner who's playing the Nature's Prophet, same goes to the Doom, which is Leona Baby. Ashura's going to the mid this time, and DP with the Dark Willow. Any takers? Real takers here? Coming from you, Rojo.
I mean, I'm a little bit interested about these role swaps coming out from Carson, but I'm sure they're more comfortable with the picks. I think heading into this game, just looking at the drafts, I would favor the Carson. I think it's a very nice Storm game ahead of Azure 4 on here, and they just have a very solid, very easy game plan. You get up, you press Doom on a hero, you zip in on them, and there's not a lot to stop the Storm. So I fit in the draft, but having seen that last game, of course, to discount Hung runs.
I think for me,
are there any? Yeah.
Oh, no, I was just about to say, for me, I feel like I have a little bit of a different take here, because especially with the Primal Beast, I think, because right now I'm looking at mid, right? Sure, laning anything goes, right? Laning phase, anything can go. Sure, there are some lanes it's going to be slightly easier than others, and some is just whether you're well positioned or well equipped to tackle such a situation to win out the lane, depending how it's well played out by each player, right? But I am someone looking towards the mid, because I feel the mid between all lanes, I feel it's just literally back and forth, nothing really to break the ice here. Mid is going to be the one to really break. We'll really try to make a break for each of these lanes here. And when it comes to rotation here, I feel Hung Hung with the Primal Beast does a little bit more comfortably compared to the Storm Spirit. Sure, in the laning side, Storm can get a couple of hits on Hung Hung, but this is a very durable strength hero, right? And his initiation is relatively long as well, and you're not too mana dependent compared to the Storm Spirit as well. Sure, the Dark Willow, the Bramble will come in play, and I think any melee hero that requires movements and mobilities to try to output damage will definitely face a little bit of an issue coming from the Bramble. But the Bramble can only stay for so long. The initial damage will still come in, and he is somewhat paired with a range cast spell caster here, like the Lina, for example, with the stuns and CC and damage. So I think the rotation coming from Hong Kong and friends is a little bit more scary compared to Carson Esports. But I do agree with you when it comes to if we look past that. I think your take for that one is definitely more on point than mine.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think you have a pretty solid point. I got strong lanes with Hung Hung and friends, which of course they're already dominate in the lanes from the last game, and Primal Beast is, he's one of those kind of weird heroes where you can leave lane and go in and rotate at like 4 minutes in the game extremely early. On the natures.
No. Run. Flaming
Hobble back to lane. He actually
Like,
uses his
trust-
TP, which could be scary.
Yeah. No, I'll be flat honest with you right now. Trust me. I know a lot of people disagree with me, but trust me, the difference between like 10 and 20 movement speed is so significant in this kind of situation. Like the
Yeah,
native prophet had
definitely
295 movement speed, while the Marcy had 310. So it's like she was always going to be able to catch up to me. But speaking of
Never
catching up,
farming art.
first blood drawn, double kill on top of that. Wow.
I'm gonna check net worth right now because it's 1600 on Raven with the facet and the first blood. Oh man.
that is insane.
And no TP for the natures
Unbelievable.
at the moment either, so he's got to walk back.
30 seconds. If I'm not mistaken, it's 30 seconds. Yeah, 30 seconds. God. no support for the dear clock, but I mean he still has cogs. So if the Master gets if Zephyr gets a little bit too close, he's gonna be able to be defensive about it. But then again, he does have to rebound, and sorry, he has to dispose. Now he also has a rebound as well, so gotta be a very simple catch on min if he chooses to go for it. It's just juking cogs though. You know, Rojo, I remember a time when I remember a time when just a level like when Clockwork with his new cards with the new facet, right? I remember there's a level 1 Clockwork. Sure, you may not be able to kill the tankiest guy, but you got to be able to bring it out relatively so low. It's just so scary to deal with at that moment. Oops, soul assumption.
Yeah, and actually,
nice call to try
trying to utilize it
dice
right now, but since Raven is in the creep wave, not gonna fall.
Sure. But you know,
yeah,
they got some
it's
decent trades in.
still a very strong. But yeah, when this cogs first came out, a little bit too high on the numbers. You could take almost somebody's HP bar at level 3 if you enough. Thankfully for Leona Babe in the spot, or Leona BB in the spot lane, he got the lightning creep, so his lane's going a lot better than it could be, for sure. He also ate that first creep from Lloyd, and actually in the top lane.
Open opportunity? Ah, no, it's just too fast. Zephyr's still just outrunning Min. Let me confirm that, right? Yeah, like you see the difference, like their movement speed is just a difference of 5 between both the Clockwork and the Marcy. Ooh, good repost into the dispose as well. Locks it down. Try to fly through the trees here. Got the Soul's Assumptions here and farming arc. Another kill secure for the side here for a rivalry, or at least Raven here.
Yeah, and this is why some teams definitely value the Visage. The net worth, as I can check it in the lobby, here's almost 2.5k on this Visage right now on Raven. C is of course just a very nice, and it's really this death toll facet. So anytime that you get a kill with Soul Assumption, you're getting extra to 140 at level 2. So really taking off. Could definitely be a big issue, especially considering Visage is one of the best heroes in the game for getting those early kind of auras online. Becoming a huge nuisance in terms of that movement.
But then again, we see a little bit of contention
important
towards
the
the
mid lane
bottom
is,
lane,
though.
though. Yeah, but I think we see a little bit action towards the bottom lane, especially with the Doom. You can't just leave Leona Bay alone for too long. There's just a little bit too much control for him. There's no way for him to also purge out the enchant as well. So it's like a slow into the light striker raid. Yeah, that's a lot of beautiful right clicks you can get out of that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it feels very nice for Jackie because same thing when he likes to play these type of heroes. Zephyr just barely goes down, but Mana will also fall. A lot of action in the early lane compared to this last game that we watched. Jackie's also farming, or he's stacking this ball. He's actually even going to kind of start farming it at level 4 this early Lena. Azure trying in the mid lane actually gets flipped backwards.
No. Very fire.
Trying to fight it out with the Marcy, but just a little bit too strong on Zephyr.
I can tell you this right now. Zephyr's been a menace from the beginning of the round, from the Nature's Prophet all the way to the mid lane, top to mid lane. My
Visage
God.
in the top
But
lane. I mean, at least they're going to punish Raven.
Yeah, no, that is definitely a very clear opportunity, right?
Back to
Visage
back
doesn't really
action,
have
Leo and
the
Babe is all seen going on inside. No time for analysis here, Leo. This
Yeah.
is SEA, and we are. He wasted the Shadow Realm, then so.
Oh, DP.
Ooh, nice branch block from him. Still has the wand, but not able to use it in time.
It's still totally fine. But you know, top side, like I think it was a good opportunity, right? Like he spots the Zephyr going to the mid side. Visas doesn't really have the best of mobility as well, especially with both the Clockwork and the Nature's Prophet on top of him. I don't think there's any way for him to run. And speaking of Clockwork and Tree and Protector both farming,
Yeah, and Zephyr.
and Carson
Get
is
a kill
hunting
over
down
the
Zephyr. And they finally put the good man down. Yeah. It's like, Zephyr, you've been a menace. You gotta get out of here. Get out of my lawn.
I feel like MYN on this Clockwork, because I think he's done a very good job of kind of punishing these movements. You know, getting kills on the Raven, first gone, walking into mid, he does go towards the mid lane. Actually looking even to snipe this Wisdom Rune. Gonna be tough into the Marcy, but
Are scanning.
could be a nice attempt from MYN. Already having so much impact on this Clockwork, and lane's not going great for Karsten. Going slightly better than last game. Really nice cogs.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I said a god,
from
but that
Zephyr?
was pretty fun. Oh no, this is not fun. He also had Laguna Blade as well, so I don't think it to be with the outgun. But nice timing with the support coming from DP. Drops in the Bramble. Leon Baby should be able to walk out of this.
Is under
The
attack.
same goes to DP.
Yeah,
I was
on the top
concerned,
lane it was mid
especially
on mid rotations and even more action, Leo. Hold your breath. Level 6 for
Yeah, man,
Raven.
I'm trying to hold my
Doesn't
breath, but I
have
just can't.
I know. So many kills in this first part of this game. Going over to Raven is a big deal, though, who now has level 6. Ooh, man. Definitely increased the tempo from last game on both teams. Got 15 kills in the first 8 minutes.
Yeah, but I'm happy with this, right? Like it is back to fourth. It's not like it's gonna be that one side. I think there's like, and just like what you mentioned as well. The team is able to best utilize like situation where like, oh, okay, you rotated here. We're gonna take our opportunity to try to get a kill here. And speaking of getting a kill, again, beautiful centaur control with the stun. So much control, by the way. Didn't even need to expand the rest of the abilities. Just literally right-clicked into hell with the sidekick. Hong Hong on the other hand on the mid side gets out. What? I mean, okay, like yeah, it's two supports, right? It's the clock and and the Dark Willow. Yeah, mid MYN and DP. I don't think they're gonna be able to get much out of that. Yeah, if he had the rocket flare, yeah, that rocket flare. Thank you, Observer.
Radiant's middle
That could have
tower
probably
is
been the
under
one to
attack.
secure, even though it was level 1. I mean, could take the chance there, right? Speaking of taking chances, Min spotted 2 was able to beautifully cog Zephyr right into place here. The Stormfly is in the sea, and Pasha can get a couple of kills, but here comes the safe laner Lina here to try to support here. But all he can do is just drop the light strike away for the stuns here, and literally all has to be forgotten here.
A little too scared of the Enchantress to keep going. But so far, Karsten, I really liked their rotation kind of in response, but it just hasn't been enough. MYN, I think, is playing this Clockwork beautifully, but it's still 4,000 gold for the likes of Hung Hung and friends. A lot of it sitting on this Visage and Nina. Almost 6,000 on Raven before this 10-minute mark, thanks to this death pull. Working towards the drums already, so this accelerated Visage, and Jackie is just in left faces, already has the Maelstrom. It's a pretty great game state for Hung Hung and friends. On to the Visage.
Beautiful hook shot to the Raven. No way he's gonna be able to get out of that one. Can he falls on top of Zephyr? No, not gonna be too greedy about it. Gonna be satisfied with just getting at least one of the main cores here. But Hung Hung, on the other hand, has a little bit of a different perspective here. But okay, no, he decided. I think I believe everyone was like yelling on the comms, right? Don't do it! Don't go, Hung Hung. We're not there.
Yeah, you have to with your Primal Beast players because they always want to go in. Just how the hero works. A lot of fun to try and do so, but it does feel like Karsten. I like the Raven. Like I said, I think MYN on this Clockwork has been an absolute beast. Yet been enough.
I mean, just someone
Still
making
there
up
is
for what might be missing, right? Especially since the Doom is Like you say, it takes a while for the Doom to come online, especially with a Doom that's also a little bit too far behind in terms of network as well. He does manage to get this level 6, but he can't really join some of this fight just yet, unless it's within his own area of governance here. So right now, a quick smoke gang, they want to get their hands on Raven. They haven't spotted anyone else in the lane, so Raven is the call. He'll try to the creep way to try to close in the distance here. Gets the calls into the battery assault here. No way for Raven to try to get out of the situation, but he's doing quite a good job in trying to delay the inevitable here. Locks in because of the Bramble. He's about to get stunned soon. Hung barely sustained the nuke damage coming in from Ashura here. And they try to see if they can get a couple of more here. Dispose, and Marcy pops in the ultimate here. Literally punching her way through the damage here. It's going to be for 2 calls for support. Not really the most ideal trade, but Min hiding away from all the carnage. Praying with all with all of his might to not be spotted out, and no one will. Thank God for that. Was the coast really clear? I think it is pretty clear.
It's an official, I think, for Karsten. I like them making any form of move to try and slow down Raven, because this pipe could have came out much quicker if they didn't get these few quick kills onto him. And we've seen what really farm Storm Spirit can do. Hopefully, trying to replicate what Hung did in the last game. Might not get the full scoreline, but 5-2-1 at the moment, going on to Lloyd. Magic damage, just enough.
Yeah. With the amplified damage. So I'm still not used to calling it amplified damage. I still feel the traditional DD, the double damage, has always been the one in my heart. Has a really nice place in my heart. But the amplified damage, didn't really work.
DD just rolls off the tongue nicely. So iconic. That rune especially. So I mean, Azure is a really nice game on the Storm. He was 5-2-1 after that kill Mantris. Pipe is going to be a big deal for him in damage, and jacking into that Gleipnir about 300 gold away. But I mean, it was a pretty nice Storm game when he picked it, and he's had a pretty nice start. MYN too, just enabling it so much with all these hook shots he's been landing.
Yep.
And,
I mean, not really losing out.
The two people kind of suffering the. Yeah, I think the people who are suffering really the most when you look at the game is Hung on the Primal Beast, who was our previous MVP. He is sitting below net worth of the Doom, but in the same fashion, Leona Babe is also struggling himself, sitting at 5k barely on the Doom. But working towards this blink, at least. A nice thing that there is this Devil's Bargain facet, which allows you to sell your items for 90% of their gold value instead of 50. So a lot of times what we actually see from Dooms is they'll go into this early, like an early Midas, and then they'll get a little bit of value from it, maybe a blink Doom with a smoke, and then they'll sell that and kind of work to whatever their next item is. Not always the case, but we could definitely see that. And they tried to get MYN. He's a little bit too slippery.
Especially for a bucket of balls, he is able to slip out of the situation. But maybe we spoke a little bit too soon here. Min, MYN does eventually go down. The fish is caught. Same goes to the tier 1 mid tower. So this is definitely going to be able to help open up the map slightly as well. Nice haste rune picked up coming from Ashura. That's definitely going to be very useful in the pinch if necessary. If any attacks were to be further attempted.
Yeah. Farmer so stole the wisdom rune on the natures.
2 wisdom, yeah, he's gonna be able to secure 2, yeah.
Quite nice for him. But I mean, as we've seen with Hungry and Friends, they don't waste any time. There is currently 24 kills in this 14-minute match, but there's a pipe now on Raven and a Gleipnir on Jackie, so this is a pretty impressive timing, and that's why you see them so grouped up now. They take this mid tower. Feel pretty good about their spot in the game with all these auras, and Gleipnir is a nice way to lock down a hero, but there is a on Leona Babe now. Kind of off the mark, unfortunately.
Yeah,
or in the other triangle.
I mean, I guess they really took a gander about this, right? Because not a lot of intel, not a lot of vision. Like even that ward was just freshly placed as well. So they took the chances. They're not going to be able to find. Both sides actually not going to be able to find anyone as both actually intervene here. But in terms of objective, I think Hungry and Friends is pretty much still having the advantage with that one, right? Like they got both the mid, top, and bottom one. So the map's pretty much open up for them. They have most of the control of the map, which makes it a lot more harder for the Doom to farm now. Like, for the Doom and the rest of the people, and they're safe in the farming as well, because there's just no real safe spot yet or defensive walls to really like assist them in any way. But now they're currently sieging with the tier 2 tower, especially with now, like you say, with the pipe in hand, and the attack speed coming out from both the from both the Lina and also the familiars is just absolutely insane. That tower did not last that long.
Yeah, and they even are trying to take a smoke. So what's been nice for and friends is there's all these wards on the tops. They've just been playing on this bot side. Now they're walking into them. Could be a good opportunity for Karsten.
Oh, smoke break.
Could also be tough if they out.
They did commit quite a bit. Zephyr pops the ultimate as well, trying to join into the wire and into the fray, and instantly, before he even got the chance to try to go up the Doom, the stun was fantastic alongside with the ultimate coming from the Marcy here. Moving on to the next point, the target at Min was pretty much the closest target for Jack Boys. Completely diverted away. This man didn't get picked up, but also equally traded out. No money on the hands of Ashura here. Sadly, he only had the H rune here. It did manage to somehow tie him out. 2 for 3 here. But you know, since it's been pretty close between both sides here, but of course, losing both your Storm and Doom does definitely hurt a little bit for the side here for Karsten Esports.
Yeah, and it was really unfortunate for Leona Baby. He lifts his hands to catch onto Jackie, which would have really swung that, but wasn't quite able to get it before he could really utilize this Blink Doom. They still have it, is the nice part of that. They won't be able to use it into farming arc.
You know, I forget every time that even though even though the primary beast is rooted, he still has the cast rate to actually still grab you from quite the distance.
Oh, Doom is used in a nice patch onto Raven. Oh, the Wild Wing.
This should be... No way he gets out of it! Pops the wand, still sustaining, finally does go down, but they are forcing Karsten Esports to further extend themselves out of within the safety nets of the rest of the team members. Now all the rest of the members are in a complete disarray and not in the correct position as well. The Storm with no mana for them to outrun this instantly get run down by Hung Hung. The rest of the squad is still on the hunt. Thank God for the Dark we were able to get into the shower room with the TP to get out of it. But Min, are you gonna hide the same spot again, my friend? Nope, different spot this time.
He's thinking about it. Actually, kind
They're
of
still looking for him.
Want to do Roche if they, but they're not. From Leona Babe onto this top side to see if they can maybe get something. Actually found the natures.
Oh no. Where are you gonna run, my friend? Where are you gonna run? Nowhere. That is for farming arc. I mean, he's living up to the name, right?
He is definitely farming his heart out, but hot while he's doing it. Ooh, interesting interaction there onto the Dark Willow. There's a shield rune on this.
My God, he is sustaining for so long and still alive, still pretty well. The pipe comes in time to try to mitigate even like slightly more damage. He does go down in the end, but he did force out a lot of abilities from Karsten Esports members here. Completely expended them. Not really much way for them to try to reinitiate back into the fight here. Now with the goal was just trying to pick up Hung Hung, actually transition into losing 2 additional members of Karsten Esports here. With 2 lacking members,
feels like the way
gives it
that
a little bit burst of confidence.
the way that Hung Hung and friends are kind of grouping and just their very solid map movements have meant that anytime that Karsten even gets 1 kill or trades a kill, it's always kind of just an unfavorable for them, especially. I mean, you're very happy if you're Jackie on this year because he's sitting on Hurricane Pike, Gleipnir, 13k. He's having an incredible game in all these fights. You know, he just barely died in the mouth. Otherwise, he's 4-1 and 11 at the moment. So, reaping a lot of benefits, and they're actually making a TP move. I think they might try to steal this Tormentor, but I actually see the Clockwork instead.
Cost not gonna matter. Light straight into the Gleipnir, there's no way for him to run. I believe Hong Hong also had revealed the existence of the Blink Dagger as well, so that's gonna definitely help him to at least maximize the amount of damage he can do it. At least now he can blink in, you ult, then at least you can try to get your onslaught, try to put your onslaught damage into it, either to further or at least to get out of it. So it's been pretty great so far. And the cast rate for Lina is still abysmal to me as usual. A couple of stacks from the Fury Hearts would hit away.
Yeah, but you don't need cast range if you have attack range. They've got Drum and Boots of Bearing with Vlad's on Raven, so same timing as last game.
Beautiful, coming for the Dark Wheel as well to try to buy the next amount of time. They did manage to break the racks and the tower at the same time here, but Min, no way for him to run. Good cash coming in from the Primal Beast, but the Doom did manage to pop off here. But Lina is still just so strong. Storm falls into the process as well. She's still right-clicking away. Doesn't really need the skills. She has the damage though. The buyback comes in, trying to see if he can get on top of Giant Point. But here comes the Solar Crest to mitigate even more damage. There's just nothing they can really come out of it.
He
has to run. He has to try. He gets rooted down in place. Thank God for the glyph near here, because if he got the enchant off, I don't think farming Arc is going to be able to get out of that.
There's 2 Linas on this team with how much damage Lloyd is doing. So many buybacks so early into the game. The lead just doubled, and they're going to take a Tormentor just into injury. And strong before the enchant. If Lloyd wasn't strong enough. Looking like it. I mean, they lasted longer than the last game. I think they've had some very nice showings in this early game, especially on MYN on the Clockwork, but not able to beat kind of solid ball from Hung Hung and friends. I'm going into the...
I mean, there was also the problem of trying to get on top of key targets as well, right? Because there's just too many ways for them to be like. If we're just talking about like displacement abilities, there's just a little bit too many. There's like dispose. That's the, I guess in a way, the onslaught as well, with the knockback as well. There's many ways to really like keep Carson Esports members off of Lina in a lot of these fights. And even with the small game
like
opportunities, I think
he's early too.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I'm sorry, Rojo,
just-
you were saying?
I was just saying I like this early Hurricane Pike from that reason too. Just even more displacement.
Radiant's middle tower is
Keep
under
Jackie
attack.
safe even when he gets doomed. There's a BKB on the way. Azure is just trying to do damage control, trying to cut whatever
Dire's
waves they
bottom
can.
base has fallen.
Doesn't feel like it's enough at the moment.
Yeah, it really is. They are hitting at the doors of Karsten Esports here, trying to do their best here. And now that I also notice as well, not a lot of good wave clear abilities from Karsten Esports. Actually, it's more like there's no real proper wave clear ability. Don't even talk about Brambles. Maybe Rocket Flare, but it doesn't really. It's not really like clearing. It's just like you're doing damages, but you're not really clearing it. Not really clearing it fully.
Dude,
Speaking of which, they did doom the Primal Beast here to manage to lock it down. They at least tried to pick them off one by one. They isolated Hung Hung. They removed Hung Hung from the playing field, but then again, the light strike right into the dispose here to completely chain stun the Storm Spirit. Ashura has no way to even run out of it, even if he had the mana to get out of it. Now without the doom as well,
Yeah,
there's really
very
not much he can really do in this
unfortunate.
situation as well.
Jackie still has an Aegis, if you can believe it, and they're on his side. This game might just be over only 4 minutes after the last one, and Azure calls GG, so 2-0 here for Hung Hung and friends.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And that was,
And phew,
it definitely wasn't as one-sided as the previous game as well. You definitely see there was a lot more option. It was a real back and forth as expected as well. But I guess, like I said, it does come down to the individual skill plays of each of the players, and I think Hung Hung and friends really showcase like why they are deserving to move forward from after this series as well. So really well done coming from Hung Hung and friends here. But of course, kudos to Carson Esports too. Like the way they adjusted. They quickly adjust and address the problem which they were facing for the first game. And this is, like I said, this is a tournament where a lot of these teams have no idea on what's their opponents like, nor are their strengths or weaknesses here. So with that kind of adjustments coming in from Carson Esports for the second game was definitely a lot more better I think it was really nice to see you as well. Hope to see you guys again for the next Odyssey Cup. But for now, Hung Hung and friends will be moving forward as the clear victor.
Yeah, I mean, they looked incredible in both games, and I think really small map movement things. I mean, everyone had a great game, as you said, and friends, but I throw my MVP in for I don't know if you feel the same way, but he was always in this game doing felt like and Carson Esports just barely not able to keep up with that kind of tempo. It's unfortunate to see them go, but Hung Hung are going to be, I think, a very serious competitor moving forward.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, right? Because it's that kind of thing where we have seen teams across the years, right? Where some teams are used to certain play style, some teams are just not too as well. Like the amount of aggression, especially when you pit like a casual team against like a very super competitive one or a super aggressive one, where they somewhat expect games to be like, oh, it's going to be like the typical long drawn out games. We only probably like around minute 30 we start grouping up for massive team fights or objectives. No, some teams they just are already sieging your high ground at 20 minutes at a time here. So it's like, that's why I say I believe like one of the greatest mentality for most of these teams is just more like just keep an open mind, because I don't assume that everything is like, you know, it's not don't have this like one dimensional thinking. If you assume that all games is just going to be like, oh, it's going to be long drawn games or it's going to be super aggressive ones, adjustments will be made by teams here. It's never been the same. I think that's why we don't really have like many back-to-back teams, like, or very confident enough to be having back-to-back. Even for TI, OG was like back-to-back two years in a row, but then after that it's just been very quick to change.
Yeah, I mean, teams are definitely change in this kind of competitive scene. So it's definitely hard to see the kind of same rosters together, but a lot of, you know, you'll see a lot of their names. So hopefully at least some remnants of this Carson roster will move forward and keep on keeping on. But man, Hung Hung and I mean, they really put a clinic on in those two games. It was a pretty scary showing if you're one of their future competitors in this tournament here.
Yeah, I think right now, even for our offlaners, right? I think it's a pretty, we offlaners are actually having a really hard time with dealing like with certain range heroes right now, because especially when it's paired with a really good offensive support, it's just really hard for you to really thrive for support, or at least like try to survive in those lanes. Like you saw that one time where, like even for the bottom side, the minute DP goes to rotate to that mid side, that Doom will just fall prey to both the Enchantress and the Lina. There's just really nothing much Leon Baby could really do in that situation. But we saw some really good like rotation coming from the rest of the team. Like everyone started grouping up, although a little bit late to the party. But we could definitely see that like the advantages that comes in from them having the edge in their own lane respectively here. That top side fight was a very clear example there.
Yeah, I can definitely agree. I mean, drafting style was consistent and concise by Hung and friends, and esports they had nice movements and opportunities in the early game, but just a little, just very small decisions where Hung and friends kind of create that, you know, lead one by one, and then they fall that kind of, in both games they fall just 20-minute Aegis, get the pipe, group up, hit that high ground, and felt how these lanes ended up going. So definitely something to watch out for, especially too if you're gonna pick something like the Doom. You got to be aware of how the lane how it can definitely struggle. It is in some of these matchups, especially with the likes of this Enchantress hero. So got to be super careful of those.
But then again, I'm just picturing the lane synergy, right? Like it's so devastating to deal with like certain lane combination. Like it's something like the Enchantress and Lina somewhat reminds me of the old synergies, like when you have a Lich with a Savan, or a Dark Willow or Lich with the Ursas as well, or a Slark those are just somewhat thrives when those heroes that has high like lowest damage over time, but at the same time needs some form of CC or at least some form of resistance to literally maximize the damage. This is pretty much what I saw from the bottom side, and then the Doom is just had to experience it full hand, and I know the feeling. I've been there. And she's probably still there sometimes as well. You know,
yeah, but that
like,
is the. I mean, that's kind of the duality of offlane, I guess, because we do have on our screen right now our MVP being Raven, who did have an excellent performance. So, I mean, offlane, that's a really feast or famine role, kind of role these days. Sometimes you're the MVPs, you have 3,000 net worth on the Doom, and it doesn't feel like there is really anything done to fix it. So, it's a big year for offlane players. But Raven in this game had an excellent showing. And I mean, that's, you know, even in this last game, having that Visage for the side of Carson did kind of stabilize the early game just a little bit. And, you know, in this game, Raven just ended up taking off a lot. So, I wonder if we're going to see any cryo in the next series.
Yeah, the next one is going to be I believe it's going to be the more interesting one. I'm actually looking forward to that one in particular because I think I recognize, like not the team name, but from the team list that I saw just now, I think I recognize someone, but I need to confirm it later. I need to confirm it later once we go into the game itself. But speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen, if you are trying to figure out like what's this current Steam code, we're about to reveal it right here at the bottom. Get ready. That's the one. That's the new one as well. So just lock it in. It's 3211. And if you're curious to like if you're trying to figure out like how you guys can actually work around this, it's actually pretty simple. You guys have to actually go to Odyssey, odysseycup.gg, input the secret code, which is basically this one, and you basically have to answer two questions about the new release Samsung monitors. Me and Rojo has been talking about it a few times as well. You guys can, I'm also pretty sure you guys have looked it up during the break times. So this is actually should be a pretty simple one for you guys. All you guys just need is to get to the starting line, which is this Steam wallet code. So hopefully you guys will be able to find great success for this. Anyway, Rojo, I believe this is also, we should also start asking for ourselves for some discount codes and wallet code, because we're not getting any of this at all. No.
Yeah, the viewer apps plus, and the rookie MVP was MYN, fresh off the block with those new Red Bull energy drinks, the two new flavors, of course. But you know, I can agree with the rookie MYN. He had a great showing on Clockwork Leo. Yeah,
like the amount that like from just his rotation pattern as well. I'm not sure what is it, was it comms or intentional as well, but the fact that he was able to make use of the situation they was in, like the Doom was falling back behind, or even from the first game itself, he's still as the support trying to do his best to actually give the team what was really necessary and what was their required. So rookie MVP from Red Bull side, I am not surprised, pretty content with that. If you ask me if there's anyone else, could be. But I'm a little bit biased for the offlane side, so you know, who knows, right? But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we now just want to give you guys another brief update as well, which is going to be one of Samsung's release monitors for 2024. It is going to be the Samsung Odyssey OLED G6. Literally, guys, seriously, have you guys ever felt you are like literally mentally exhausted at the fact that you have a very powerful gear, but you just don't have the monitor to really output the same kind of firepower or expect to see the kind of firepower? You have nothing to worry. The Samsung Odyssey OLED G6 is here for you guys. And the best part about it, if you feel the G8 after reading the G8 is a little bit too big, which is 32-inch, no worry. The G6 is 27-inch here, pretty much have the same specs. You do miss out on the smart TV though, but it will not lose out to the G8 with its refresh rate of 360 Hz. Insane, isn't it, Rojo?
Yeah, I believe that's the Odyssey lineup. So definitely take advantage of that if you can. You know, the G8, which is obviously an incredible monitor. The G6 is an incredible, especially those, you know, very serious gamers like we've just been watching. So lots to give away here. The viewers are pretty lucky in this stream.
Yeah, they really are. But of course, A serious gamer also requires a serious break here. So, but ladies and gentlemen, don't go for too long because the conclusion of our last series of today is going to be coming to you guys right after this quick short break.
you know when it click through. Try to send this about to be a show, be fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through. Try to send this box to be a I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know.
All right. Hello, everybody. Here again, heading into our third series of the day. The first two were a little bit short, but I'm joined here by Elo Lee, or Leo. How are you after these first two series?
Well, so far the first game was interesting in its own way, right? Like it's just an introduction of like what kind of competition that we're going to be expecting between both the pros and amateur teams, right? The second game, on the other hand, we saw a little bit of tug of war between the two sides, right? We saw the video of adjustments and of course a quick change in the composition to try to meet the skill sets of the opposing side, but of course, so far, Hang and Frank still was able to barrel their way through to secure their spot forward here. Of course, kudos to all the teams that couldn't make it, even for the teams that we weren't able to cast online. But hopefully we see you guys back at the Odyssey Cup. And speaking of which, down below is going to be another beautiful graphic for your discounts here. If you ever want to try to get yourself the Samsung Odyssey OLED monitors, this is going to be the discount code here. If you notice in the front of it, it's actually more titled towards the region itself here. So if you're from MY, then it starts with MY Odyssey Cup. If it's from New Zealand, then it's going to be NZ, for example. And Thailand, of course, DH here. So if you're from that region, you can input the code. Or if you have a friend in one of those regions, you can ask them to buy for you and ship it to you back to your own hometown. So let's be honest, I'll leave the creativity to you guys, you amazing viewers here. But for now, Rojo, we are finally down to our last series of our broadcast here today for Group A here. And then tomorrow's going to be for Group B. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is just Group A. Tomorrow's going to be Group B, but right now, let's set up for our last series of today here. Let's quickly bring out the bracket just to let you guys know what has been the road path for our top 8 teams in Group A.
Yeah, so I mean, we're definitely forward to this one. I think, unfortunately, our last two series were pretty quick ones, but I could definitely see this one kind of going the distance. And I mean, it will, I think, it has been pretty fierce so far. I think I've been almost even a little bit surprised at it. It just seems like these teams are generally, quite well put together. They're usually doing the same thing. And this Hung and friends, they were just edging out barely against Karsten. So we are sad to see them go, but we are on to this semi-finals game here, and blessed to be.
Oh man, but still, finally, our last series we're going to be casting is going to be for Myth Avenue Gaming versus Hung and friends. So of course, Rojo and any of the viewers who's been sticking with us from the very beginning of today or from the last series, thank you all so much. Of course, we know exactly how Hung likes to play. But what about Myth Avenue Gaming here, and you know what they say, right? There is two types of challenge when it comes to a competitive tournament. One being the fact that you're fighting against your tournament, but also there's also the endurance competition, because we have seen teams who are. There are times, I think you also have noticed as well, Rojo, where when teams played a little bit too many games in a single day, exhaustion starts to kick in, and it starts implicating certain decision making at times. Although pro players we have seen in the past, where they have they're built different, they have trained for it. But this competition is not just for pro teams, but we also have amateur teams as well.
Yeah, they got to keep their stamina up. They got to be vigilant in every game, which is not always easy. I do like attention to this, at least in the draft screen here. I believe both of the position 5s, we have Lloyd and Fake Ollie. So both of them impersonating each other. Hope we've got a little bit of camaraderie in this game. Of course, a lot of these Southeast Asian players know each other from the ladder. Some of them have probably even been on teams together at times. So excited to see how that plays out in itself. It's fun to see friends battle against each other.
Yeah, definitely for sure. I mean, it's cool, right? If the fact that if you're able to play against your friends, it gives a little bit of a different feel in the game, despite being the competition kind of thing. I mean, sure, don't get me wrong, they're definitely the ones like coming back or something. I think there's a different type of competitiveness that comes when you play against a team that you're somewhat close with or friendly with. Because it's like that kind of like brother, it's like that sibling rival, right? It's like, nah, there's no way you're gonna be able to beat me. No way. I think this game is actually gonna be a pretty fun one in both sides. Hong Kong and friends and Myth Avenue game.
Yeah, I agree. And we're also, we have started the draft here, and here we haven't yet sniper here on this stream. Up with that second pick treant from them, and we have seen Tusk a few times, obviously an incredibly stressed, no surprise there. And now we have the pleasure of seeing how Myth Avenue Gaming, how they draft and how they play, because we already know Hung and friends, they don't take foot off the pedal. They're right in your, they're right in your lanes, they're taking every tower, they're picking these kind of tempo heroes and taking an early Roche into a few early games. With Avenue Gaming, they have, they might, if they are friends with some of the people on there, or their own kind of style that is going to go against it, and always interesting to see how that plays out. They actually do value the puck pretty highly, which I can personally agree with. As a mid laner, I feel like this is definitely one of the kind of go-to the pack. Can actually struggle into a sniper, so you open up that kind of counter pick area, but farms fast, it does a lot of damage, and it's hard to kill, especially with no stuns here. So I can see why they value.
Yeah, I mean, Puck has always been under the category of elusive hero, right? Pretty hard to get on top of without the decent amount of disable. I'm actually really happy you actually brought up the subject regarding the sniper versus the Puck lane, right? Which I totally agree, because I think I think sniper in general, when it comes to the mid, I don't think he has anyone that can rival him when it comes to river rune control. Like, because of that insane range that he has for himself, yeah. Whether is he gonna deny it from you or take it for himself, it's just that difficult. Especially now with the new facet that comes with sniper, the scatter shot, if I'm not mistaken, the one that everyone is mostly running now. Although the duration is less, the duration has been decreased, but the damage is slow has been significantly increased here. So, also something that really annoying to deal with at times.
Yeah, so for Hunger, nice because you have this decent flex in the sniper if you want to keep it. Actually go for the Dooms themselves, which we saw them kind of decimate in this last series, and then a Lion. So this Puck lightly, they said, okay, if you're going to play this elusive hero, then we're going to make sure you never have the chance to be elusive if we get a hold of you. So I do like them. I think kind of two of the better against Puck throughout the game is kind of the Lion and Shadow Shaman. Obviously a little less picked, but just so annoying hero. Thankfully, you do have the Tusk to save if you really need, but you know, you never want to let somebody kind of early pick in a mid hero without giving it a tough time in the draft. Now with Avenue Gaming, I mean, they see most of the songs, so do they want to go for their here? Do they want to high value offlaner? There's still the Visage open if they want it. There still is. Centaur is always quite decent against Doom in general. Not sure what they might want to go for a carry, but in their heads, they probably know hero pools a little bit better.
Actually, I would like actually if they went for the Underlord for this one. I think because we're going to be seeing a lot of we're going to be seeing a lot of catch or a lot of prolonged fights here. A lot of catch or prolonged fights here. Centaur, I mean, you did mention the Centaur, which is also another phenomenal initiator as well. Mars could be something, but I'm somewhat tilting towards the side of the Underlord, mainly because of the fact that you just want a little bit of defensiveness, right? A little bit of aura item user is always fantastic for your lineup. The Pit of Malice is always a nuisance to deal with. Great for catching, great for prolonged fights. You're definitely going to be forcing your opposing team to constantly just reposition, mainly because of your positioning of your pit. And once you get the scepter, let's be honest, once you get the scepter, well, you're going to be all over across the map if you want to. So it's something really nice to really get on top of Sniper.
I am a little surprised that Hung actually don't get rid of the Visage, though, considering we've seen how strong it can be with the Tusk. But Underlord is a great option as well to pair with. They do pick up the Mirana, so much more than likely we're going to be seeing a carry Mirana from Myth Avenue Gaming, which scares me. It's kind of Euro into this kind of Doom Lion lane, but I guess in their heads they probably say, okay, it's going to be Doom off lane. We've seen how they bullied, so kind of greedy Mirana. Get into the kind of early arcane boots and get as much farm as you can, and the Solar Flare cannot be discounted, but they do have a last pick here, so more than likely just a standard offlaner. I'm leaning towards Visage, but the Underlord I think is a great option as well, just to be kind of a rock in the front of the team.
I think the reason why they went for the Mirana is just mainly because you just want someone to really get on top of the Sniper. Like, it's already great that you're already most likely, I mean, depending how the game goes, but most likely you're going to be forcing the Sniper to buy the shard and also like defensive items to help him to get out of tight spots. But Timbersaw will be the final click here. Well, I think it's fine, right? You got two strength heroes, shreds the Doom, it shreds the Treon.
I do get a little down that Hung and friends have, but the Timbersaw is typically a pretty good lane into the Treant, obviously. So I like it. I think we even sometimes early rotate Ban, and the damage from this hero can be absolutely absurd. And friends, they have a choice here. If they want, they could actually run Treant Sniper in the safe lane against this kind of Timbersaw Tusk and hope that the scatter shot is enough to really punish this Timbersaw, or they could just keep the Sniper mid into this puck, which we said is a great match. Wonder where it's going. So it goes to Lena. So more than likely, I'd say this is a mid Lena and Jackie back, or a mid Super, and then Jackie back on Lena. Yep.
I am a little bit concerned because, you know, the Doom ultimate is like the Dooms, okay? The Doom has always been like the natural counter to like a lot of this like self or health regenerating heroes like Timbersaw, right? The Alchemist doesn't like the Doom, the Timbersaw doesn't really like the Doom as well. Don't get me wrong, Timbersaw is really good at getting to the back line. Probably will be easily able to close the distance, the close the distance on top of the Sniper as well. But I'm just looking at like, it's just most likely going to be him diving into the fight alone. Like maybe the puck can be playing alongside with him, but that just gives a like you're just walking into the fight of the disabled controllers, like both the Lion and the Lena as well. You never want a puck to go defensive items like the EOS or the BKB first. You want your puck to be like the damage dealer with the Witchblade and everything. So like, I think this is something I forgot whose interview was it, but I remember him saying like the fact that if you're able to force him to buy defensive items as a puck, you pretty much won the lane.
Definitely agree. It's not a great puck game, and it's not a great puck game against the sniper from Hung Hung. So I'm definitely leaning a little bit towards this Hung Hung draft. It just kind of looks easy to play when I'm looking at it. I think Myth Avenue Gaming have great ways to counter Hung Hung. It's got to be very technical. It's got to be very mechanical, and one slip up can really kind of spiral this game. Is at least how I'm feeling from draft here.
Yeah.
Very high risk, very high reward heroes like the Puck, Timber, and Marana. I mean, you gotta land a lot of spells there. But we do have at least the X factor of Eris on this Tusk. I mean, if the, you know, the Drinking Buddies with the Snowball, I think it could really kind of throw a wrench in the plan of kind of Chain Stundras from Hung Hung and Friends if he should.
Oh yeah. I mean, also at the same time, like you have decent amount, you have 2 saves and BKB piercing abilities, right? So it's like, if you time your snowball right, you could save your teammate from the Finger of Death or the Lugana Blade. That's, I mean, of course, if you time it right, or assassinate as well from the sniper. Don't think you can save anyone from Doom, like the Doom's Doom, but at least you could like at least delay like any other additional external damage hitting you besides the Doom ability itself, or even the Overgrowth. You can actually get a couple of saves. We'll just see how the game goes. All right, like, you know, let's be honest, Rojo. Enough with the theory crafting. This is now all comes down to the individual skill sets of our 2 teams here. It's our final, ladies and gentlemen. It's our final series of today here on literally the day 1 of the C finals. It's Hung Hung and Friends versus Myth Avenue Gaming. Hung is on the Radiant side. Myth is on the Dire side. And they're relatively close by, like really close by. God.
Yeah, and I think close by in terms of knowing each other as well, because there's a little bit of all chat.
Oh,
Zephyr.
no.
Ooh.
That was a
I believe there's going to be
scatter
something
shot,
said
by
in
the
all
way.
chat if the beginning of the game was to be anything, but looks like nobody wants to do it yet. Really nice kill from them. In the bot lane, there's actually some fighting as well.
You know, it's... Oh, wow. Another beautiful pick. Although Jackman was able to get a support, but I guess it's a support for a support. But, you know, Myth still had the initial first blood as well, so I think that's somewhat fine, right? You know, I actually like bamboozled my brain just now, Rojo, because I remember Sniper's facet is scatter shot, but the Snapfire's
think the
first
Rose
kill
is
is
done.
actually called Scatter Blast. Well, that's actually a very big kill on the top side, yeah.
Yeah, it is. I mean, getting that early kill onto the Marana, this is, you know, I've said it before and I still stick by it. Marana can definitely struggle in this laning phase. Be really careful, hero.
Oh.
And so much
Nice to
action
spike.
already in this game. Even Void dropping super low.
I mean, there's some buying the time, right? Like what are we looking at here, like right now, Rojo? Like, especially for the item timings between both sides.
I mean, I definitely think that for Hungry, honestly, I mean, there's definitely, of course, going to be the Blink on the Doom and the Lion. Looking at Gleipnir on Lena, those are all very classic ones, but just seeing the item timing of Myth Gaming is pretty massive as well. You know, Hung Hung in this mid lane already doing quite well because this is not easy as Puck. So you know, if you have to force this Puck to go, you know, early items like Lincoln's to deal with the Lion and the Doom, then you know it's to get to those items. If you have to build this Witchblade and this Blink, I feel like Yona is a big point of contention in this game. If he's able to kind of stabilize the lane, make a good rotation, I feel like he could be okay, but Hung Hung is probably hell-bent on stopping that from happening. Same goes for the Timbersaw. You know, we've seen how much damage Timbersaw can do. I'm sure everybody at some point in their lives has died to Timbers and, you know, just kind of stared at their screen blankly for 5 seconds, wondering how they... if you can deny this hero getting the gold, you might be so surprised when you die, because you might not be dying to a Timbersaw who has to rush kind of pipe. So it's gonna, I think, you know, if you can just play consistently and get your item timings on Hung Hung, that is good for you. So Myth Gaming, I think their game plan just coming out of draft has to be something like, get kills,
Instructions are fortified.
disrupt their game plan, make good smoke, pull off Zephyr on the Lion,
Oh no, Scotcher.
and go Rose.
It's a level 2 Scotcher. Should be able to be fine.
Just barely. So nice kill, but a little bit scary for the Mirana here.
Yeah, the damage coming out from the Inferno Blade as well. You really gotta look out for that one too. But it was still a really nice lead up to a pickoff, yeah, with the drinking buddies into the shot arrows. I think that's pretty nice. And then also one of the few cool things about the Mirana, right? Is as long as you're not disabled, you should be able to leap out to safety. And he will be fine, but of course that's
quite nice.
pretty much all the regen, right?
Buddies. Yeah, 2 bracers on Raven, just movement speed on Zephyr at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Couple of
So far,
tags
big
here and there.
winners in this game is definitely Jackie so far. I mean, I paired Lina and Mirana kind of similarly, and both have this kind of early lane usually kind of have awkward to get their Gleipnir, but Jackie in both these games that he's played Lina has not had to worry too much. Just kind of casually laning. 11 denies on him at the moment. Raven as well having an incredible lane, so creating a decent lead in the start of this game for and pretty scary if you've seen these last 2 games that we were watching in this last series.
Yeah. I think like right now, even for bottom side, right? I don't think they need too much actions here. Like they had a couple of skirmishes earlier on, but they don't really have to like force upon it. I think they're
not quite.
I think they're still pretty fine. They're pretty like, especially particularly for Jack Boys. He's pretty content with the kind of lane that he's currently having. Not much aggressions. He's pretty well positioned as well. Don't think the team really want to dive under the tower against like both forms of control heroes. Top side, I think top side is the one that we really need to take a gander for, right? Wait, hold on. We got defensive TP towards the middle side.
Ooh.
Gets cancelled out here. Instantly gets snowball on top of Raven here. But here comes the rotation coming in from Loyal. Not gonna be able to find on anybody here. Not really in range, but the Earth Spy onto the ground here will be able to connect on top of Rose, but they did see the defensive TPs here. iShot sadly doesn't really connect to lock out the Doom here. But Chucky Boy, you want to see if we can try to get something out of this, and they failed to find anyone.
Radiant's middle tower
Doesn't
is
feel
under
good. Him was
attack.
already fairly tough, the likes of this Lina. Now he wastes TP and 5 mana to get to the lane, 75 to get back on the portal.
Oh no! Nice drinking buddies for the saves. Gonna be able to reset, allows it to leap after time. The Aisha locks him down. Not gonna be able to get their hands on the Mirana here, but they should be able to somehow be sufficed with Eris here. So there goes. There goes E-Rise. It's totally out of the picture here. It's not really a
But then the other
core,
side
but
brings
it's
on
something that
Jack
they will like.
and a TP from Yona. Really luck.
Okay,
Oh,
we
I mean, nicely
somewhat
done, I
missed that.
think.
But it was-
Yona's
Under attack.
he's making it happen. This is kind of exactly what he needs. Is come out of the lane at least relatively even, which he's doing, and
Radiant
make some
are scared.
really nice rotation to get Jackie and then get that kill in the off lane. But Hung Hung on the other side of the map be as well.
Yeah.
That is the
Yeah,
power
there
of
you
this
go.
facet on Sniper. Not only are you so strong on too.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, this is really insane. Oh no, with E-Rise, you're walking into the lion's den here, my friend. There's no way for you to run. Nice time with the ice shot, but then again, you're up against a sniper where range doesn't matter. You try to go with the drinking buddies here, but just no one to really snowball to. Sadly, no smoke in hand either to try to displace the assassin in here. But quick TP, Hung is pretty satisfied. He got a couple of kills at the bottom side. Great EXP as well. Comes back to try to put Yona's life, try to make Yona's life a little bit more miserable in the middle lane. We did see a rotation coming in, just a casualty warning from the support side. Same goes for the rotation coming in from the Snapfire as well. TK, IL was trying to see if we can try to make something happen here. Try to make this easier for Yona, but just can't seem to find the opportunity. Not while Zephyr is within the vicinity.
It actually does get the rune on Yona though, so nicely done. Mid lane obviously a huge point of contention in this game. Trying his hardest to at least his token here. Oh, he does in the bottom lane, keeping Zephyr over, so gonna bring down Chucky, who not only died, but also lost his tier 1 token. And accidentally called GG. Well played. Unfortunate sequence of events for the Timber Saw, but thankfully in the mid lane they hurt a little bit. Hung.
Still, massive pickup, I think, especially when we're talking about a really fat Hung as well with the snipers. So it's going to be something nice. Gives a little bit of breathing room for Yona here. Let's try to catch up with what he was somewhat missing out, but he's not really missing out too much here. Like, sure, in terms of last hit, he's like short by 2, and I think that's just pretty much it. Actually, no, now he's literally superseded him here. But Aya on the top side, sadly the Volleyball thing is not going to be cancelled midway. Nice TP coming for the Hung to actually try to go for the punish.
Well.
Might be able to get more than 1 here. Gets 2 here as Raven was able to secure the double kill with the Doom on top of it as well. Yeah, it's like you said, it's really particularly hard. Right? I feel like when you have a Doom to pit against a hero like Miranda, someone reminds me of when you pit Doom against the Faceless Boy, right? Like the natural counter. You just walk up, you just Doom the guy, and it just literally just stomped out the competition. Ooh, nice cookie. But then again, there's going to be a little bit of assist with the elite speed as well.
Oof.
Oh, but that's just too much regen. Yeah, the cookie's on cooldown. Sure, you got Scatter Blast, but maybe wait, was it on cooldown just now, or maybe just popped out? Yeah. The top side. Ooh, nice. That's
fine.
Snowball was able to connect as well, but oh, the neutral creep tanks out the arrow though, the sacred arrow.
Neutral.
Took one for the team here.
Marks. Seems like the Warpine Raider is on Hung and Friends team here.
everyone is an ally to Hung and Friends, right? They got the neutrals on their
this
side.
Game, it feels like it. I mean, definitely struggling. I mean, thankfully Yona on this puck has actually managed to have a pretty good game. Forces a deny on the mid tower, but on the other side, Jackie.
Oh, beautiful overgrowth. Just managed to lock it down in place. The slow for the Nature's Grass was fantastic, but sadly no one's really in the right position or the ability to really try to follow up with it. So Timbersaw, sadly Chuck will be paying his life for it. Mango Rose. A little bit greedy for that one. We'll be able to secure the kills on Jack Boys. Nice turnaround coming for the side here for E-Rise here alongside with Yona here. We'll be able to get a lot more out of this trade here. 4-for-2. This is the break they were looking for here. They found great success from it. Raven, as he sees all these events unfold before him, has deemed that it was unnecessary and a little bit too late for him. Especially since he got no Doom. I think he had. Wait, hold on. Is the Doom ability? Oh no, the Doom ability was on cooldown. So yeah, it just came back.
Yeah, it was.
Ah, that's unfortunate.
But I mean, really nice for Myth. I mean, they were down a pretty decent deficit and fighting into some pretty strong spells growth, but managed to magically kind of bring it back. Mango Rose having really nice leap movement there on the Mirana. I'm sure this guy plays a lot of Mirana. Be so confident like that. But I mean, really, I think Hung was supposed to have a pretty pop-off game here from the mid lane, but he's kind of been thwarted over and over again by Yona himself.
Oh, that is a lot of damage.
Yeah, playing into this line, and no matter how well you play on the puck, sometimes smoke into Hex is just something you can't particularly mechanically counter.
Yeah.
That is unfortunate. Still a very, very decent game state for Myth. Definitely than in this last series at 12 minutes. So we're kind of seeing Hung and Friends be in a little less trouble territory. They're not quite in this commanding lead, so gonna have to make some adjustments.
Yeah, I think they're just somewhat just waiting out for a better opportunity, especially since like the Especially since their safe laner Mirana really hasn't really come online just yet. It's so far been dependent on landing those sacred arrows so far. You haven't seen that kind of burst damage yet from her. From here at this current moment, especially since they had a little bit of a
have a
couple of
nice smoke
setbacks
there.
here.
This could be really good if they catch on to somebody. They saw Zephyr walking up here.
Not really the one they want to go for here, but they will just have to be satisfied with it. So no more disable here. Pops out the Snapfire's ultimate and try to do a little bit more damage. Cancel out mid-sway here. Oracroft is already connected. Cookie, on the other hand, was absolutely fantastic here. But right now the team just playing this classic back and forth here. Reset, backs in. Yona, unfortunately, gets stunned by the Light Strike Array here. Unable to try to phase himself out of existence here. Will be removed from it instead. Sacred Arrow does manage to connect on Jack Boys here. Here comes Chucky. Trying to find a couple of Chuck E. Cheese, but sadly his nightmare becomes true as he gets doomed instantly since Yona is currently out of the picture here. 4 will fall here. Sure, they did lose Jackie here, alongside with the Treant Protector, but that's still totally fine. Mango Rose doesn't really have any more leap charges, and like I mentioned as well before, he doesn't really have his Maelstrom, he only has the Javelin. So a lot of the damage is just mainly focused on him landing those Sacred Arrows here, or maybe even the Starfall. And by the way, Rojo, I just somewhat confirmed the player that I saw on the playlist on the Myth Avenue Gaming was actually Mango Rose. I believe I remember like I was casting him in a different team back in the previous Odyssey Cup. I think he was in another team at the time. Oh, I mean I could be wrong.
Yeah,
they're very similar. Oh yeah,
I definitely believe it.
Yeah, the observer confirmed for me. Yeah, thanks, buddy. It's got to be you, Zero, right? Love you, buddy. Thanks. Oh, Hobo as well. Oh, it's Jun Song. Hey, still great to hear from you, Jun Song. Yeah, I mean, you know, sometimes it's like
nice to see returning players.
I'm playing sometimes I'm playing roulette, like trying to picture who's my observers. Haven't won yet. I'm just letting you know, Ro. I haven't won yet. Been failing every time.
Can't quit too early. One of these days you'll get it.
I'll get him one of these days.
Can't go down this too early, and the game's taken it's slowed down a little bit. Kind of Myth Avenue Gaming. I've really liked the times that they've gone for smokes, but Raven now has this pipe, so you're a little bit back into the spot you were before as Hong Kong and Friends, where you have these auras, you have decent timings. Avenue Gaming is a spot to contest to you.
There goes the sniper. Main damage is currently out of the picture, but there goes Jackie. And remember, this is the multi-core lineup as well, so losing out the sniper, losing out Hong, this definitely does suck. Yona gets stunned once again, but just enough time to literally blink back into the illusionary orb to safety here. So a beautiful trade, the best kind of trade. It's a support for, it's literally a foot soldier for a general. That's the kind of thing they definitely find great success for. That actually transitions to a mid-tier 1 tower here. So now this is really opening up the map a little bit. It's already been pretty difficult for our dear Mirana here to try to find some space. Mango Rose is just not now the area of farm for Mango Rose. It's getting more smaller every single time.
Yeah, taking that tier 1 tap, pretty big deal. Yona's getting close to that blink, so I mean this game state is pretty decent for Myth, but Lightyear plus pipe timing is good. But now at least really nice work on Lloyd, and they're going to kill off Mango Rose. They don't even bother to do the last hit. Just let him catch more.
This amount of slows, man. My God, the scatter shots fast set is just. But I don't know, like, trust me, like as many times as I want to emphasize it, like you have to experience it to really understand like how annoying it is to deal with. Especially when sometimes you have to deal with safe lane snipers as an off-laner. Beautiful assassinate, roots him down.
No Doom, but the only other hero on their team is Yona, so it looks like they're walking into their deaths.
Oh man. Oh no, Eri, just bring Chucky for a ride. Just like, hey buddy.
No worse feeling than stuck in a snow is gonna kill you. You just have to sit there with your hands off the keyboard for 3 seconds and
it's like, hey buddy,
take him for a ride.
Yeah, it's like, hey buddy, you ain't going down alone, don't worry. We'll keep
They
each
have
other's
this game
company all the
already.
way to the bottom side. But oh no, Yona.
So
There's not
fast.
the DD though. But so much change to Sables, man. It's insane. Now with the Centaur Hoof Stomp as well to add on top of that. We're talking about like 3 disables, right? Like, let me just quickly do quick math, okay? Quick
Radiant's
math.
middle
So,
tower is under attack.
War Stun is like 3 is like a stun rate. It's like 3 stun, like 3-second stuns, right? So 3 seconds into the
That's 0.6 on that.
Yeah,
Radiant's
6,
top tower is under attack.
6, 5. So it's about like 8-second stuns there. It's insane coming from both the Doom and the Lion combination. Could be more than that actually, but anyway. Beautiful
Nice arrow.
Sacred Arrow into the motorbike kisses as well. Gonna be able to get not just 1 but 2 cores while Hong Hong having the time with Vlad just right clicking all the way the finger to death to just seal Chucky's face, just get out of the picture there. Literally slapped him out of existence. Now Hong is gonna be able to
Definitely a
walk out
choice that you'll
scot-free.
take. Force a lot of rotations. Get a pretty good double kill there onto the 2 high net worth heroes in the game. So you definitely take that from Myth Gaming, even if Chucky has to sacrifice himself a little bit.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Although the biggest thing for me is I'm playing, even though the net worths are even, I'm struggling to see what the item timings are going to forming. I mean, you're going for Lincolns on both Mango Rose and on Yona, which of course feels a little bit necessary given going against the Lion and
Like,
the
what's
Doom.
been happening, right?
Doesn't feel good. And even
it-
buying the pipe on
Dire
Timbersaw.
are scanning.
It's never good, but it's like you got no choice, right? But at the same time, there's just so many targeted skills here. Like it feels fantastic for a Lotus for a Lotus buy as well for the offlaner if you choose to go for it. That's like Earthspite, Hax, Finger, Laguna, Doom, Assassin. There's a lot of good targeted skills you can reflect off here.
Certainly are. And especially,
Chucky,
I mean, you're
my
looking at a bunch of
friend.
them right now.
Yeah. Not sure whether the Doom was necessary, but he's totally fine. It's 100 seconds. Or 120 seconds, just throw at it, right? You get a kill, that's fine. You get an objective at the same time. No Doom in the picture here, but I don't think Mango Rose really want to try to join any of this next smoke fight as well. Tim is
Yeah,
going to
and
be
this-
coming on
this is
30
part of the
seconds.
difficulty. When you don't have timing to play for, you end up with this really nice first timing at 20 minutes. on this
No, he
bottom
dropped the
side.
Dream Coil.
Radiant's middle tower
Oh
is
no!
under attack.
I mean, if you couldn't fight this rush before, you can't now. They still think it's worth it. But you definitely want to try for it. Might just be late. This rush is dying pretty fast to the damage of Jackie and Hung Hung.
Right. Can they get there in time?
Catch
They did
Boyd
spot him
first
out
if
though.
you
He's buying the
can.
time with the overgrowth. Fantastic job covering for the Treant Protector. He knows for a fact that he's already caught out in the open. There's no way for him to run. So he decided to buy the necessary amount of time here. But can the same be said for the rest of the teams here? Buyback comes in for the Treant Protector as well to try to join into the fight, try to join into the array. He comes back in, drop the lead. See, the sniper does fall here. But the same goes for Jackie Boy we're here, but he has the Aegis. He comes back into the mix as well here to try to see if they can get as many pickups as much as they can. A buyback was committed. Everything is all in on the tables here. They did spot the Snapfire. Ayat is trying to run for his life up the cookie here. Still got the Earth Spike. Gets the stun on top of the cliff near. And they're going to be able to secure it. Overall, I mean, ideally, Myth didn't want to lose 3 of their members, but the fact that you actually forced the Aegis and a buyback, I think it's not too bad of a loss here.
Yeah, Myth they're doing a good job at matching this kind of thing. Even though ultimately I don't think that fight ends up favoring them, I think it still is doing an okay job at stabilizing the game. I almost feel like I'd rather take that fight and guarantee that Jackie isn't going to have a BKB Aegis than not take it and just kind of watch him hit your building hopelessly. So game looks okay for Myth. It's just, again, you're going into double Lincoln pipe, so very builds from this.
Yeah, I mean, but then again, speaking of which, you got to glimpse into the nature's grass.
Yeah.
Laguna Blade into that's a lost stun. This. Oh my friend.
It's also,
Timbersaw.
yeah,
Chucky.
it's very unfortunate too because he hasn't quite type on Chucky, so he's missing out a lot of stats from the item. And he just finishes. Didn't even have magic resistance in his inventory for when a jump like that inevitably happens.
Dire's bottom tower
And even
is under
Zephyr going a defensive item of his own, an Aeon Disc. So he's not jumped on Zephyr. He says, I am not going to die. I will always get my spells off. I can always initiate. So I kind of like this by him, actually. I think this is a little bit of an underutilized item sometimes in game states like this.
I mean, you also need to think of it from another point of view, another perspective, right? Where Doom is not really the best initiator. He has always been more ideal as a secondary initiator. So the line coming in with the Blink Dagger, right? Especially with the Aeon Disc on top of that, it just allows him to be a more proper or dedicated initiator.
They catch Mirana.
Oh, that is great. But he did Doom the Mirana instead here, so no Doom on the other side here, so Timbersaw can have some form of reliefs here. But then again, the Overgrowth has managed to connect as well. Got the stun with the Inferno Blade, so that's going to be reducing a lot more. He gets stunned in place before the Timber Chain was able to pull him to safety on top of the Light Strike. The Ray! E-Rise was actually trying to go for the Snowball save, but he gets stunned in place instead. So I guess you can say 2 for the price of 1. That's going to be pretty nice on their side here. Now with 3 of their main cores out of the picture here, they want to try to see if they can siege this tower. And it's not going to be a problem. Both Sniper and Lena range hitting at whatever direction they want to as well here.
Yeah, that's just the biggest threat that there is. And without 3 heroes, you can't really fight it. And Raven doesn't have fear. With just these 2 heroes alive, walks right up onto them. To use the BKB on Jackie. Just not really enough damage. I think the Solar Flare is going to be the biggest one. Tries to get an arrow onto Jackie. Just gonna walk. I mean, just that so poorly expanded their net worth lead by almost 10,000. Not quite as fast as previous games, but starting to feel as those ones. And, defensive items feel pretty good when you're ahead because you already have the damage, but when you're like this.
So Moonlight Shell as well. Did he pop the sentry, the defensive sentry to give some form of vision? Although yes, the train did fall, but he did manage to pop the Overgrowth in time as well. Try to get to the west of the backline. They find Jackboy, but he popped the BKB. Thank God for BKB piercing Walrus Punch as well to buy a little bit more time. But guess what? He's not the only threat. There's still Hong Hong. But Yona was left unplaced here. So he's constantly just juggling between 2 to 3 heroes in a 1v3. He finally goes down with no form of supports here. Hong Hong and friends will suffer their first team file massive loss here against Myth Avenue Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, that's the power of Solar Flare. I mean, that's probably the biggest benefit to the side of Myth and their kind of defensive item builds is you have a steroid in this Mirana ulti, so this Lincoln Sphere doesn't feel as bad as it might normally, and you even have the drinking buddies with drums on Eris, so lots of ways to kind of increase your damage. Just barely edge out a team. Actually, it's so awkward from Jackie, BKB stand in place, but actually taking so much physical damage. Mango Rose and then Walrus Punch. Such a view like that. No Doom.
Although the sniper was a little bit late to the fight there, but I also like the prioritization coming from Myth Avenue Gaming for the last fight as well, right? Like it wasn't so split off in those 1v1 situations. It was just more like just focus fire. They see the closest one, they melt them away, then they focus on the next specific target. Of course, we do see Yona chasing down the Tusker in the end, but still, it's been a pretty great fight, a very massive win. Speaking of which, E-Rise was casually picked up there. They tried to attempt for another gang on the other side, but Sally was not able to find success with that one. But still not too many losses to support for support. But we see if Myth Avenue from a 12,000 from Hong Hong and friends 12,000 gold lead was able to swing it back to just 4,000. They literally just chipped off 8,000 from their last team fight.
Yeah, and a nice pick off onto Zephyr too. I mean, you're behind like this, every kill is that much more meaningful. Thankfully, there's a BKB on Hong Hong, so if you can make sure that you in position to fight with you, he is still very strong. But level 18 on Mirana with almost a BKB for Mango Rose. This is pretty much timing that you're for in terms of gaming, or at least the way that you're looking to kind of slow down the game. If you can dodge this smoke, it's massive because every item on Mirana is extremely valuable. So much damage coming out from that hero. Almost an Octarine as well on Yona, which is one of the best feeling items on Puck.
Mm-hmm.
And this, I mean, they do get the so smoke for nothing. Sealing Wisdom Rune is always a pretty massive deal. Level 18 on Raven's Doom.
Mm-hmm.
But not getting a kill out of it feels pretty decent. New Gaming are doing an incredible job of just slowing this game down. Being very patient with the fights that they want to take.
Yeah. Sadly, Hang Hang and friends from their last small game was not able to find anyone, nor on the scans as well. Trying to see if they can get a couple of lucky, but you know, it's still totally fine. They're still able to at least get some offensive walls out at the same time. But we also have some pretty great ones on the side of Myth Avenue Gaming as well. Since they did break the bottom racks, they are not too concerned of the bottom side too much, because then the lane is going to be naturally pushed. And I think that's something that Myth need to be cautious for as well. Can't really prolong too much fights happening on the top side without garnering some form of success or some form of objective, because that bottom side eventually someone has to go back to really deal with that lane.
I think on Myth Gaming, the rush would be up now, and it's actually an incredibly fast spawn, 11 seconds on that timer. So it's actually in this top side. If they knew they could have tried to stay not quite set up in position as a unit just to be safe. This next rush force probably going to be the contention of the next fight.
Yeah, but now they got a little bit of intel as well from the last smoke push, right? Like they had one of the triangles and the Dire Triangle. They also spotted the Timsaw and the Mirana TP to the ball lane, so at least now they know exactly where they are. I'm going to be trying to at least try to predict which route they actually try to attempt. And what they want eventually. Now the smoke comes in
from the side of Hung Hung, which I think is definitely the correct move if they can take control of this bot side, which actually Myth Gaming aren't particularly for. They actually rotate towards this top side, so kind of avoiding the smoke, which is nice, but they could also just give up the rope if not careful.
Yeah, but right now both teams is currently playing on literally playing on ice right now, because that's just how close it is currently at this point in time. One mistake could probably lead to more than just an objective. It could even be the one that cost the game as well, or a significant swing. So I think that's why everyone's just being really cautious about it. Even though they had a good idea, they probably had a few suspicions, especially after the relocation towards the bot side to clear that bottom lane. But I think they weren't too overcommitted about it, but they're just like, you know what, better just focus on just one or two targets rather than the whole team.
Yeah, no rush on roars, but this thing goes down fast. You have to be in before it dies. But Myth, it actually looks like they kind of made a call as a team to just not fight this, which is quite interesting. But maybe if you're not afraid of this Aegis one, then maybe that is the correct. You just need one more items if you think that on the Roshan, because cut down the net worth lead by margin. It's not only 3,000 friends, but I mean Aegis and Daedalus for is a lot of most effective.
Yeah, I mean also on top of that, like we see Myth did a really great job in pushing out all the lanes as well. Sure they got the Roche, but it's there's still someone be able to delay it at the fact that all the lanes at least being pushed out at the same time. So
yeah,
and it's kind of
interesting too. They're gonna smoke off of it because you have to split to kind of clear out these waves, and they have this earlier.
Oh, finally got the shot, falls out the BKB, and also with the shot coming up from Sniper as well to try to go for the pickups here. Try to melt the Timso in time as well, quickly switching their targets here. Both Jackboy and Hung Hung uncontested, unchallenged here. No one was able to withstand the damage coming out from these two massive range DPS. Still currently on the run. Aya trying to cook it away, but instantly gets Earth spiked in. It was a good attack coming in from the Mortimer kids, right? Like, it definitely was a late reveal. No one suspected that he had the gobble up from the scepter. But then again, the sniper was too quick on his hand. Like, he saw him flying mid-air, straight away pop up the BKB and his shot.
And just barely surviving that. That could have been really bad for Hung Hung and friends, but it actually ends up being, I really liked the thought by Myth, but actually Puck wasn't quite in the.
Dire's
Now you're looking at this Aegis, and now it's knocking our high ground.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And he hasn't
Starting to
popped the
feel
BKB
not very
either
good
as
about giving
well.
up that Aegis. Yeah, I mean, you thought you were fighting on your own terms, but actually ended up being right in the hands of Hung Hung and friends. Just try to push out waves as best as you can. They've actually done a pretty job. We saw in the previous games the wave clear wasn't very good.
Oh yeah.
But now you've got a Timbersaw, you've got a Puck, Rana, Snapfire. These heroes can all kind of fit pretty easily, so they won't lose another tier 3 just yet. They have to divert their attention to the top lane. And they didn't even have to use Doom in that last fight, Leo. So it's still, if they can manage to find a target for it.
Top tower is under
Oh,
attack.
speaking of targets here, did manage to spot the Golem. Beautiful 2-man silence, so I'm not going to be able to get the disabled off him. But the defensive BKB comes in. He doesn't really care about the Puck. He wants to try to melt the rest of the squad here. As long a Puck without any form of support is just literally a Puck by itself. BKB did manage the time out as well. He quickly switches his target to the next person here as he can find. Jonas will be able to first kill out to safety here, but Chucky on the other hand, I don't think the same can be said. But instead of wasting more time, they understand that it's just trying to delay it. They focus their attention back to the lane here, push it in here, siege the towers. They did lose line in the process, that's unfortunate for that for sure, but they still have the Aegis in hand. And I believe Sniper already has his Satanic on the way. Like, I remember, so yeah, he had already received the Satanic, yeah.
Ooh, they have a Roshan banner as well, so no glyph, the Roshan banner. This could be a lot of damage on the buildings. Yona and doing a nice job of actually killing the wave early.
Yeah.
So trying to make the most out of this game. There's still 2 this racks, but after this one, deal with Yona, who's been such in this game. Was supposed to be shut down pretty hard from draft, but has really made the most out of his Puck game. And in that last fight, it was really unfortunate. I mean, the Doom, obviously, dooming the carry is always going to be a solid way to win a fight. But, I mean, I think with the Solar Flare already active, having BKB ready, I think that Mango Rose wasn't as worried, but you lose a lot of don't have that leap. I mean, it's 190 bonus attack speed, and of course, the positioning that comes with it. So as soon as the Doom was out, food, even with that BKB, very unfortunate. You got to be a little more careful on Mango Rose if you're able to.
Yeah. But
Full
there's also
Octarine for
the
Raven.
yeah, and then there's also the other problem with the fact that there's just right now it's not really a game where it's just one person that's doing the main DPS and the rest is just supports. We're talking about like multiple core line on the side of a Hong and they are absolutely fat. They bought the Lingus, they got the hacks in time on top of the Earth Spike as well. They try to go for the snowball saves here. And we'll try to delay the inevitable here, as long as the core gets out of it, as long as he survives. But sadly he dies and he rides also alongside with him. And no buyback, he's dead for 70 seconds.
Yeah, this looks like it will be made. Now there's catapult, so those aren't something I can easily kill, especially if he gets stunned right away.
God.
Nice
no,
timing from Jackie. Nobody their core. This is definitely Mega's aim right here, right now.
This is a beautiful, it's literally symphony scale. Now it's Megas, ladies and gentlemen. We are moving in, they are sieging the towers. The save lane is not here. Mango Rose is gone, same as Yona. GG is the call. And finally, after a gruesome 36 minutes, finally a game that goes more than 30 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We have finally got it, and Hong Hong and friends once again will secure the first game. Will they repeat history again and secure the second one? We will have to see, but definitely for sure, Rojo, we are having a game on our hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's much more exciting to see Myth Avenue kind of have... I mean, they're always punching back, so they never really gave up anything without at least getting back or doing something around the map. Net worth lead was pretty tight for most of the game, but I mean, again, you're looking in friends, and just these small leads that they gain over time and the way that they play around their timings is very concise, very well put together. So it's definitely, I mean, they're a team to deal with Avenue Gaming. I think they have it in them. I think this game panned out a little bit unfortunately for them, but I definitely think, in their hearts, I think there's a lot of fight in this series here.
Yeah. I mean, it was still relatively really close for them as well. Like, it felt it still could have gone anyone's way depending on how the game really panned out for them. Especially even the lane, sure, the sniper definitely had a little bit of a clearer advantage, but that's when we start seeing the supports rotating down mid as well, providing this some farm assistance, some space was provided, a little bit of breathing room for both the sniper. Same goes for the other lanes, but I think particularly the bottom side was not like, especially coming from the Timbersaw, I think he wasn't getting as much advantage as he was hoping for when he went towards that lane. Sure, like, he didn't really die a lot in that lane, but nor was he getting a lot of kills in that lane as well, or setting some form of aggression or a dominance as well. It's a little bit too tricky for him, even though he was still paired alongside with the Snapfire here. So, but other than that, the game has really been going back and forth. There was even at one point where they managed to balance out the gold lead as well. It was like 12k gold lead for the side for the Radiant here for Hong Hong and friends. After that one massive team fight, it just reduced by 8,000 gold. I'm like, yo, that is crazy. And then it became to the point where Hong Kong and friends also started being a little bit more reserved in their rotation patterns as well. They weren't taking too aggressive engagements anymore. They weren't taking too like offensive smoke gangs anymore. It's like they went one round. If they can't find anyone under vision, they say, if we fall back, find a better opportunity once we get that agents here. So still, well done. Kudos to Myth Avenue Gaming and also to Hong Kong friends for securing the first point for themselves. But of course, this is the beauty of best of 3, Rojo. There is still another opportunity for Myth Avenue Gaming to bounce back unless Hong Kong and friends decides to close it here and now.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna have to give a good fight. I just, when we go to this post game here and we look at the result, I mean, Jackie and Hung Hung having incredible games. A lot of deaths over on the side of Myth Avenue. So, I mean, especially Chucky, I think on the Timbersaw, he was playing it very mechanically well, but just not an easy Timbersaw game. By a couple unfortunate timings where he dies right as the pipe is coming out. The Doom is naturally so obnoxious for that hero. So, I think if you can just minimize the amount of deaths that you're having in the amount of team fights that are coming out in favor of Hung Hung, I think, the mechanics and kind of the map knowledge to bring it to Hung Hung, it's just, again, this team is just small leads over and over again, small map movements, constantly punishing, especially Zephyr he looked really comfortable on this line. I think it is one of his better heroes from when I've seen him play. And super early blink into so many kills. Game would have looked a lot different without that hero coming in for him.
Yeah, no, Zephyr really played a phenomenal role as the primary initiator, right? Like, it's like I said, Doom has always been more of a secondary. You just want to really land some really good Dooms on like either core targets as well, but you just can't do that if you're jumping in first. So I think Lion playing that role alongside the end, this really did help out. We also had the Treant Protector with he had the shard. He was also personally scouting things out under the Nature's Guise. That also did pan out as well as he was hoping for. But yeah, this was the fight. Yeah, I believe in this highlight, this is the one where they actually had their first massive loss here, and they just tipped the scale heavily. The gobble up, don't get me wrong, the gobble up is actually pretty cool, but I was a little bit concerned because you're dealing with a lot of range DPS, and your lineup it's not necessarily great at like closing the distance. It's not like everyone has a blink dagger. So it's like when you gobble up and throw someone in, it feels like you're just giving a sacrificial sacrifice, right? It's just like throw it in, like hope they go away, hope they don't go after us anymore. Let us win. But there was that one.
And I mean,
oh yeah, sorry.
I was you are coming to MVP. I was also about to praise them as well. Raven. I mean, we saw in the last game how much Doom can struggle on lane. Raven made it look really good in lane. He went the 0-2-1 early skill build. Like really consistently in the Blues top of the network the whole game. So I think it's very reasonable that he would get MVP. It looked very comfortable.
Oh yeah, it got to like the initial part. It was still pretty simple for them to deal for Myth to deal with Raven. But then when we got to a state when he had both Pipe Crimson and Shivas, I think that was just pretty much it. Like the Doom was just too difficult for them to melt down anymore. It wasn't as simple as they thought initially as well. And the Octarine, just to make things worse, you got more or less cooldowns on the side of Dooms here. So it really worked out as well. Like as the game progresses, like it benefited both sides. But I think in this case, it's slightly shifted in the favor of Hong Kong here, as their late game scaling was definitely a little bit better here.
Yeah, and especially too, I think from the start of the game, just looking at the Hung Hung draft, it's just so simple and nice to play. I feel like they had every hero just fits its role pretty. And Myth Avenue, I mean, they really made this kind of difficult game look good. And I think you kind of want to, you know, get out of those lanes a little bit better, have a draft that's a little bit more favorable.
Yep.
And
but
we
anyway,
are going to as well have to thank our sponsors, Leo, is Samsung Odyssey and their new line of monitors, the OLED G8 and G6. I mean, that's a pretty beautiful monitor. It's about 32 inches, which is a lot, but it's of course got slurs and right. It's a 240 hertz refresh rate, so it doesn't, you know, make your game any worse by any means. With a 0.03 millisecond response time. I mean, that's an incredible gaming monitor, especially if you want to watch, you know, play really beautiful games. And that seems like an incredible monitor for people with higher end rigs, for sure.
I mean, yeah, you're definitely going to be able to make full use of the rig that you so heavily invested in for. But most importantly as well, the G8 also comes in. It has something that the G6 doesn't have, besides the size, of course, and the refresh rate. It's actually, it comes with a smart TV functionality. So you could actually, like, because of how large the screen is, you can actually still be pretty casual about it as well. So I think that's also a nice thing to have on the sidelines here. Because anyway, Rojo, it's been a fantastic game one. We still have more games coming for not just for us, but for the viewers as well. So we're going to be taking a quick short one. So, but ladies and gentlemen, don't go away for too long. The conclusion of our final series of tonight of Group A will be coming to you guys right after this.
I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm feeling high when I'm low, 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 low. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low, 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 low. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me.
What you gonna do?
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another round of the Samsung Odyssey Cup Dota 2 Championship. I'm Landon, also known as Yoli. Joining me once again is the well-knowledge Rojo, or Shane B in this case, as we will show you guys all the Dota 2 shenanigans and action here for you today for day one of the C finals here. Anyway, Rojo, how you been? We've been through our 3 series. This is our third and last series as well. We're about to go into game number 2 here. So, what's your thoughts of our 2 final teams here?
I mean, I'm feeling pretty good. I think, we've been watching some honestly pretty good Dota, some pretty well, just kind of some cohesive gameplay, some really nice game plans. So I'm happy to have seen it. And of course, you guys should be happy to see the discount codes that should be coming up here in just a moment for the Samsung Odyssey OLED G8 and G6, which we've talked to death about and will continue to do so. You can get up to 25% off when you go to the website and type in the Odyssey Cup and whatever your region code is in front of it. So for Indonesia, it would be ID and etc. So take advantage of that while you can. We wish we could, right, Leo?
Yeah, man, it's I want to get this opportunity, but I can't. Okay, so this is only exclusively for you viewers as well. So we, the talents, we're only here to just give you as much entertainment and also at the same time showcase you guys the strength of our young talents and even current talents. So we also have pro players and pro teams into our tournaments as well. That's right. It's not just the amateur teams, but also pro teams are in this as well here. You probably saw some, you probably recognize some as well by their by their IGN. Probably not the team name. The team name is definitely different for sure, but their IGN name is maybe you would have noticed or recognized one or two. But of course, anyway, this is currently the updated bracket here. So each of the teams from the very beginning of the day, our top 8 teams went through a grueling best of 3 in the first segment, where we move on to our last segment, which is the semi-finals here. So far for each side. For each series, everyone was able to secure 1 game each. And surprisingly enough, Castaway, a team which I thought, like Roho, you and I thought we might have gone the distance, actually dropped 1 game to CSC.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit surprising, but thankfully, the teams that lose out in the semifinals are going to have an option to play in this lower bracket for that 3rd slot going into the rest of the tournament. And we are on to a draft now. 2 different heroes we haven't seen yet, Leo.
Oh, finally. And I mean, like, finally. I'm not talking about Wind Ranger. I have no love for Wind Ranger. I'm so sorry. But I am happy to finally see the Centaur One Runner getting some love. I think there was one too many opportunities where we could have seen a Centaur, but we just didn't or never gotten it here. So glad to see him here. Great aura item by it. Also great pairing with the Crimson Guard as well, which is going to be very useful against the Wind Ranger's Wind Fury here. So now we have the Wind Ranger here coming in the. Oh yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah, just I mean the Wind Ranger is of course an incredibly strong hero. That pick right there shocks me, but Centaur is obviously just nice into it. The auras are great to buy into it, but I've seen Wind Rangers kill themselves comically fast on return plus blade mail, so you always have to be careful about that. But what do you think of the Zeus pickup, Leo? I was talking earlier about how I think this hero struggles a lot, but I mean, I'm happy to see it.
I actually picture the Zeus more on the... I believe his role is actually going to be a more simple role, where it's just going to be more of that walking vision, right? Because I think like we have, when it comes to vision, I think we only have 2 heroes that can be deemed like the best vision provider in the entire game, and Zeus is actually being one of them as well. He also has that global presence as well, so it can help, especially once the Wind Ranger gets his scepter up, where the Invi can be quite annoying to deal with when he wind runs. But more importantly, he's great for high ground defense. If the game were to ever to go sideways, he is great for defending high ground. So, and he waves clear absolutely phenomenally as well. But then again, also it's hard to tell whether it's going to be a mid Zeus though. Like there's still. I won't say. I guess he's somewhat.
I'm envisioning it being a support, I think, from what I'm looking at in the draft. I mean, they pick it so early. It's not this typical mid hero. But I mean, imagine how annoying it would be to be a Wind Ranger in the safe lane, just eating lightning bolts every few seconds. Could be really obnoxious. And one thing to be scared of, though, if you are with Avenue, is you didn't give away the Lion this time, but it wasn't as good of a Lion game. You actually gave Zephyr the Marcy if he wants to play it, or as well, they pick up the Hoodwink. So Zephyr's got a hero he's going to be 100% comfortable on for sure, and we've seen this Marcy do a lot of work, and I believe we saw it only 2 times so far, but it looked good in both of those games.
You know, I'm going to be flat honest with you. I know we haven't been able to see like really good Marana games so far, even though we have a few Marana picks. But I feel in this situation, especially for Hong Kong and friends, I feel like it's going to be really fantastic pairing when you have both. When you want to amplify even more range damage, right? You have the both Marcy, you have the Wind Ranger, you pair on top with the Marana as well. I feel you can actually really get some really good synergy out of those 3 combinations, with those 3 heroes in particular in cohesion as well. But like I say, you know, it's up there. I'm still not a big fan of the whole Marana pick thing, but it just feels like it can somewhat work if they want to go for it. But you know, sadly, Hoodwink's already been selected, so I don't think we will get the other Marana pick unless they deem otherwise. Maybe gonna be locking down their mid hero. That's very obvious one now, so it's definitely clearly a Zeus support. And the Storm Spirit is gonna go and head into the mid side. There's no puck to deal with, but they are bringing their own personal spirits to deal with him.
Yeah, this is always a treat to watch, Storm Spirit versus Ember Spirit. I feel like this is kind of like classic signature Southeast Asian Dota, right? You got a Storm Spirit versus an Ember Spirit in the mid lane. You see all these supports rotate in. You see all these team fights. very exciting heroes, in my opinion, to watch some of my favorite heroes to play as well. So I'm glad we get to see both of them here. And now, in Myth Avenue Gaming, they should pretty plainly be looking for a carry hero, barring some maybe really fun, Zeus carry was something people dabble with when the Manta style worked, but they did nerf that, unfortunately, so
Yeah,
I don't know if we'll
removed
be
the
as
thing,
blessed
right?
today.
Yeah. They completely removed it. But interestingly, we have a Tide Hunter ban. Yeah, so okay, interesting. So they got rid of the Tide. Basically, they're getting rid of all the offlaners, which is pretty much clear that Hong Kong and Friend is only currently lacking is that offlaner. Let's see who else is.
Yeah, having a
who
tanky
is
hero
still
in the corner
available.
is-
Ah, yeah, and there goes the
there is
Pit
still the
Lord.
Visage,
That is true.
but
There
it's
is
not
still the
as great of a
Visage.
Visage game as it was in past. I do like getting rid of the Underlord. So annoying for these mobile heroes like Storm Spirit.
Actually, curiously, Rojo, where does Broodmother stand in this?
10 seconds remaining.
I think Broodmother is very strong in general as a hero, but it really comes down to, do you play Broodmother as a team? Do you have a Broodmother player, and does your team like playing with the Broodmother? Is it a good Broodmother game? So there's a lot of factors. So both teams might just be ignoring it because they're not fully comfortable with it yet, or
Yeah.
maybe they just think that in the games that have happened that it hasn't really found its moment yet. But actually, I mean, I could definitely see an interesting Broodmother pick for Hung Hung and Friends, where Broodmother is one of the fastest farming heroes once you get to that level 6 and you can get a super early pipe. Because right now, Myth Avenue Gaming do not have a lot of physical damage. So they actually go for Pango, which is not quite the Broodmother, but does still not mind going an early pipe.
I guess it's also been a while since we've seen the Pangolier as well.
10 seconds.
Last pick. What is the requirement here? They probably it's most likely a safe laner here. What is
I mean,
best? suited
definitely
for
feels
them
like
here?
you might want a lot of physical damage, or that pipe is gonna really, really make you struggle. So, in my head, initially, I want to go towards something like a Chaos Knight that does a lot of physical damage, but
Mhm.
the control is a little bit much from Hung Hung and Friends for something like a CK. So, I'm curious what they want to go for. I mean, the same thing goes for a lot of these really heavy physical damage heroes like the Troll Warlord. There's a lot of ways to kite this hero.
What about the Alchemist here? We still have the Elk in the pool. Oh no, they still went for
have
the
Nature's
Nature's Prophet.
as well. Not the most physical damage, actually, depending on usually going for the Maelstrom.
Yeah, but
But
I guess
just an incredibly strong hero in its own right.
Yep. I guess maybe the goal would be to try to at least be more present across the map as well, just to provide the necessary amount of assistance, because they don't really have any ways to deal with the global presence coming in from the Nature's Prophet, nor do they have an Enchantress or a Chant to get rid of the Great Treants. I can see some really good rotation potential coming out for the Nature's Prophet. Like the only probably form of escape is probably just the Wind Run or the Emperor, or just the Ember's ultimate. I guess you could dispose out of it, but I don't think that's possible.
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult draft, I think, just to boot for Myth Avenue Gaming. But when you have this kind of global presence, you're always able to do kind of wacky stuff, gain leads in the early game if you're communicating well and getting a lot of damage off. So I think I do, heading into this game, prefer Hung Hung and Friends draft just a little bit. Again, it feels like they're playing something easy, something comfortable.
Yep. I mean, this is what we thrive for, right? Like things that hasn't been really discovered yet so far, right? Especially with the patch has been out for almost a month now, but we're still seeing interesting play styles, right? Composition wise, whether it's from competitive games or even just from casual tournaments like this one as well. So set to see what will unfold here. How will they tackle around the game here? I'm actually expecting to see a lot more presence coming in from the Storm Spirit in this game here. But I'm more interested to see what Zephyr is going to be doing here. Because I think there's always going to be some form of action or excitement when it comes to Zephyr, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely, I could see this game being pretty bloody. There's a lot of skirmishing heroes, Walking on the high, or walking near the high ground, Zephyr pretty much taunting them at that point. More all chat again. Really making sure to target Lloyd
Yeah.
now that he is on this Marcy. So we have seen him twice on the Treant Protector. I can't remember if he played a different hero. I do believe it was the Enchantress. Now he's on this Marcy. Of course, the joke being from Mango Rose that he's a Treant one trick. Proving so far wrong with the Enchantress game that he had, but always like to see a little bit of banter.
Yeah.
Shows that
True,
these
but so-
players really do respect each other.
I mean, that's the beauty. That's the beauty of the community, right? Nothing, a little banter can't go wrong here.
Battle begins.
But I'm more curious to see where the Zeus real true role plays in all this, right? Like one could assume like the latter, right? Like high ground defender, great vision provider, some form of global from his Thunderous Wrath, but is that all there is to it? You know, that kind of thing. So this is where this is beyond theory crafting anymore. This is just straight up to the practical experimentation here to see whether he can actually pull it off here.
Yeah, and we are going to have an exciting one in the mid lane, especially I'm a mid lane player myself, but just love watching these heroes, Ember versus Storm Spirit. We've seen some pretty good Storm performances so far already. See how Yona fares and how he matches up to those.
Oh no. Yeah, like I think there's nothing worse than going a toe-to-toe with a Hoodwink support. I think that's the worst thing. His
He's going to take
attack
a lot of
range,
damage here.
yeah, his attack range is insanely far. He has good amount of CC, and woo! Zephyr was able to turn the tide on
Oh, the
E-Rise.
bug grenade.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Oh, this is
wait,
what
hold
happens when you
on.
pick weird heroes sometimes.
Yeah, wait, hold on. My fantastic observer, can you click on Hoodwink? Okay, click on Zephyr. Oh, okay, so he went for the first kill of the Bushwhack. Okay. He went for Acorn Shard. Oh man.
She did a lot of damage, but wasn't able to fight against the Zeus. I mean, this is one of the things. You pick something that people aren't used to playing against, like Zeus with the level 1 Arc Lightning. And actually in the mid lane, Yona just barely surviving from Hung Hung. He's actually going to take a lot of damage, but does have the bottle, thankfully.
Yeah. Thank
Yona actually
God.
has to be careful here because he used all his charges to try and live.
Oh no, I think it's fine.
Not quite a kill.
Yeah, he's fine. It's fine.
But still a
Got a sleight of
bloodbath.
fist in 4 seconds though. Can he bait it off with this one though? Oh, yeah, he did.
Just
But he managed to get the bottle though. Got the bottle.
Take the water in, die. Doesn't seem like the best trade.
I can take this for sure, Ro. He's like spamming the hell out of that bottle. It's like water, heal me.
It's about sending a message, of course.
Yeah. You know, at least now he pushed out
And in the bot
waves.
lane, I mean, this Zeus is sending a message. Kill on to Raven.
Yeah.
This lane is going really well in the bot lane.
I mean, let's be honest here, right? Like it's never a fun lane for a melee, especially for a melee off lane, right? To go toe to toe with 2 range, with also decent like nuking harass abilities as well. It gets really tiresome, especially once you run out of regen. It's pretty difficult to deal with. But I think his wands, right? Like a lot of wand charges.
Yeah, definitely not easy. Mango Rose having a pretty nice start compared to the last game, which was a bit tough for him on the Mirana. His CS isn't the highest, but getting that kill really makes up for it. And of course, the Zeus taking off, getting a lot of gold in his own right.
Oh.
Another mid lane brawl. Yona actually really low.
That
I
is-
think he's
you-
dead here to the sleight of fist. That does not feel
Yona,
great.
Yona, you are fighting with fire here, literally. Hung Hung,
Quite literally, he's living on the edge.
I swear to God, man, Hung Hung was just like a quarter HP dealing with a 3/4 HP Storm Spirit, man. My God. That's it. Oh. Nice road. Going to be able to lock him down in place. Got the Queening Blade to disengage.
And this hard
You know,
camp has
like-
been left open in the bot lane, so it's been a big point of contention here.
The statics, roots out the greater Trion. Yeah, I think after that few small skirmishes, I think we haven't been seeing much action on the bottom side. Just mostly the challenge for the side camps. Oh, spoiled a little bit too soon. Nice route for the defensive saves. Gonna keep E-Rise nice and safe. Raven, no way for him to really get close to it as well.
Radiant's courier has been.
Now, don't get me wrong, his swashbuckler is a
And,
fantastic skill, right? But like that's his sole mobility and like escape abilities besides the shield crash. So can't really use it like as freely as he want to, especially since he's doesn't really have the lead in this lane.
Yeah, definitely not. Lane going quite well for them bottom, but I mean, not in comparison to mid lane. Fighting again, Yona. Oh, he should not move up on the high ground.
yeah, you got it.
Doesn't matter.
Tower is under attack.
It was a little bit dicey because he ate both those sleight of fists, but
Yeah,
he calculated, of course.
Dude, I'm standing at the edge of my feet, Rojo. Like he's playing with fire. I know he's literally the embodiment of fire. He's Ember Spirit. He's like the spirit of fire himself. But still. But if he actually won
Yeah,
on that fight against
definitely.
Yona, I think that the dynamic of that mid lane is gonna be so heavily shifted. It's
Yeah,
too heavy.
especially just, I mean, even just mentally, to be honest. Mid lane players, but actually, I mean, he takes that on Hung Hung, he takes that death, and he goes top lane, trying to bring down Chucky.
blocked out by the neutral creeps. Finally goes down. Can he get another one though? Out of range.
Yeah, does get the kill there, and I mean, Jackie's having an incredible lane.
Tower is under attack.
And actually rotating because of this into the bot lane with Lloyd and with Zephyr. Branch into the bushwhack. Nice little trick there. Ends up killing the Furion as well. Man, Jackie has 40 CS right now and 6 denies on top of it.
Yeah, it is not easy, especially with the Marcy, with the sidekick active as well. Like he's free to trade anytime he wants to as well. It's always going to be able to get the better half of that trade.
At least this is Centaur. Oh, actually got a kill on the Zephyr, which
The
is
rotation
nice.
as well,
Yona's
to be able to
here.
pull him all the way to the back. Raven, no more shield crash, all the swashbuckler, but the Centaur though goes for the 3-man stun by some time, but sadly Yona's damage is a little bit too significant here. Lloyd, be able to walk out of this scot-free.
Dire are scanning.
Hung Hung's looking for a snipe onto
Hey.
Eris, but they actually see him because of the ward. Get a nice D ward because of the Zeus. Definitely one of the benefits of running the support hero. Lightning Bolt is always so nice for just clearing out observer wards. And, you know, Jackie's having a great time in this top lane, but it is Centaur. So he's got 3 bracers in the inventory and then a regen and consumables on top of it.
Oh
Sitting
yeah.
at 1600 HP at the moment, so he's not going to get pushed out.
Oh,
Going
nice
for some
push
good
right into
damage in the mid lane
root.
onto Yona.
Not range. Yes, he still has enough mana to really get out of it. It's totally fine. But seriously, like I do want your opinion on something, Rojo. So as you know, we one of the patches few back, they removed the damage, the amount of the damage on the bracer and replace it with HP instead. Like don't get me wrong, I'm fine with that, but I want to see like what's the
Air
opinion for
experiments.
everyone else. Oh, nice stampede.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage from
That
the
is insane.
Nature's Call, or the Wrath of Nature there. Whew.
Got a good stack. There's a lot of vision in the jungle as well, even in the triangle.
They did not expect that when they went for that play. Took way too much damage. Don't even get the kill on Eris. But I mean,
Dire's middle tower
I think
is
there's a
under
little bit
attack.
too much HP in Dota at the moment, so I don't love Bracers having this kind of flat HP. But they were incredibly strong with damage. They're incredibly strong with flat HP. They're just a stat efficient item, so I don't think it's any surprise that we see so many of them every game.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
No, because like as you know, there's certain mid laner melee heroes that also utilize the bracer not just for the regen but also for the bonus stats as well. So now I was just very curious, like how does it change for the other particular mid lane heroes, melee heroes?
I mean, it's just, you know, it's just very stat effective. So if I've not many, like not as many mid heroes usually utilize it. It's kind of universal heroes and strength heroes, but I mean, honestly, I think one of the heroes that benefit the most from bracers across the entire game is actually the support heroes. You know, Void has his own on the Marcy. It gives you just a lot of value HP, but there is actually smoke down here.
Oh, that is a lot of people. 4 men is going to be able to hold it all the way down. We've got the electric vortex to try to lock him down in place, but he's still able to get the rolling thunder. But the final hit coming in from the Shadow Realm will seal Raven's fate here. What about a quick TP to the top side here? They do have the vision here. They are getting a lot of view upon this here. Jackie, he spot the TP coming in from Mango Rose. Now he's also a part of this fight and in this contention. Spot the wind run, but doesn't matter. There's a lot of static remnants to seal his fate. Dispose flips Yona all the way at the back into the back lines here to try and see if they can get a couple of pick up. Electric Vortex starts hung in. Let's see if they can get a couple of more out of this. 2 cores and then support each on each side here. A little bit of a quick knockback as well.
Oh.
The ultimate snipe. Beautiful snipe. Yeah.
I actually get number 2. Hung, I mean, both of these spirit players so comfortable on the heroes because you can tell by the way they're just playing constantly on the edge. Hung especially just eking so much value out of every little bit of HP and mana he has. Yeah, and in the case of Yona, he's definitely struggled a little bit. Hung going in for even more.
That is crazy, and that's just too much burst coming in from all 3 of them. A little bit too much for them to handle. And the Zeus probably with the most, one of the worst mobility, if it wasn't for the 3rd skill. Which I'm really thankful they actually added. But what? What?
Yeah, Wrath of Nature is a spell in
gotta
Dota
love
2. Oh, trying to kill Raven as well, but doesn't quite have the damage. Hung here is here again. A little bit of ping pong on Raven.
Shadow Realm comes in, but it can only buy so much time. Sadly, they don't really have any like flat AoE bursts to actually try to damage him in Shadow Realm. But you know, eventually they'll get him.
Hung is giving me a heart attack on this Ember Spirit. He just does not care.
What do you mean, Rojo? Now only you feel it? Every time I see an Ember Spirit, I'm always having a heart attack. I don't like Ember. I'm scared of Ember. It terrifies me.
It is a very scary hero, especially in the hands of somebody who is really honestly a psychopath at this point. Hung, he just does not care about what anyone else is doing in the game. He is going to try and mechanically outplay you.
Yeah.
1 in 100 is the perfect odds for Hung.
Rojo, let me tell you my top 3 most feared heroes. Like if I ever see them in my opponent's mid, I'm pretty terrified. Like one of them being it's just regardless of meta, right? Just those 3 heroes in particular. One of them being the Shadow Fiend, the Ember Spirit, and the Puck. I really hate playing against. Nah, Odi I can still deal with Odi can. I don't really care too much about the Odi. Odi hits hard, but you know I hit harder. But Puck, all this, if you don't have a disable in your team, you have no way to really catch or control all these elusive mobile heroes. Yeah, that's just it for me. And Shadow Fiend, he hits too hard. Like Odi hits hard, but he doesn't hit hard. Dude, like Odi hits hard, but it doesn't hit harder than a certain point. Shadow Fiend, he hits harder as the damage like keeps stacking, right? Like the longer the fight, he hits just as much harder. Like you just can't run from it.
Yeah, and especially when heroes or people are really proficient at those heroes. I would definitely include Huskar in my top 3, but I mean, you can. I feel like these all these heroes that are really scary, they also have the potential to, kind of struggle. And actually using the global potential to bring down Jackie in the top lane.
I mean, that was
they're gonna try to
the
take
goal,
down
right?
Tango.
Oops, Stampede should be able to allow him to back off in time. Good route, good escape route too. But Hung, is he gonna get feared? No, he's trying to time it. Beautiful.
Oh, nicely done.
And the fear stack on top of them. Fantastic.
Wow, they're kind of doing what Hung and friends have been doing to everybody else in this game, just barely eking out these map movements, playing super on the edge. eking so much value out of their heroes. Zephyr might even go down. Nice sharpshooter. TP for
Got
good
out in
measure.
time. Oh! Yeah, he's gone.
Is under attack.
This is great.
Wow,
And
and
especially,
I mean,
I love it. Right?
this support Zeus has looked really good. There's no pipe
Yeah.
yet, so I mean, he's... Oof. Hung Hung is maybe going to make it look a little worse, of course, as I curse him.
Oh yeah, doesn't really have. I think
Oh,
he
but
should
actually
have
committing
enough
so
mana.
deep.
No!
Hung Hung
What?
playing on the edge just barely dies as well.
A
All
little
for a
bit
kill
too
on the support.
Bottom tower has been denied.
I'll be honest with you. This is a little. You know, I like a challenge. I like to be on the edge of my seat, but at this point, I feel like I've fallen off. At this point, like
Yeah, Hung Hung
Hung
is he's keeping it interesting, but I mean, keeping it
Like-
interesting for his own team as well, because the game is not
How-
easy with how many deaths he's accruing on this Ender Spirit.
Yeah, dude, Yona bounced back so like from that three that three skirmishes, he bounced back. He's top 2 in the network now.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, I think just having this, the Nature's Prophet, yeah, it has a lot of value. It's just an incredible hero, but a lot of people have forgotten about this kind of like turbo cheese pick. You know, like I feel like this is the kind of thing people would play in turbo, which is the Zeus plus the Nature's Prophet, because you're getting so many procs of the Wrath of Nature, and he's gotten so much net worth on Manga Rose from, you know, across the map, just comfortably hitting creeps.
You know, it somewhat reminds me of the one of the old hero pairings that we had like years back, which was the Link's Assassin Vendetta alongside with the Spectral Ultimate, the Hon. Like the Lynx will just go around like scout things out. If he sees a lone safe laner, he just does what he does best, and then the Hon comes in, and that's always gonna be a kill. Oh no, it's
And
bigger
he's
to
again
kill.
for Vision onto Hung Hung.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, right? Like I can't think of anything else besides high ground defense or just vision. Like Zeus has been really great with vision, and now I'm not even concerned whether he could get the scepter in time. Now I think like with the way the game is progressing and how the Zeus is also was casually like able to earn like really small passive incomes. I think he should be able to get that scepter out alongside with the Nimbus. That should also be able to allow you to assist with split pushing the other lanes as well.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully there is still Myth Gaming. They are still very heavily magic damage, so once you get this pipe on Raven, you have the Mage Slayer on Hung Hung, and you're getting close to the BKB for
BKB.
Jackie. Maybe that's a timing that you can fight on, but and they're not making it easy on Myth Gaming, making this map feel very small, especially with the globals. Raven just barely able to get that Rolling Thunder off, TPing away. Doesn't feel good, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
Is under attack.
Mm-hmm. You bet.
And Myth Gaming, not really.
Understand.
I mean, they've been playing very up tempo in these previous games you watched, but they're just a little bit too behind this game to be able to do that.
Yeah, I think the past few skirmishes, losing too many of the past few skirmishes was also a little bit of a factor as well. It did dampen morale slightly as well for the team side. This slowed down the pace. Now the Myth Avenues have total control in when it comes to the motivation race here, or morale race. Found an opportunity,
Nice stun.
beautiful full stop into the thing, but the Bullshock was coming to the bind the next amount of time. He should be able to jump out of it in time, and so he did get stunned. He tried to glimpse up with the Remnant, and he will survive. Oh no, he actually eventually died so the damage was still a little too significant. He did
Buys
get the
back.
buyback. He got the shackle shots here, beautiful one with the sleight of fist. Should be able to try to punish as many people as much as possible. Mango Rose, beautiful timing with the
He has a regen on
regen.
Yona.
Dire's middle
and Yona.
tower is under attack.
Expanded Hung Hung, playing with fire for sure. That's a buyback because dieback. A triple kill on both of the spirits here. But this is a dieback Ember Spirit here, so a lot was invested into this fight. Maybe a little bit too much.
Yeah, it definitely does not. I mean, it doesn't feel good for Hung Hung in terms of really his net worth and his time on the map, but I mean, he did get a lot of money from that fight, still sitting below Chucky on the Centaur, though, so I guess it benefits Myth slightly, especially if you're able to get a kill, but really nice bushwhack.
Oh,
Really good chainsaw in the mid lane.
yeah. Beautiful. Yeah, there goes the center. I'm sorry, Chucky. Just like the movies, not the most happiest of endings. Now Yona. He has enough mana. Swashbuckle out, still on the hunt. Try to play around the Bramble, but that's just not possible. The Electric Vortex will be able to connect the top of it as well. Yona, you don't have the regen rune this time, however. You do have the puppies to come in and try to
Jackie
mitigate some
wants
of the
his
damage
kill,
here.
but he's getting really greedy for it, and he's not all.
The Mango Rose just literally sweeping out the competition here.
Hung and friends are... it looks like they're used to these kind of comfortable games, right, where they've been ahead by quite a bit, and now Raven is randomly chasing into the river on this Pangolier,
Radiant are
and
standing.
they fall right behind him. Jackie just tries to get that kill onto Ayed,
Under attack.
not able to eke it out. Nice root onto Hung. Is he going to go down here again? Chainstone is pretty good and not able to get a remnant off in time. Even Lloyd is here.
He's in
Storm.
desperate need. He is in desperate need of a BKB here, and it feels like every stun is going to be able to connect, especially if you think of this kind of synergy that they have been utilizing so far these past few minutes, right? Like Electric Vortex into the fear of the Dark Willow as well. If that's not enough, there's also the Glyph also being picked up as well. There's no real way for Hung to really get out of the spot. He doesn't really have like a Manta Star to purge the root, nor does he have the BKB to get out of all of this like stun or root abilities as well. And it's pretty tough. Like the minute he shows himself in lane, and if there's no allies nearby to give him the necessary support to bail him out, it's most likely going to be a dead ember every single time.
And they even, nice timing from them. They don't actually catch them on the Tormentor, which is extremely lucky for Hung and friends, but Yona takes the Wisdom Rune pretty happily. He's a tier 2 neutral item as well. He's now level 18 on the Storm Spirit Leo.
Yep. From the initial bullying from the early game, now he's completely dominating. Beautiful Stampede initiation as well. Was able to get on top of it as well. Dark Widow comes to the limelight, melts away Zephyr before he even gets a chance to pop in the Bullshock here. The whole team is currently in a full disarray and completely isolated here. But Hung decided like, alright, I don't need to go after E-Rise anymore. He doesn't really have enough mana. So unfortunately, he couldn't really get the kill or the pick off on him as well. But so far, it's a 1-for-2 as a core and the support for it. Definitely not the most ideal trade, but since they're a little bit behind, any kill is some form of success for them here. There is still the 10k gold lead on Myth Avenue, though.
Yeah, I mean, even Ayed, he has a blink already, plus the bracers we were talking about earlier. So this Dark Willow has been a massive threat, always landing these brambles, getting really nice fears, and the damage is a lot coming out from this here, especially since, I mean, with this early blink dagger, even Ayed, you know, he's hearing what I'm saying, and he's thinking, I'll buy a Dagon. Don't know if he'll commit to that, but I would love to see him commit to it. Because why not?
Just, I mean, nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with having more damage, right? Like, pile it on!
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Of course, and Eris actually on the Zeus. He's not going for the Ags. He's not going for damage. He's letting Ayed take that. He's buying Mech and a Solar Crest, so doing his duties as a support. Yona is trying to get onto Jackie, who's more than likely dead here.
Oh, beautiful Shaka shot into the bushwalk and the Glyphnir. By the time, but I think he will be doing the time back at base.
Yeah, Yona
Catching Hong Kong as well, got the Electric Vortex, suddenly no fear, he's going to be able to slide the Fizz out of this to safely with the Remnant. But Chucky already predicted the path and well positioned himself to go with the Hoof Stomp. Does connect, Hung still survives, but not for too long as he finally died. Raven will eventually be stunned here, roots in place by the Bramble. Chain stun as well, and all Zephyr could do is just watch his allies from this. Jackie come to the line side as well, did pop in the focus fire, melts away, and he also has the facet as well, so he's gonna be able to hit multiple targets at the same time as they all beautifully grouped themselves up. Got the shackle shot. It was an ultra kill. Will the man get the rampage here? Will they allow it, or will they deny him? And they will give it to him. Jackie brings it back with a rampage here, and that's a lot of gold. And I'm talking about like from third place swinging back to the second instantly. My God.
And this is not a hero you want to give gold. This whirlwind becomes so problematic when you group up like that. Chucky is not quite to the Crimson Guard. So I mean, it looks so good for Myth Avenue Gaming here, but there's no mana for Yona. It's probably one of the biggest deals, and the Shackle Shot is just beautiful. Oh man, that is one way to swing the game back. Still 7k, 6k lead for Myth Gaming. That is a lot less than they had, and now you have a real problem here with this side-kicked Wind Ranger, almost at a full Daedalus Leo.
Yeah, and they have no real answer against the BKB as well. Like with the BKB release as well, there's just no real way for them to really deal with it. Maybe I guess you can somewhat root it. You can root him while you have the BKB to try to buy the time. But most of the time, he most likely will be coming to the fight last. Unless their main priority target is probably him in the first place. Then we might see a little bit of a different outcome. But other than that, that whirlwind was fantastic. That one was relatively down low. Yona, fortunately, it was like, although yes, from the highlights, we only saw like from the actual fight itself, but the fight was actually a lot more longer. Like it started all the way to from the, if I'm not mistaken, the Dire tier 1, as they were just chasing him down. Yona was just chasing them all the way to the Tormentor. Yeah, he had already expended a lot of mana prior before the Wind Ranger came in.
Yeah, the game is still in a good spot for Myth Avenue Gaming. They now have the BKB on Mango Rose, so they don't feel awful, but until this MKB, Jackie is kind of going to be the king of these fights if he doesn't get bursted. That BKB with that Daedalus is an obscene amount of damage, so everybody's looking at Roshan on this top side. Smoke up from Hung Hung and friends. Dagon was finished on Alyad, by the way.
Spotted out, trying to go for the chase and into the field. They will find some form of success here, but sadly he will thank God for the defensive coming from the pipe and also from the Prince of God. He's going to be able to sustain as much as well. BKB pop into the whirlwind as well. They're trying to hunt him down. The goal is to just try to sustain long enough within the whirlwind, then they can try to turn the fight back on. But they did lose Mango Rose in the process. Yona within vicinity. The Bushwhack will not be able to connect on the Dark Wheel here. Will not find anyone other than Mango Rose. But hey, a call for support, something they can try to work with at least. And now let's most likely a Roshan.
They're definitely going to look at it. There is a Thunder God's Wrath coming up soon, so maybe there's an angle. Try and do something here. Yona's got full mana, but this dies fast with this Daedalus from Jackie. Level 20 now. Minus 10% reduction on the whirlwind, but they're here in time.
Oh, can they melt the Ember in time? I believe they will. Not even. Beautiful follow-up as well as the TP coming in from the Marcy comes in the time. They try to lock down Yona for as long as they can, but they can't. But Yona is currently out of mana though. Just enough to get into the pit and try to at least focus down on one person instead, and they will find some form of success. The Dark Wheeler will also be dead here. The Wind Ranger is also necessarily nearby, and the Roshan will go to the hands of Myth Avenue Gaming.
Just goes to Yona. I mean, that's... Storm Spirit is considered, I think, pretty widely one of the best Aegis carriers in the game, especially with the game that Yona has had. 2 lives is a very scary prospect.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Just not able to full... I mean, once you run out of the whirlwind on Jackie, once you don't have the BKB, it can feel tough, but when you do...
Oh, that's good. Beautiful electric vortex though. Popped the wind run, he popped the BKB. Here comes the whirlwind as well, and instantly force out the Aegis here as well. Can they at least pick up Mango Rose? They will not. Well, what about Yona on the other hand? He has full mana. He's trying his best to outrun the competition here. And also run into Illusioner. Not really the health, not really a regen run. But you know, it still works.
Still feels decent, but I mean, they so close to bursting down Jackie, but then you can see BKB with the Vlads and sidekick from Moid. His first item was a Vlad, so the lifesteal was actually a lot coming out from Jackie. Oh, and they're just coming up slightly short onto this Wind Ranger. I don't even like this from Jackie. He's eyeing himself a refresher. No funny business. You know, he's realized that once they can kite out this BKB and Whirlwind, their fights are going a lot poorer. Well, let's just have 2 of them. That sounds like a pretty easy fix.
Yep. I mean, it also works, right? Like, he already has the damage. You paired it with the sidekick as well. So I think it's just like, it just gives him slightly more of an edge here. And the Blast is already giving like 20% lifesteal already. And some form of stats here as well. So, like I said, the goal for Myth Avenue Gaming, the weakness, okay, not to say a weakness, but the way they can play around it is just to try to out sustain the whirlwind, right? That will be the goal. And after there's no more whirlwind, then they're pretty confident they can just try to reinitiate into the fight. But with the refresher, that thought is like out the window. Like it's already
Yeah,
bad
I really
enough.
like it.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under
I think as
attack.
well, I mean, I love
Dire's
Ayad for buying this
structures are
Dagon, but
fortified.
I almost wish that he used all this raw net worth he has to buy like a scythe of some sorts. Because one bursting Jackie is going to be their best bet, and they tried in this last fight, but just weren't quite able to. And of course, they had the pipe and the
Radiant's
solar
bottom
crest,
tower is under
Yep.
attack.
even a glimmer
Dire's
cape
top
onto
tower
Zephyr.
is under attack.
So even though the net worth lead is 10,000 for Myth Gaming, I mean, it feels a lot closer than that.
Yeah.
Jackie is a force to be reckoned with.
No, he really is. Like picture it this way, right? Once he gets the refresher, it's 12-second BKB and 18 seconds of whirlwind. Like who's gonna be able to survive that
I mean,
long?
that is gonna...
Who survives that
don't
long?
really
I
feel
would
like
like to see
anybody
the
will.
heroes. I would like to see the hero that can survive the whirlwind that long. 18 seconds.
Yeah, I
with
mean,
Daedalus and everything else. It's insane.
Chucky does have the Crimson, but at this point, the Daedalus is definitely outclassing it. Thankfully, Mango Rose, I mean, he actually decided to opt out of the MKB, so now going for a Assault Cuirass just to be a little bit tankier into it.
Mhm,
Don't hate
mhm.
it, but having no MKB is going to make Jackie just that
Oh,
much
small block.
stronger.
Can they get the whirlwind? No, you got pop the BKB and the focus fire as well. Like literally dancing and literally trying to keep it aside as many as people as much as possible. Only find E-Rise here. Yona was able to get all the way to the back line, but they're not done. They don't see they can try to get Mango Rose here. Sadly, no Basher here to try to pierce the BKB, but then they get beautiful dispose here. The field comes through on top of Jackie, but he pops the refresher. He hunts them down. Then he doesn't have enough mana, so into the glyph near, and there goes Yona. Can he try to find someone else on the sideline? No, he was able to TP back in time. Finally, after a long while, 30 minutes, we are finally seeing the destruction of the mid-tier 1 tower on the Radiant
Radiant's
side.
middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, I mean, it took a long time, but feeling well worth it at this point in the game. You did, of course, use the refresher, so you have a little bit of a timer for Jackie here, but man, he just feels completely unchecked in these fights. There's nothing that's stopping him once he gets that first BKB off, and then you check his inventory and you realize he has a second one. It's getting a lot closer this game for Hung Hung and friends.
Yeah.
Didn't seem very good for quite a while, but I mean, at this point now, you feel pretty comfortable. I would say don't care much that Ember and Pango aren't as high on the net worth because they've got really high impact items with this Blink and
Oh,
BKB the
beautiful
pipes.
pipe,
And
but
actually,
still
Jackie,
dies.
oof, caught without the BKB.
I think he's trying
Nice
to be a little
pickup.
bit more
Mango
reserved for
Rose.
it as well. Spot Mango Rose, he's able to get them a lot of ping pongs within full succession as well. But the fear just connects on all three of them as well. It's absolutely perfect here. And no Jackie, their main damage dealer as well. The reinforcer coming from the Radiant side is finally here. Even though, yes, Hong Kong has the BKB, but it's just have no form or way to sustain the damage or no way to escape out of it in the first place here. Same goes for Raven. He pops the stick charter, but still didn't matter. He doesn't have the swashbuckle. And will fall prey here. And instantly, 4 members will fall. Sure, there's buybacks on the side here of Zephyr. Sorry, not Zephyr, on the Marcy, and even on Hong Kong, but I don't think that's going to be the same case here.
Of course, I'd be talking about how much closer the game is getting right as Jackie dies without the BKB. Really nice punish from Mango Rose and Ayad. I mean, Ayad on this Dark Willow has been such a nuisance with catching out these heroes. That's a great A case of it. Is there still hope? Of course, for Hung and friends, they still have this refresher once Jackie is up. You're going to take a lot of buildings with this freshly finished AC from Mango Rose. And without
The
Jackie,
goal
I mean,
is-
they pretty much have no damage on Hung and friends.
Correct. It's now the goal is to try to see how much they can get out of this within this next few seconds here. They did pop the
No
smoke
refresher
though.
for 25 seconds.
It seems like they are intending to actually go in without the Pangolier. He popped the BKB, popped the Whirlwind. Can he try to get as much as possible? They are aiming for the Megas. They don't really care about anything else but the Megas here. Get a little down low, and they will succeed. They do get the Megas here. And now let's see whether they can get something more out of it. But sadly, Mangaros instantly goes back to base. Same goes for the rest of the squad. Thank God for Rolling Thunder. Does cancel out the TPs on the Dark Willow. But what does it matter? They got the Megas here. And now all 3 lanes. Now it's already going to be difficult enough for them to juggle, not only trying to get the pickers and find an opportunity to push down the lane, but they now need to make sure they are keeping an eye in all 3 lanes. And a Nature's Prophet, Manga Rose, who is not only very well farmed, but also has global presence. And he's a natural tower hitter, so haha.
Yeah, I mean, very good game for Manga Rose here. 15-5 and 21 on the Nature's Prophet. Benefiting a lot as well from just the vision that his supports can provide. All the lockdown as well. Even the, of course, Dagon 5 from Ayed, just for flair. I don't think Hung Hung and friends are quite out of it, but Mega Creeps 35 minutes is a tall order.
Yes. But it's definitely something they need to keep an eye on, right? Like, it's not like this is not a support Nature's Prophet. This is a safe lane of Nature's Prophet. So Manga Rose is hitting pretty hard. So it's not that they can't, like you said, it's not that they can't fight in Mega Creep. It's just more of the fact that now they have to be aware of the fact that if they want to siege the high ground, and depending how the fight turns out and how the lane is like, there's always going to be the potential guy backdooring your base. So, and they also have a good ward there.
Yeah, they're just sitting on this ward hoping to make something of it, but Hung Hung himself has to deal with these lanes. Somebody has to deal with these lanes, with the Mega Creeps constantly pushing them in. So just sit back and relax for Myth Gaming. The fight will come to you whenever it is good for you, because they have to deal with these lanes. No way for Hung Hung to connect. They're trying to catch something, but they're just a little bit too wise on Myth Gaming.
Divine Rapier? We are going all in with this. Yeah, we are going all in with this. And especially since he revealed the Sacred Relic in the lane, they all know what's coming. Oh man, now it's
I almost think that the Revenant's Brooch is more damage, but I mean Rapier is going to be a lot if he gets even a second of uptime. Now the real question is, are you able to stop him from getting this kind of comboed that he has been with all the stuns and all the vision that Myth Avenue have?
Yeah,
it's not
that's
easy.
What I'm saying, right?
Take another tormentor, get what you can.
The game suddenly becomes not about who's going to be backdooring who anymore. Now it's more about, can we get this guy before he pops BKB? And because he also doesn't have he doesn't really have a Hurricane Pie. Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, no mobility on Jackie, but you're also gonna, if you're Myth Avenue, I feel like you're pretty happy just waiting for the Aegis. Even with this Rapier, give it 2 lives. Wait that extra 15 seconds that it's gonna be until Roshan spawns. Just be patient.
Yeah. Alright, there's the Roche. Should be out. They are pretty smoked up. They did find out. Yeah, I think the smoke got broke. Oh, they got the Rolling Thunder off. High ground ward into the bush truck as well. He's gonna be coming out Shadow Realm eventually. He got the fear off. Oh no, he actually got Shackle first, so no fear. There goes the Dark Willow. Is this an opportunity for Roche? That's the real question, yeah. They're one man
so
down for a minute.
Hung Hung is stuck to the base.
Yeah.
So it's basically a 4v4 if they decide to take a fight.
The seeds of
4v4.
They're gonna start the Roche.
That's what the Roche. Are they on the way to the Roche? It feels like they're on the way to the Roche. Oh no, they abandoned the Roche. They're playing a little bit safe, yeah. There's the scribbles on the minimap. They are on the way. They do have the vision set up though. By no one. Beautiful timing with BKB. Was able to stop it off. He still had the pressure a lot. And the Centaur instantly melted away. Couldn't really withstand the damage here. I want to see if they can get a couple of balls, but no, buyback comes in. Yeah, they had to fall back. Like I said, as long as Mango Rose is not in check, he's going to be able to always find them. Got the glyph.
Oh,
there.
he's
He does have
actually
the BKB.
caught out by Jackie.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Is under attack.
No, he got started.
Not enough damage actually on Jackie, just in a one-on-one. Even with 700 damage per hit.
He hits too slow without the...
Talisman evasion.
He's a little bit too slow without the focus fire. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a very massive problem for Hong Kong now because it's not about they're confident of taking fights head on. It's just the fights which they can't see or not being able to be present about, which is just Mango Rose. Like him being a factor is a very significant one for them. Maybe if he wasn't
especially now with
Megas.
the butterfly.
Yeah, maybe if he
Megas
wasn't
are
Megas.
a lot to deal with.
Yeah. It's pretty much a naked base at this point here.
That it certainly is. I mean, Hong Kong's been resigned to base duty for the past 5 minutes. He's been fighting Megas.
He's the only one with travels. He doesn't have a choice.
Caught out again.
Yeah, okay.
Same spot, same death.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Just the Tormentor. Now with the butterfly, do we see a quick change in itemization for the Wind Ranger? Is he picking up the MKB? Actually, no, he already got true damage from the Divine. Oh yeah, he has the MKB on the way. Oh yeah, I forgot it's not true damage, it was just flat damage, yeah. MKB is on the way.
Yeah, not True Strike anymore on the Divine. Jackie wishes.
Yeah.
Jackie definitely wishes.
Would have saved that item
He can
slot,
die
right?
really fast. You can die really fast on this Wind Ranger, but similarly can kill anybody else just as fast.
You know, it'd be really nice.
Now
if
there
you had
is a
that
Scythe on Yona, though. That's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it's definitely a much needed Abyssal Blade. There's just no true answer to stop that BKB. If you can actually proc it off, that will actually really help the team a lot.
Yeah, if Jackie sees it, he might switch his item to Lincoln's or some form of offensive item. Because I think if he commits this for this MKB, it's really easy to die just that one time.
I mean, I wouldn't mind if he goes for
Zephyr himself
like,
is queuing up for Midas.
Yeah. You know,
Oh, he's buying
I
out
think
for
right
the
now-
MKB.
yeah, I think right now they're hoping to see if they can get the
Radiant are scanning.
Roche item drop for the scepter at least. I think like if they can get a scepter blessing for Jackie, I think it just plays full dividend, right? Oh, there it is.
Ooh.
They see it all. They got the hacks off on Marcy. Instantly melted away. The Storm Spirit barely withstand the damage. If you just kept at it as well, I think he would have probably died there. And it will die actually. In fact, will force out the Aegis. Pops in the second BKB. Can he get it out in time? No, he does not. He got the Electric Vortex into the base and instantly dies. There goes the Divine Rapier. It drops down. Can someone pick it up though? That's
Nobody's
the real
picking
question.
it
No,
up,
they can't.
Raven.
Oh no.
That is the game.
Tower is under
Unless
attack.
Zephyr can 1v5
Dire's
hold.
middle tower has fallen.
Doesn't look like they have faith in him.
Wait, hold on. Did he have no mana to pop the second BKB after the refresher? Or
I think he used both of them, trying to catch the natures, and then natures just bought back. So there's a nice counter to refresher BKB is buying back and then being able to TP across the map.
oh man, what a game! Myth bringing it back. We thought it was gonna be a clear 2-0 here, but no, Myth came back bouncing harder than usual as well. Wow, but seriously, although it's been pretty back and forth. Like we saw some advantages in the early game, then suddenly it just came to very small, crazy on edge plays. You know, especially with Hong Kong diving into 3 people or fully committing for a support after that. Not sure whether he could really try to get out of that as well. Like, but other than that, I think it's been a pretty great. I think this is our first game we actually went all 3 games for our series here today, Rojo.
Yeah, I'm excited to see a game 3, but with Avenue Gaming, Hung Hung and friends, I mean, they're very strong players, have had some pretty easy series before this, but not this one. You know, they're kind of bringing it to them, especially Mango Rose on that Nature's Prophet, kind of bringing out the second pick Zeus support, so just doing some weird fun stuff. And I mean, it looked really good. I think, I mean, I want to think of an MVP for Myth Avenue, but they really all just did so well. I think Yona bouncing back from that lane that he had isn't always easy, and he made it. I mean, he made it look pretty easy. You know, these Spirit Heroes are always fun to watch. But man, I mean, it was a real team effort. Just barely edging it out with the Divine Rapier in that 43-minute slogfest.
Yeah. Well, I mean, other than that, I think how everyone really tackled the game, I think it was been pretty great so far. Lloyd, as everyone commented in the chat just now in the old chat, I think he did a pretty good job with the Marcy as well. But you know, I think it gets to a point when we go to pretty super late into the game. Okay, maybe it's not super late, but when we get into those kind of later stage of the game, where majority of the cores or at least everyone's like pretty fat or pretty jacked up with items as well. I don't even think the support's gonna be able to withstand that kind of damage here. But I felt in that game itself, the supports really came really started to shine really heavily as well. Because sure, don't get me wrong, Jackie did a phenomenal job, Mangaros did fine as well. Same goes for Rainbow and Yona. But I felt like the very small situations, like just landing fears, getting the stun, getting the displacement, right? Like it hurt. It felt like it hurt a lot more. Like especially when it's late game, right? Any form of disable in late game hurts so much more compared to when you actually receive it in the early game here, because it's just a lot more punishing here. So kudos to all the supports, Ayat and E-Rise alongside with both Lloyd and Zephyr as well. They did what they had to do. I think that's fine.
Yeah, I really liked Ayad's Dark Willow. I mean, he made so much happen around the map. I think if we didn't have those 2 kind of questionable deaths.
You mean 3? Yeah, the three pickoffs was a little bit unfortunate one. I think that's just pretty much it. So, but other than that, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a really close game back and forth. Felt like there was just 1 or 2 times where maybe Hong Hong and friends could have tried to turn the game around here, but I think everyone really did the best with what they had as well. Mega Chris is definitely not very easy to deal with as well. Probably the breaking point is most likely at that bottom lane when Mangaros and also Aya went on top of Jackie, and I'm not too sure. I'm not confident enough to say that whether he had the BKB or didn't have the BKB. So like maybe
he definitely was. I think he was about 15, maybe 20 seconds off the BKB. So
awesome.
I was not expecting that play, and that's part of the reason that I was considering Ayad for my MVPs. I feel like that pickoff was the most crucial one of the game by far.
Yeah.
I mean, just getting Megas off that 1 kill was really what they needed to crack open the game, because they did well throughout the whole game, but getting those Megas just makes the game so hard to play. You lose so much gold income, and Hung Hung was just designated creep killer for about 10 minutes there. It's not feel nice.
That's why I say sometimes it hurts. For me, it hurts sometimes, right? When you try to have this argument with another person, stating the fact that, like, hey, you're a core. It's always better you go full like damage items, right? You don't need any form of defensive, right? Probably 1 will suffice. And there's just one of those few situations where, like, because like when you see an H problem in your team, someone like everyone will straight away have the first thing that comes to thought would be, okay, we need a 4-star, we need a Hurricane Pipe, because the root is going to be annoying to deal with, and we're not going to carry Quilling Blade for the rest of the whole game, right? So, and then this is also a situation when you're like, okay, I'm in a lead, but they're also slowly coming back here. I need more damage, but it's like that kind of situation, high risk, high reward. You get more damage, sure, you're doing a lot more damage, but if you were to get caught like in that situation and you don't have some form of hurricane point, even if even if you didn't have the beekeeper, if you had a secondary defensive line, then it's like a different story, right? Like it's too hard to like discuss the potential scenarios that could pop up. Like if it pops up, sure, like you wish that you had it, and if it doesn't pop up, then you also be wishing that you had more damage instead of getting this secondary defense item, right? So it's a really hard argument or debate sometimes, you know.
Yeah, it was definitely a hard game state for Hung Hung and friends, and I kind of do wish myself that rather than the MKB, there was a Satanic or a Lincoln's, because once the second BKB was popped, all they had to do was just get on top of Jackie. And you can see in the highlights there, really nice 3-man fear from Ayed to just kind of secure the victory there. It was hard fought. Giving away that rampage to Jackie, I think, almost swung the game. But still, they managed to bring it back. Of course, Mega Creep's one of the biggest issues there, and giving MVP over to Yona, which I don't think anybody can argue with. Difficult laning phase, but a scoreline like 18-6-22. I mean, that man plays some Storm Spirit, and he plays it well.
Yeah, really, really good job. I think it's like we haven't seen, like, don't get me wrong, we have seen some really good Storm Spirits, but the game has usually so one-sided. We never encountered a game like this one where, like, it was anyone's game. It could have been anyone's win. Anything could have happened. It could have just been a little tiny slip up, and it could have just cost the entire game. So with that kind of pressure, that kind of like nervous factor that's implemented to all of the players who's playing this competition, I think this is the one where you're not really shine with the Storm Spirit. Like, he didn't really buckle down. He really just buckled down. He didn't really give into the weight of the pressure. He just did what he was supposed to do. Target the supports, target the main targets, and slowly isolate the rest of the course here. So, yeah, really great job here. Yeah.
All right. And we do see Team CSC.
Oh, okay. So okay, now we got interesting news here. So, unfortunately, while we did get to Game 3, we will not be watching Game 3 because Hung Hung and friends have decided to forfeit the third game. So in other words, it is an automatic win to Myth Avenue Gaming. So ladies and gentlemen, we finally have our first two teams going to the playoffs. It is going to be Myth Avenue Gaming and CSC. Able to knock down Castaway.
Wow. Yeah, we were big Castaway fans and big Hung Hung and friend fans, so tough to see them both go, but that just speaks to
Did we
how
jinx them?
tough this competition really is.
Did we jinx
I mean,
them?
I won't say.
Is it our fault?
Maybe we're the problem.
No.
Could definitely
I
be.
do not believe in
But
the Casas
thankfully-
curse.
They will have an opportunity to fight in that lower bracket, so one of those teams is still going to head to the playoffs.
Yeah, I like how you
So
emphasize
we're going to see more of them.
one of those teams. It's not both of the team. It's one of them.
Well, with what we saw from Myth Avenue Gaming, we can't be, I think, too sad. They put up an excellent fight.
But of course, with that being said, it has been quite the roller coaster ride for all of us. But speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be giving you guys one last round of the discount code here right in front of us as well. So do what you gotta do. Pause the stream, take the screenshots, write it down. If you're a fast writer, write it down. And if you notice as well, the codes, there's some initials difference in the front part of the code, which is it's actually more tied to the region you're applying this code for. So if it's PH Odyssey Cup, it means that you can only apply it to the Philippines side. So the same goes on for the rest of the code. So make sure you are applying the right code in the right region. Or if you have a friend in another region, you can ask them to apply the code and then ship it up to you guys. You know, 2 versus 1. Maybe you can have double monitors set up. God knows how many monitors you're gonna set up, but you can, man. Like if you think one Samsung Odyssey OLED is not enough, get 2. If 2 is not enough, get 3. More the merrier. Do it.
especially with a discount like that. And we actually do as well have Steam wallet codes for 15 USD into your Steam wallet. You just got to head to odysseycup.gg and place in one of these secret codes that we've been getting through during the stream and participate in that giveaway. And you might just win. So we're giving away a lot of things here, Leo, to the viewers.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course. And very simple enough. Once you go to odysseycup.gg, you put in the code. You also have to answer a series of questions and then probably stand a chance to win some beauty stuff for yourself. So really big shout out to all our sponsors, our Samsung, and of course our partner sponsor Red Bull, for giving not just the talents to showcase their skills and abilities and giving them more future opportunity potentially, but also giving something for our viewers, not just to support the fans, but also able to win a little something for themselves or gain a little something for themselves. I know I'm not allowed. Sad, that's unfortunate. Even though I'm reading all these codes, I can't do it. But of course, speaking of which, we got the final announcement. Let's quickly check out our rookie MVP for the last series. It is going to be Jackie himself here, with his exceptional performances in the last two games that we were casting, or at least 4 games we were casting, at least in this case here. Courtesy of Red Bull here, fresh off the block.
Yeah, with this 2 new flavors, 0 sugar as well. So a win-win overall if you want to get yourself some of those new Red Bull flavors. And of course,
yeah, man,
you know, exciting, of course, to watch all these games and Jackie himself.
Yeah, by the way, if you're curious about what's those 2 new flavors, they are pomelo. If you're a big pomelo fan, that's something Red Bull has for you. And of course, the last one is the apple and muscat grape flavor. It's two different flavors in one can. So best of both worlds, right? But of course, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, besides Red Bull, we also have something for you guys from Samsung. It's going to be one of the latest lineup of monitors of 2024. It is going to be the Samsung Odyssey OLED G6. I know you guys have been hearing a lot about the G8. It's a very massive screen, 32-inch with a whopping of 240Hz refresh rate, and it comes with smart TV. Sure, G8 is just that big and probably will go. It's either go big or go home. But hey, who says you have to go all the way? G6 has something right up for you guys. It is a 27-inch. Sure, it doesn't come with the smart TV, but it does come in with a more superior refresh frame rate of 360 Hz. The response time is the same as the G8 as well, 0.03 ms. So Samsung is providing with you guys with exactly the right size to fit with your gaming rig or ideal gaming room here. Anyway, Rojo, it's been a great day here for us here. We saw some great teams, great talents back to back, new composition after the TI as well. I hope we're going to be hoping to see you a little bit more for tomorrow as we cast Group B.
I hope so as well. It was an honor to be here and an honor to be casting this tournament, the Odyssey Cup, and you know, just glad to watch these games with you, Leo.
Yeah, same here for me as well. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for here. I'm Len, also known as Yolo Lee. This is Shane B, also known as Rojo. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for Championship Sunday for Group B. Till then.